The story was about a boy named Raymond, who was considered the dirty trash because he was born from someone who was more noble than anyone else. He was a disgusting, illegitimate child who received scorn from everyone. But he had one talent, the power to heal, that is, the blessed power from the heavens. The one that pities those who are in pain riddled with disease. Those who could heal others are called healers. Regardless of their status, healers are treated well and live with wealth and honor. So the only way for him, the dirty illegitimate child, to be acknowledged was to become a healer. Therefore, the protagonist puts in so much effort and studies day and night. But the result is not what he predicted, as he turns out to be a pathetic healer because he is below F rank. One cannot break through the barrier of talent through effort and hard work alone. He couldn't surpass being an apprentice even after hard work of 5 years. Now, he was the person who did chores for other healers. If they instructed him to wipe the window, then he had to do it obediently without asking different questions. Everyone ridiculed him for being a pathetic, dirty, and stupid illegitimate child that he could clearly hear, but he didn't pay much attention. One of those apprentices threw a crumbled paper on his head and instructed him to throw it away, and his fellow apprentices started laughing at his action. The protagonist knelt to grab what appeared and heard them wondering why the protagonist was born as that person's son. But one day, while working, he was reading the book. Suddenly, a system window popped behind him that generated such a jerk that startled the protagonist, and he threw away the bucket of water. The system notified him that he had awakened as a player with the class surgeon. He was dumbfounded to see this notification, as it was like a miracle to him that he had never expected in this life. He wondered what this was and rubbed his eyes, assuming he might be hallucinating this because he was overworked. However, he still saw the class surgeon and asked what this was, as this was the first time he had heard of a class named surgeon. The protagonist jolted his head because he thought he was hallucinating anyone, so he wondered why the system wasn't showing him any way to earn money instead of showing this strange and anonymous class. The protagonist closed his eyes, and as soon as he opened them, he was startled as he was wearing the operation theater gown, cap, and mask and was in a strange place. He heard someone asking about the patient's vitals, but there was too much bleeding, so the doctor instructed the other doctor to hurry up and transfuse the blood. The protagonist was shocked, wondering what was happening. Soon, he went ahead and saw the doctor instructing his companion to double the amount of Levoft. His companion incurred and started filling the injection in the syringe. The doctor called his assistant and asked for Kelly, which startled the protagonist, and the person affirmed this to the professor and handed it to him. The protagonist lifted his hand and was shocked, as this was the first time he had heard this term, but he completely knew what it meant. He knew what vitals, Levoft and Kelly meant, and he also knew why both his hands needed to be held above his waist. He couldn't understand the reason for understanding all these strange terms that he was hearing for the first time. He was the healer then, but soon he corrected himself because it would be more precise to say he was the doctor. What he was currently seeing was the surgery being performed on a patient with a ruptured spleen, which is known as a splenectomy. The protagonist is certain that this patient is someone whom he couldn't save with the skilled healing that he had learned from his master. However, with the medical procedure he witnessed then, he could have the patient having the same problem. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and was so shocked that the book fell from his hand. He sat on the floor, wondering what it was. It is a surgery where the person cuts open the patient's stomach, and this was a treatment that he had never heard of before. This surgery was basically a savage pseudo-treatment. He laughed, was positive that it was just a dream, and was annoyed because he got the stupidest dream because of his overwork. But the truth was, it wasn't the dream. Although he didn't know the reason, his brain instinctively understood that procedure. This was a lot more incredible than healing, and it was also a reliable treatment method. The patients on the Lapensiana continent who couldn't be saved with just healing could save all with the medicine that he had just seen and learned. He held his head and wondered what had happened to him, but soon, the notification congratulated him on awakening as a player. He was informed that his player class was a surgeon, his job rank was SSS, and he was requested to check his window. The protagonist was stunned to learn about the status window, and he opened the status window showing the description of his stats and other details. Raymond was an SSS rank surgeon who was a rookie resident. His title was a dirty illegitimate child, and his secondary class had not been activated. His level was 1, but his experience points and skill points were 0. However, for his stats, his stamina was 3, his senses were 2, and his intelligence was 17, but his remaining stats points were 0. His academic skills include a D rank in surgery. General and basic surgery were both C ranks, medical botany was an S rank, and endemic pathology was an A rank. His attribute skill was Iron Heart, which was D ranked, but he had no secondary skill. This all stunned the protagonist, and then he was notified that there were many limitations to the surgery ability because of the player's low level. So, he should treat patients and gain experience points because he could experience unlimited growth at his level. Raymond didn't know what was happening, but the one thing he was certain about was that an incredible and unbelievable miracle had happened. Soon, a healer entered the room and shouted at him, cursing him and calling him pathetic. He asked him when he was going to crawl there like that. The healer's sudden rage shocked the protagonist, and he turned white, apologized to him, and assured him that he was planning on leaving just now. However, the healer threw the dirty water on his head and remarked that he didn't need to go because he had to stay there with the dirty trash. With the talent below F rank, his master supposed this was all he could do in the prestigious Bell and Clinic. All of the students saw him and ridiculed him as he smelled rotten, and were amazed because that useless illegitimate child hadn't still left. They wondered when he was going to stay at their clinic and assumed he didn't even know his place. The student's companion, making a harsh remark, instructed him to be silent and inquired what he would do if that person heard him slandering. However, the student doesn't care even if Raymond hears him, as he supposed he couldn't do anything to him because he was an illegitimate child. Raymond was at such a prestigious and famous clinic because of that person, but that person also said that Raymond was his child publicly, but he didn't care about him. They wondered that they didn't even know he had that person who was hoping for Raymond to die somewhere, and their harsh, slandering and mocking remark disheartened the protagonist. He was crying about his fate, but suddenly, he was startled as a student shouted at him, calling him a lemon, and informed him that Chief Healer Lang was calling him. The protagonist was surprised to know that Chief Healer Lang was summoning him, so he quickly stood and went there. Later, in Chief Healer Lang's room, the chief welcomed his senior, and the protagonist bowed before him and greeted him. The chief healer drank the cup of tea and rambled that it had already been 5 years since his senior had become an apprentice. It usually took 2 years for others to finish, but for Raymond it was 5. The protagonist was mortified but concurred because the chief healer was right. Chief Healer Lang then praised himself by saying that he, who came a year later than his senior, rose to a high B rank healer and has now become the chief healer. Although the protagonist was embarrassed, he praised his junior and clarified that it was because he had great talent. Chief Lang affirmed and explained that he and other official healers had decided that he could never become a healer with his pathetic talent. So, from that day onward, he revoked his qualification as an apprentice and requested that he quit being an apprentice and leave the clinic quietly. This shocked the protagonist, who knelt and bowed before the chief and requested that he rethink this one more time. However, Chief Lang puts the cup of tea on the table and clarifies that they came to this conclusion after thinking about it enough. If it weren't for Raymond's parents, then someone as talentless as him would have been kicked out in less than a year, and 5 years would still be more for him to stay there. The protagonist wondered what he should do now because the whaler was the most successful job that he could do as an illegitimate child. He knew that if he got kicked out of this clinic, then he wouldn't be considered and acknowledged as an official healer. Soon, the system window appeared before him, which shocked him, and he was notified that he could treat the patients through surgery. This sparkles the protagonist's eyes as he realizes that he could treat the patient using the surgery as a method. He thought for a while and affirmed that this was also possible, and then he assured the chief that he would prove that he could treat patients. The chief mocked him and asked how, but Raymond was confident and rambled that if he assigned him a patient, then he would treat that patient. So he requested the chief to give him a chance to prove his worth. Although his heal is F-ranked, and he is the least talented with the knowledge of medicine in his head, he can become a healer too. Chief Lang supposed Raymond might have thought that treating patients is child's play. He closed the book and agreed with him as they had the perfect patient for him. The chief handed the document to him and assured him he wouldn't chase him out if he successfully treated this patient. The protagonist grabbed the document, embraced it with happiness, and left. Later, at Rankin Street, the protagonist is holding the document and is wondering if he can do it. He was a bit anxious as this was his first time treating the patient personally, and if he failed, then he would definitely be chosen. Then, he wouldn't be able to finish his time as an apprentice and would lose his chance to take the exam certification exam and become an authorized doctor who would be recognized for the rest of his life. He knew that he would be sent to prison if he got reported while treating the patient. Then Raymond would have to hear the gossip and harsh words of people committing him that not only is he an illegitimate child, but he also committed a crime. The people would wonder just how much Raymond intended to sully that person's name. They would assume that if they were in Raymond's place, then they would have hidden in some unknown place and died quietly. But Raymond was too shameless to show himself after committing the crime. Even those horrible thoughts scared Raymond, and he unintentionally got hit by the door as the kid inside opened it. The kid looked at Raymond, who fell on the ground, and inquired who he was. The protagonist greeted him and introduced himself, but the kid's eyes filled with water joy, and she rushed toward him and asked if he had come from Belland Clinic. She gladly called her mother and informed her that the doctor had arrived. This startled her mother, and she went out of the house and approached Raymond. She was delighted that the doctor had really arrived. The protagonist stood and greeted her, and the lady thanked him for coming and requested him to come in quickly by accosting him as a healer. The protagonist clarified that he is not a healer but an apprentice. However, the lady grabbed his hand and clarified that she didn't care whether Raymond was an apprentice or a healer, but requested him to treat her husband. The lady explained that the clinic said they couldn't pay the fees for the required treatment, so they wouldn't do anything for him. Currently, she is in a situation where she has to watch her husband die without being able to do anything. The protagonist read the patient's history, which says he has a gluteal infection. Because the patient's buttock has several infections, it was a difficult illness that needed at least B-ranked healing. There was no way a low-income family would have the money to hire such a high-rank healer. So, his family would probably have to see him dying without even getting proper treatment. Just like when Raymond was young, he also went to the clinic requesting them to help him. Although he assures them that he will do whatever it takes to earn the money to repay what he is lacking, he requests them to save his mother. Similarly, the kid of the patient was requesting Raymond to treat and save her father. He looked at her teary eyes and asked where the patient, and the lady led him inside. He was suddenly notified that he had volunteered to treat the patient, which was why he was given a special bonus. He obtained 5 skill points, which makes the protagonist wonder what those skill points are. Another notification appeared explaining that he would receive skill points when he obtained a special achievement and completed a quest. He could gather those skill points and purchase the skills that could help him treat patients. The protagonist was amazed, as he didn't know there would be an explanation, and suddenly, he received his first quest, which was that he had to treat his first patient. Raymond's current medical treatment rank was half scalpel, the difficulty was low, and it was clear that his condition was that he had to treat the patients. After treating the patient and successfully completing his quest, he would receive the reward of a bonus level up and skill points. The protagonist was startled to read the clear condition, which was he had to treat his first patient, and he enthusiastically clenched his fist and agreed that he had to treat his first patient at all costs. Even though he came there because he didn't want to be chased out of the clinic, he still wanted to be treated at all costs. Suddenly, the child rushed inside the room, accosting her dad and telling him that he would be alright now because with healer had arrived. Raymond thought he might be able to do this since not only did he have the healing skills, but he also had surgeon knowledge. He looked at his stats, which show he was an academic-level surgeon with proficiency in D. He had specialized knowledge about performing surgeries for patients and could treat them via surgery. Since his knowledge level was low, there will be restrictions when performing difficult surgeries. His current experience points and skill points were 0, and he would gain experience points whenever he treated the patient. The number of experience points required to level up was 50. He knew that his level was currently low and there were some restrictions, but if he leveled up, he could get even better skills. Furthermore, if he treats the patient, he will also become an exceptional healer and proudly receive others' recognition. The protagonist was glad to imagine this, and he happily greeted the patient and informed him that he was from Belland Clinic. The patient opened his eyes, but the smell he was discharging was quite disgusting. That was limiting Raymond from approaching him because he couldn't even breathe. The lady called the healer, and Raymond was dumbfounded, wondering what he had to do when he first met the patient. He couldn't remember anything and worriedly closed his eyes. He didn't want this to continue as he needed to pull himself together. His determination activated his passive legendary skill, whose proficiency was D rank, The heart of steel. With a steel-like determination, he could optimize situations regarding patients. His determination was low, so the will of determination was unstable, but his proficiency would increase to obtain perfect determination and will. Due to a heart of steel, his heart started calming down, so he approached the lady and asked her about the location of the area where the patient had a problem. She explained that there was some abscess around his husband's buttock, and it started to swell instead of subsiding. Afterward, he also began to have a fever and was unable to get up. Raymond knew he had to speedrun, so all the work had been halted, and he had to check the patient's blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing rate. He decided to take a look, started measuring the patient's pulse, and became a bit relaxed since he wasn't septic yet. So, if he could treat the patient quickly, he would be able to save him. After checking the patient's vital, he requested the lady to inspect the area where the abscess was, and she concurred with his request and changed her husband's position. The protagonist looked at the hip abscess, and although it was very troublesome to use heal for this was one of the basic illnesses from a medical point of view. The lady worriedly asked Raymond if her husband could be treated. She inquired because the clinic said that her husband was severely ill, so only a high-ranking healer would give him any chance of survival. The protagonist affirmed and assured her that her husband could be treated, which delighted her. Raymond explained that for him to be treated, he needed both of their help. The lady gladly requested Raymond to tell her what he needed, as she would help him with whatever he needed. Raymond instructed her to bring clean water that has been thoroughly boiled and needs to be cooled down after being boiled for as long as possible. She affirmed and assured him that she would prepare it immediately, but she was startled as Raymond instructed her to prepare a clean and sharp knife. She asked him again if he demanded a knife, and Raymond affirmed and ordered her to heat it over a fire. She wonders what kind of treatment he is doing, and the protagonist explains that he will perform surgery. The child wondered what it was, but the lady was unaware of this medical term since she had never heard it before. Soon, she brought the clean water and sterilized knife, and Raymond placed the knife above the abscess, which worried her, and she immediately grabbed Raymond's hand and inquired what he was doing. The protagonist explained that he is treating her husband, but she couldn't understand why the healer would use a knife to cut into his flesh because he should use healing instead. Raymond assured her that he would save her husband, so he requested her to trust and follow him because he would make sure he could laugh again with her daughter. This builds a little bit of trust and peace of mind in her, and she releases the healer's hand and stays behind quietly. Meanwhile, the protagonist gets worried as he wants to make sure not to make any mistakes and that he must succeed. He recalled the time he spent in the operation theater, and recalled how the surgeons were calm throughout the process. Even though the patient's artery started bleeding, they calmly stopped the bleeding and made sure to see the area clearly because the patient would go into cardiac arrest if they didn't hurry up. Those surgeons have a cool head but a compassionate heart. In common medical knowledge, that was the type of mindset that a healer should have. With the surgery knowledge that Raymond has something like an abscess, exclusion of this level is so simple that one would be embarrassed to call it surgery. Soon, he excised the abscess, and the area started releasing pus, which worried Raymond, and the child worriedly called her dad. Raymond wanted to pull himself together and wanted to follow his surgery knowledge. He used the clean cloth to clean off the pus, then used the sterilized water that had been boiled to cleanse the inside of the abscess until no more pus was seen. After that, he had to cut out all the dead tissue using the knife, and soon he was done. He gladly put the knife down as he was done with the inside that the pus was rotting away in. Lastly, he decided to use the potion made with herbs that possess natural antibiotic properties on the wound. Finally, the procedure was over, which pleased both the child and her mother, and she asked him if it went well. The protagonist gladly instructed her to look after the patient, and she went to her husband and held his hand. After some time, the patient was awake, which filled both of their eyes with tears of joy as he was awake. Raymond approached the patient and decided to check his fever, so his family agreed and stepped back. After checking the fever, Raymond was glad it was completely gone, so he hoped the patient would fully recover in a few days. The lady's eyes filled with tears, expressing her unlimited gratitude toward the healer. She didn't even have appropriate words to describe how thankful she was. However, Raymond explains that he did what he should. However, the lady explained that was not all she did because no one did what Raymond did for her husband. She knew the healer might not know how many clinics she had gowned so far. but all of them only told them off by saying they didn't have enough money, so they wouldn't even take a good look at him. However, thanks to Raymond, she doesn't have to lose her husband, so he is the savior of her family. The protagonist was answering her, but the child rushed at him and hugged him. This was the first time that he heard someone saying thanks to him. They were treated. He hugged the child and supposed this might be the joy of treating the patient. After some time, he went to Chief Lang's office, where he was shocked that Raymond had cured the patient. Chief Lang instructed him not to tell such a ridiculous lie because Raymond couldn't do that with those pathetic healing powers he had. It wasn't surprising for the protagonist that the chiefs didn't believe because this wasn't an illness that someone who is not even an F-rank healer like him could ever cure. Heal isn't an omnipotent power that can heal all diseases just by placing one's hand on the patient. On Leibniziana, healing was the one that boosted vitality. Raymond boosts vitality, and several useful healing effects will occur against various illnesses, but it is also useless against many other illnesses. The pus that the protagonist had treated would be useless no matter how much healing boosts one vitality. It wouldn't be treated unless the pus inside the abscess were extracted. It was not just the pus in the buttock, but there were too many problems with the Leibniziana treatment method. It was because they didn't research the treatment properly due to their over-reliance on heal. While he was indulged in his thoughts, the chief healer shouted that he would go himself and check the patient, which gave goosebumps to Raymond. On his way to check on the patient, Chief Lang looked back and clarified that if the protagonist lied, he would ensure he prepared the price for it, so he wanted him to be ready for it. After the chief left, the protagonist tried to calm himself because he didn't want to be scared since he didn't do anything wrong. Soon, several notifications appeared before him. Since completing his quest, he received 10 skill points and leveled up. He was notified that he would level up when he obtained the required skill points. Furthermore, as he leveled up, he could increase his stats, and after reaching level 40, he could upgrade his rank. Currently, his rank was Rookie Resident, and the protagonist wondered if his rank would go up the more he leveled up, which would be from Rookie to Trained Resident. In that case, since he was a resident at the time, he would level up a lot in the future, and could even become a specialist and professor. He wondered if he could level up in this manner. To commemorate the treatment of Raymond's first patient, he was given a special bonus, and his level was increased. Currently, he is on level 3. Suddenly, he looked at the remaining stat points and wondered if he got one more stat every time he leveled up. But he wondered what kind of numbers those were. He looked at the sense and supposed this might be something that helps with surgery, and intelligence seems to be an ability that uses the brain. Stamina is the ability that includes overall physical abilities like endurance, muscle strength, etc. If he possessed strong stamina, then it would be helpful and more advantageous when he treated the patient. Sense is the intricate ability that controls the physical body, so if he were more sensitive, he could perform the movements more delicately. Intelligence was the ability that allowed him to utilize his knowledge better, and the last ability wasn't revealed because he didn't fulfill the requirement. The protagonist was startled to look at the question marks, but he ignored it and put 2 stats points on his senses. He had a hard time just now when his hand didn't move as he wanted it during the operation on the abscess. Raymond blushed to think that if his progress continued at this rate, then he would slowly become an exceptional healer. Even with lousy talent that was not even F rank, he could climb higher and eventually become the best healer. He was smirking when suddenly Chief Lang opened the door and entered. The chief thought Raymond was lucky as the patient was cured by himself. Because the promise is a promise, he decided to give Raymond a chance. Later, he took Raymond to a medical relief station and informed him that he would give him 15 days to himself there and that he shouldn't count on his luck this time around. The protagonist took a peaceful breath since it was a good thing he came there because he needed to see patients level up. Since this was the closest place to an emergency room to use his medical knowledge. Soon, he bowed before them, wanted to be in their care, and introduced himself since he was Raymond, who had just joined the medical relief station. One of the healers kicked him since he was on their way, and the healer instructed him to go on the other side. He heard everyone gossiping that his healing power was even F rank, yet he wanted to treat patients. Everyone wondered why the protagonist was lurking around the medical relief station as they supposed he would have chosen out. One of the healers threw the cloth toward him and instructed him to stop lurking around the patient and do the cleaning. The protagonist knew that the problem was that he didn't think this place would even give him a chance to look at the patient. He knew that if he couldn't treat a patient within 15 days, His apprenticeship would get thrown out again, so he wanted to do something about this. The protagonist was worried because, at this rate, it wouldn't be 2 weeks, but more than a year before he saw another patient. So, instead of waiting for the apple to fall off the tree, he has to go pick up the apple himself. He looked at another student wiping the place, and his name was Hansen, a C-rank student who was not outstanding, but also not terrible. The protagonist grabbed his mop and asked if he was not scared. Hansen wondered what the senior was talking about. Hansen was uncomfortable with the protagonist like other students, but at least he was the kindest student who worked in the first aid station. The protagonist utters that Hansen seems busy, so he wants him to let him clean the first aid station from now on. This delighted Hansen, and he inquired if he would do that. Raymond explained that he felt bad for his junior, who was working while he was not doing anything. Hansen appreciated his senior consideration, but was reluctant to let him do the cleaning in his stead. The protagonist added that when other healers are not there, he would also take care of the patients, like wrapping bandages and applying medicinal herbs. However, this terrified Hansen because his seniors would be mad if they discovered that Raymond was treating patients. The protagonist knew what his junior was thinking, so he rambled that the healers all stay at their offices most of the time and visit only when there are patients so no one would know. Hansen knew that was true, but still, he was reluctant, so the protagonist acted as if he was disappointed. The protagonist rambled that if Hansen minded, he guessed he shouldn't do it and instructed him to pretend that he didn't mention it. Hansen refused and thought cleaning the first aid station was the hardest part, so the work would be easier without that responsibility. Hansen asked Raymond if he was going to do all the cleanup by himself. Raymond affirmed, and the next thing he had to do was level up. He started bandaging the patient, which caused his experience to keep going up. The patient thanked the healer, but the protagonist smiled and assured him that it was something that he had to do, so he shouldn't worry about it. He kept treating and caring for the patient, helping them get the medicinal herbs and wrapping their bandages, increasing his experience. However, with each task, the protagonist received 1 experience point and assumed it might be because those were easy tasks, but he remembered that a penny saved is a penny earned. It has been 3 days since the protagonist came to the first aid station, and he has finally reached the 4th level. The protagonist decided to use his remaining stats on senses because the sharper his senses are, the better he would be as a surgeon. Soon, he went to a patient and started treating it happily. He knew that if he kept stacking up his experience like this, he would someday become the best healer. Then, he could live in grandiose luxury once he became the best healer. He will also have a 5-story mansion with marble stones, eat juicy steaks, and drink the best quality wine before bed. Then, he would never find himself in an unfortunate situation again because of money, and he wouldn't have to be treated worse than the lowest of servants. Despite having been born into a noble family, he wouldn't have to live the most desolate life in the most luxurious place, only being able to envy others. Suddenly, the old lady called him and asked if he could do it standing up, too. The protagonist smiled, answered that he was fine, and assured her she would get better soon after he had applied the medicine. The old lady was glad to discover that he was handsome and kind too, and she had met so many healers, but Raymond was the nicest one yet. The protagonist refused and replied he should be nice because it would be upsetting to be sick and treated coldly. Raymond experienced that feeling when his mother was ill. The old lady thanked him and tried to recall if the person was Healer Lang, who treated her even though he was skilled, but he was so unkind that it made her feel bad. However, the protagonist comforts her now, and he laughs and replies that he should be nicer. Due to his warm and kind behavior, he attained the title of Kind Healer. His fame among the patients also increased, which earned him 5 skills points. The protagonist was delighted to receive more skills points and supposed this should help improve his surgeon skills. He looked at the old lady and bid his farewell. Soon, he looked at the first aid station situation, which was quite messy, and he supposed it was his cleaning turn now. He doesn't like cleaning the first aid station, but he made a promise to Hansen, so he had to fulfill it. The protagonist disposed of all the used bandages and started cleaning the floor. The stench of the blood was so strong that it made it unbearable for him to clean, so he wondered when he could clean it. He looked around, and no one was there to look at him, so he wondered if he shouldn't put too much effort into it. Leipzig doesn't prioritize cleanliness, and it doesn't seem like Hansen was trying that hard. However, he jolted away all those thoughts and reminded himself that a dirty environment is bad for the patients. This was basic medical knowledge. so he had to endure it even if it was a lot of work. He covered his hair and supposed he had to picture his luxurious future life to cheer himself up. So he started cleaning while thinking about having the juicy beef steak every day, and finally, he completely made the entire place spotless. He wiped the sweat from his forehead since that was a lot of work, so he supposed he should hire cleaners when he will be successful in the future. He grabbed his back and started moaning since his whole body hurt and wondered if it would be less tiring if he increased his stamina stat a bit. Abruptly, the list of notifications appeared about accomplishing hygiene improvement because he had cleaned the first aid center and received 10 skill points. He also showed great performance and received another 10 skill points, and he leveled up and was now at level 5. Furthermore, he was given the privilege of cleaning more efficiently and attaining 40 skill points to purchase skills at the market. The protagonist was delighted since he had leveled up and discovered skill purchases, so he wondered what skills he should buy. He could achieve active and passive skills and get a special favor for the first purchase. Unique skills currently available for purchase are Iron Man Strength, Surgeon Nimble Hands, and Wise Man Eyes. The protagonist was impressed, but soon, he was instructed to choose wisely because a special opportunity like this wouldn't come too often. They were all unique ranks, so the protagonist wanted to have all, but he had no other choice than to choose one from them. Suddenly, Hansen worriedly opened the door and announced it was an emergency case because the patient was throwing up blood. Hansen instructed the healers to hurry up and use heal because the patient's condition wasn't looking good. The protagonist was worried about the patient throwing up blood, as this was a bad condition because treating him with a healer of at least a rank would require a healer. Heal is a power that stimulates the life force, and stimulating the life force activates coagulation. However, effectiveness decreases in this situation where the bleeding is severe. Only Director Bucks has the A-rank healing power in Belland Clinic, and they only have a few B-rank healers there, so the protagonist is worried because the patient would die at this rate. However, the protagonist soon refuses it because, with medical technique and according to surgical knowledge, there is a method to operate surgery on this kind of patient. However, he can't do it as a beginner resident, so he thought it would be possible if he were a skilled resident. Soon, Chief Lang arrived and looked at the patient, who was again throwing up blood. Hansen affirmed and explained that Director Buck was treating the patient in the countryside. The patient again threw blood on Chief Lang, which pissed him off, and he instructed Hansen to send this patient back because there was nothing they could do right now. This worried the protagonist, and he rushed at the chief and thought they should at least use heal on him. Healer Lang inquired if he couldn't see that a heal wouldn't do much. But the protagonist thought with Healer Lang B's rank healing power, and it might be possible. Healer Lang furiously stared at him and inquired if he was trying to teach him right now. The protagonist was speechless, and Chief Lang reminded him that he was a failed student who couldn't even graduate as an apprentice after 5 years. Healer Lang pointed at the protagonist's shoulder and instructed him to treat the patient if he was worried about his illness. The protagonist wondered what he should do as there was a high chance of failure even if he stepped up. He would be blamed if something goes wrong with the patient, and if he gets kicked out of his apprentice position, it might create problems for him. Suddenly, a quest appeared to make him a compassionate healer. Its difficulty was high. He had to treat the patient with a condition above his skill level with a fierce will, and as a reward, his bonus level was up to double the normal, and he would receive 30 skill points. The protagonist smiled at the appearance of the sudden quest to treat this patient. He refused because he was trying to hold to this point with his teeth and nails, and it would be the end of something going wrong. Suddenly, the patient started coughing blood, and they asked him for help. However, Raymond ignored him because he could do nothing. This was beyond his abilities, but if no one stepped up, that patient would die. The protagonist wanted to think rationally about it because he couldn't save that patient even if he tried. So, it was smarter to care for patients more easily in the next 2 weeks and find another opportunity. However, the patient started coughing blood again, which made the protagonist curse his fate. Soon, he was notified that he had manifested a skillful iron heart, due to which he possessed an iron-like mind and strong heart. After this, suddenly, someone's voice entered his ear, and the man requested that he receive his request to practice medicine, and he solemnly pledged to consecrate his life to the services of humanity. The protagonist agreed as that was right, though it might be impossible, but he can't walk away from a dying patient. The protagonist inquired the chief healer if he could treat that patient. This shocked Chief Lang, and he asked what the protagonist had said. The protagonist clarified that if Lang permits him, he will try to treat this patient. Chief Lang supposed it seemed like he had gone crazy, so he should do as he pleased. However, he wanted Raymond to take responsibility for the result and wanted to see if his luck would help him this time, too. The protagonist wonders if he can do this, as performing the surgery alone is already hard enough. While he was indulged in his world, Hansen accosted him and inquired if he could help him with something. Hansen explained that he also didn't want to see this patient die. This relieved the protagonist because he also needed an assistant, and he grabbed Hansen's hands and thanked him for his help. However, Hansen wondered how his senior would treat this patient because it was impossible to heal at their level. The protagonist explained that he would save him through a different method instead of using his healing. Hansen wondered what kind of different method his senior was talking about. The protagonist answered that the situation was urgent, so he wanted to explain it later. But firstly, he wanted Hansen to prepare some things. Soon, Hansen explained that he boiled the knife in clean water and sanitized it with fire just like he told him, and he also brought thin thread that he sanitized with medicinal herbs. However, he wondered what Raymond was planning to do with these things. The protagonist assured him that he would find it when he saw it himself. Hansen explained that the patient was unconscious, though by using the hallucinogen, he put the patient to sleep and anesthetized him. The protagonist looked at the material and was glad he had prepared the catgut in advance. It was easy to get because it was the material used by the mages from the Magician Tower. The protagonist first sanitized the area, which startled Hansen, who inquired what his senior was trying to perform on that patient. The protagonist explained that this procedure is surgery, which starts with Hansen, as this term was new to him. When the protagonist incised the patient's abdomen, Hansen was shocked and worried, wondering what the senior was doing. The protagonist was also worried and could see fat, muscle, and blood. He only knew about cutting the abdomen open in his head, but seeing it personally, his mind went blank, and he wondered what he needed to do now. Suddenly, an iron heart was activated, which made his mind stronger, and Raymond kept motivating himself to do it and to be the best healer. He was neither a trash nor an insect, so he would become someone who received the awe of everyone one day. So, the protagonist decided to think about the wealth and honor he would obtain and started laughing cunningly. His mind became clear, so he knew that it was a median incision, and he needed to follow the knowledge of surgery. Meanwhile, Hansen felt nauseous and wondered what his senior was doing to the patient and if he should stop him right now. The protagonist hardly worked on the patient's recovery and wanted to do it at any cost. Hansen was stunned because this was his first time seeing Raymond's eyes like this, and he thought his senior was a meek and easy person. On the other side, the protagonist could see a yellow liquid leaking from the duodenum, so he ruled out its perforated duodenal ulcer. So he needed to ligate the artery and block the hole. Suddenly, he called Hansen and instructed him to lift the red orange, which worried him. He got scared at the thought of lifting it, and he started crying while lifting it. At the same time, the protagonist knows that he needs to cut out that perforated part with the knife. Suddenly, his hand movement was slightly restrained, and he cursed his fate. Although he knew what he needed to do in his head, his hand couldn't follow along, which worried him because, at this rate, the surgery would fail. He wanted to get himself back to normal and get a hold of himself, so he wondered what he should do, and he remembered something. He supposed he should buy the skill he was putting off, which was the surgeon's nimble hand. Although good stamina and amazing intelligence were important, the most important thing in the end was the ability to save the patient. So he purchased the skilled surgeon's nimble hand, and the bonus was also applied to it, so the minimum amount of points was consumed. The surgeon's nimble hand was a unique skill with proficiency D, and with this, he could obtain surgical skills that were beyond his abilities once a week, and the sense's stats will also be increased by 10. However, when the protagonist's proficiency increases, the cooldown effect is reduced, and his sense stats increase exponentially. Soon, he activated the skill, his senses increased, and his movement became finer. The protagonist was glad because the tips of his fingers had become sensitive. Although it is still awkward and unfamiliar, his hands have become more refined, and it feels like what Raymond lacks has now been given. The protagonist instructed Hansen to provide him with a thread, and he obediently concurred. The protagonist needs to tie the artery and stop the bleeding, and he is delighted because his fingers have become nimbler, so it's not hard. He just needed to close the hole in the duodenum wall, bring the omentum that connects to the stomach, and used the Graham patch to block the perforation. Then, he needed to sever the vagus nerve, which is related to gastric acid production. After wiping the gastric juice that contaminated the peritoneum with clean water, he finally closed the incision. He was notified that his first open abdominal surgery was successful, and it was the first ever surgery in the Lapentiana continent. With this, Raymond attained the achievement of the father of surgery, and he would be recorded as a pioneer by future generations. His attained achievement was high compared to his rank, but the acquired skill points had restrictions, and he received 100 skill points. His level was also up, and he achieved the status of a passionate healer, and 30 skill points were given again. His level was up again twice, and he was informed that he would obtain additional courage when he treated a patient beyond his abilities. The protagonist laughed, knelt, and started crying, which worried Hansen, and he inquired if Raymond was all right. The protagonist gladly rambles that he did it, and Hansen stands beside him and is surprised. Later, one of the healers informed Chief Lang that Raymond treated 2 patients who were vomiting blood. He furiously slammed the table and wondered how this was possible, but the healer assured him it was true. He didn't know what Raymond did, but the patient was no longer in critical condition and was now recovering. However, Chief Lang couldn't believe his word, so he rushed out to go there and confirm it himself. There was no way the person could treat patients with vomiting blood with the heels, which wasn't even F rank. Chief Lang opened the room door and saw the patient gladly conversing with Raymond, making him wonder how that was possible. The patient thanked the protagonist because he thanked him he was able to survive. The protagonist wants him not to worry and instructs him not to let his guard down and to be careful for the time being. Soon, Chief Healer entered the room and inquired if Director Bucks had healed him. The protagonist was startled by his sudden appearance, and Chief Lang inquired who had treated this patient because there was no way Raymond could have treated him with his skills. The protagonist clarified that he was the one who treated this patient, and this infuriated Healer Lang. He didn't want the protagonist to lie to him because there was no way that someone whose healing power was below F rank could treat such a critical patient. The protagonist clarified that he didn't use healing to treat this patient, which shocked Chief Healer Lang, and he wondered what he meant. Raymond thought he should make up a story for now and answered that he used medical techniques used in the ancient past to treat this patient. Chief Lang was shocked to learn about the medical method, and the protagonist was glad because he had prepared something for this time before. The story of a chance encounter after falling off the cliff as an excuse. The protagonist explains that a while ago, when he was doing an errand in the northern area, he lost his footing and fell off a cliff. Then, he coincidentally went to an ancient ruin and learned an ancient healing technique called the medical technique. Chief Lang couldn't believe Raymond wanted him to feel this ridiculous lie. This scared the protagonist as this method didn't work, but his yelling disturbed the patient as they were too noisy. The patient lifted the shirt, showed the scare of the incision to the healer, and wanted him to look at this as this was the evidence that healer Raymond had saved him. Chief Lang was shocked. And then the patient smiled as he remembered something about him. He pointed toward Lang and reminded him that he was the one who looked at him and instructed other healers to let him die. The patient angrily wanted to go toward the healer because healer Lang did not save him, but he also accused and framed the healer who saved him and remarked he should be ashamed. However, the protagonist requested the patient to stay because he couldn't get up, and the patient grabbed the pot containing his urine and threw it toward healer Lang. Chief Lang covered his face, but his whole body was covered with urine, and he could believe the patient threw the urine toward him. The patient furiously asked Chief Lang if he wanted to throw feces toward him, which scared him, so the patient encouraged him to get lost. After the chief ran away, the patient was still furious and wondered how to call himself a healer. Soon, he is mortified and apologizes to the protagonist for dirtying the room, but he assures the man it is all right. The protagonist smiled and thanked the patient because he was feeling much better. Even after he successfully saved the patient, the gossip regarding him didn't stop. Everyone started ridiculing him about the secret medical techniques and wondering what nonsense this was, and they assumed Raymond might be lucky and stopped the bleeding. The protagonist is gloomy even though he knows people's view of him wouldn't change just because he cured a patient with medical techniques. While cleaning the area, Hansen looked at him, approached him, and accosted him. However, soon, he said it was nothing, grabbed the mop, and uttered that, from now on, he would be cleaning the area. The protagonist tries to stop him and explains that he is supposed to do it. but Hansen refuses, saying that he is the one who should do it. The protagonist wonders if he is overthinking because, from what he sees, the way Hansen looks at him now is different. Soon, he refuses and gets scared, then turns and sees Chief Lang and supposes the way Lang looks at him is different. From the sneering look to the glare that wanted to kill him now, which was quite terrifying. He supposed he would have been at a loss for what to do if people had done that to him in the past, but interestingly, he doesn't feel anything now. The protagonist wants them to wait and see that when he eventually becomes the best healer, he will abuse his power everywhere in the Belland Clinic. Suddenly, Chief Lang approached the protagonist and wanted to talk to him about the medical technique he was talking about. The protagonist turned and wondered what it was, and he felt very uneasy about this. Chief Lang requested the protagonist to go to the Imperial Palace birthday festival, which will take place soon as a dispatch healer. The protagonist gets worried and wonders what he just said. Chief Lang clarified that he was asking him to go to an Imperial Palace festival and inquired what the matter was, as this was something that he should be honored. The birthday festival was the banquet commemorating the birth of the founding king, a mega Imperial Palace festival where all the nobles in the capital would be. It is a huge festival, so not even the Imperial Palace healer would be enough. Therefore, each clinic would send a healer there to be sent to the Imperial Palace festival, which means one's abilities have been recognized, so it was a huge honor for a healer. Chief Lang explained that, more importantly, since she is just an apprentice, only a promising apprentice gets a chance like this. Since he has cured a patient who vomited blood, Raymond earned the right to participate. The protagonist cursed his senior because he wasn't giving him an opportunity there, but he just wanted to screw him over. Because the Imperial Palace was like hell to him. The protagonist remembered himself being beaten up by his stepbrother and wondered why a filthy kid like him was born. They wanted Raymond to die and wondered why he was not dying even with this. It was like hell compared to his time in the Imperial Palace. The protagonist's life in Belland Clinic was like heaven. Because of Raymond, his father's reputation and dignity were sullied, and his nickname was Shadow Prince. While being bullied, he was thrown down where his father saw him, and he asked for his father's help, but he ignored him and turned away. Houston Kingdom was a country of chivalry that didn't acknowledge illegitimate children, and the only mistake the respected king had ever made. In that place, the protagonist made a filthy mistake that shouldn't exist. A horrid filth that sullies the king's majesty, and healer Lang wanted to send him to the Imperial Palace Festival. The protagonist inquires Chief Lang if he has to send him to the Imperial Palace Festival. Chief Lang wondered if Raymond didn't like this idea, so he instructed him to do as he wished because the fees for the apprentice would be solely up to him because he was the chief healer. This left the protagonist in deep thought, and he truly wanted to hit him, so he wondered if he should do it. However, soon, he was assigned the medical technique quest, which was the guardian of the banquet. With the notification, the quest description was that many people would gather during a banquet. Since there is no way to know what type of emergency may occur, his role as a healer is to finish the banquet without any casualties. Its difficulty was high, and the clear condition was that he had to finish the banquet without any death. The reward was that their bonus level would triple, and he would receive 30 skill points. The benefits were that he would get some goodwill and some fame. The protagonist wondered why the reward was so high since it was 3 times the reward he received for treating his first patient. However, what truly bothered the protagonist was the difficulty, and he wondered if there would be a serious medical emergency at the banquet or something. Chief Lang wondered what the protagonist would do and was sure he would not refuse, and the protagonist agreed. However, the protagonist requests that he permit him to take the official healer qualification examination once the banquet is over. Even when they are ridiculously unfair and foul, he is still at the Belland Clinic because he wants to take the healer qualification examination. The protagonist didn't want to go empty-handed to the kingdom, so wanted to take the examination at least. They don't even have F-rank healing powers, so Chief Lang wondered who he plans to take the qualification exam. However, the protagonist already has the answer and asks Chief Lang why he had just dispatched him to the kingdom, stating that he had more than enough qualifications. This infuriates Healer Lang, as he has no answer to stop the protagonist now. He remarked that he did very well and was instructed that it was only if he accomplished his objective that he returned to the banquet. This pleases the protagonist as he finally has permission to take the healer qualification exam. Then he planned to quit this stupid Belland Clinic as soon as he got his healer qualification, so it would be the last time he saw this rude chief healer's face. Later, the protagonist reached the palace and looked at it, as it had been 5 years since he had gone to the royal palace. He was about to cry and wondered if he should turn around as he didn't want to go inside. Since he was able to treat the patient who vomited blood last time, he was sure Lang wouldn't be able to kick him out even if he were to return. However, he was certain that Lang would bully him, but Lang would be considered cute compared to what he had to face in the palace. He wondered what he could do with an emergency patient whose healing power was F rank, and he was sure there would be more than enough skilled healers there. However, the protagonist was worried that if it was an emergency patient who did not respond to heal them, they could die. But the protagonist rushed away because he did not care because, from servants to royalty, every last one inside the palace treated him like trash. After covering a certain distance, he wondered why he should run away when he didn't even do anything wrong. Raymond wasn't born as an illegitimate child because he wished for it. The person at fault is his father, the king, and Raymond is simply a victim. If it were like before, he wouldn't hesitate twice about running away. But he did not want to forsake the patients who needed his help. So he thought he shouldn't avoid this because he was going to the kingdom, but he was going to the patients. Soon, he was notified that Raymond had decided to face his fear for the patient's sake, and Heart of Steel reacted to his thoughtfulness. Its proficiency was temporarily increased to a level, which will remain until the end of the banquet. The protagonist was glad because he was becoming surprisingly calm and not scared, so he wondered if this was like having an A-rank proficiency. The protagonist smiled voraciously and didn't want to be discouraged as they didn't know if he managed to save a high noble and could be rewarded handsomely. The protagonist started browsing the skill market to purchase useful skills before entering the banquet. The protagonist could purchase any skill with his skill points, but there were some restrictions due to his low job rank. The skills available for the purchase were 3 passive skills and 5 attribute skills. The protagonist selected the attribute skills, which include the basic D rank flame magic and water magic, wind magic, lightning, and earth magic. The Prot 6 Gayonist was stunned to discover he could learn magic with skill points. Magic is a tool with infinite possibilities for humanity, so he was instructed to understand it and use it as a healing tool to treat patients. The protagonist was amazed, wondering if he would be lucky and become more powerful than regular mages. But firstly, he wanted to check the attributes and skills available for purchase, including the method of becoming a friendly doctor, efficient medical records, and the technique of handling mean people. Because the protagonist was low level, nothing was outstanding, so he decided to purchase the method to handle mean people since there were a lot of them among nobles. He used 30 skill points, purchased that skill, and was notified that with this skill, he could handle mean people when he came across them easily. This delighted the protagonist. He excitedly thought of entering the banquet. Meanwhile, inside the banquet, the people were cheering. They lifted the Royal Majesty King's name on high and cheered for the King of the Knights. The people thought there was no one greater than the king, and it was all thanks to him that the Houghton Kingdom could become this advanced. The protagonist knew that everyone praised the king, an outstanding knight and commander in battle, and a politician who thought of his people. The king was the monarch who received the respect of the nobles, and no one could mock the great king, which is why they spoke badly of Raymond. If it weren't for that illegitimate child, the king would be flawless and wonder why such a kid was even born. The people were gossiping that it had been 5 years since the Shadow Prince had left the palace, and were pleased since it was a good thing that he had left on his own. The nobles were so happy they didn't have to see that trash child in the palace. They also heard that the Shadow Prince's healing power is useless, and he is still an apprentice. Suddenly, one of the nobles looked at the side and saw the protagonist, and then he inquired if the young man in the corner wasn't the Shadow Prince. Other nobles didn't agree and were sure it was someone else, but the first man was certain of Raymond and instructed them to look at his face. The protagonist didn't bother them and was happy because the A-rank Heart of Steel was effective. Raymond used to be discouraged just by receiving glances, but it didn't affect him at all that day. He looked in the mirror and thought his good looks exuded brilliance that day. The protagonist wanted to increase his Heart of Steel to a rank proficiency to face these remarks. Soon, he was at the center of all the healers, and he looked to the side and saw Princess Sophia. Her gaze as if she is looking at the bug still doesn't change, but compared to other princes, it's like a teenage girl being upset. Though she doesn't bully him atrociously, she doesn't do that because she doesn't have the strength to. Like the first queen, her health wasn't very good, and her complexion was still pale, so he guessed she was still unhealthy. However, suddenly, the protagonist was scared as he heard someone asking who he was, and if it was their rotten lemon. The protagonist recognized this voice and started trembling, as this was the fourth Prince Sadal, and he supposed it had been a long time since he had seen their lemon. He remembered Prince Sadal abusing him for being a lowly trash who didn't deserve to live. He kept hitting him and found it unbelievable that the protagonist was still alive. He wanted to see how long he would last. The remaining scars on his body still throb, and he can't move like a mouse before a serpent. Prince Sadal approached him and asked why he wasn't answering, and if he dared to ignore royalty now. This startled the protagonist, and Sadal remarks that he is such filthy trash that he dares to forget the prince. Suddenly, the Heart of Steel was activated, which enabled him to overcome unjust fear and have a sturdy will. Soon, his opponent was identified as a man, and a warning appeared. The opponent was recognized as a very high level, so the skilled method to handle mean people was activated. The protagonist fiercely stared at him, and soon, he greeted the Houston Kingdom's great fourth prince. Prince Sadal wondered why the protagonist was not scared. He used to be so frightened that he couldn't say anything to him. This infuriated the prince, and he grabbed the drink. But before he could speak, the protagonist asked what brought him there. This shocked the prince, and the protagonist clarified that this was where the healer resided, so he supposed that the prince might be there because he was feeling unwell. Prince Sadal was shocked, wondering what was up with this person, and he clarified that he was not unwell, which relieved Raymond. Since the prince wasn't feeling unwell, the protagonist clarified that the main hall was that way, so he should go and enjoy the banquet. The prince was furious and wanted to say something, but the protagonist looked at the other side and saw a patient falling from dizziness. He rushed toward the count, grabbed his arm, and inquired if he was all right, which shocked Prince Sadal. The protagonist gladly told him that he had come to the right place and instructed him to come here for treatment if he felt unwell during the banquet, because that was what this place was for, which amazed the count as he didn't know. Suddenly, he saw the prince there and inquired why the royal highness was still there and if something was wrong. Prince Sadal realized that the protagonist was trying to kick him out, so he coughed and answered that he was there because he was unwell. This worried the protagonist, and he inquired how he felt unwell. Prince Sadal explained that he had been feeling tired lately and had no energy. Raymond asked if he had any other symptoms, and Sadal refused. Sadal laughed cunningly because healers find these vague symptoms the most difficult to deal with, so he wanted to see how Raymond would handle this. Sadal wanted to use this as an excuse to destroy Raymond if he didn't explain it well. But the protagonist sighed and explained that it was alcohol poisoning, which shocked Sadal. He inquires the prince if he is still drinking alcohol every single day, which leaves him speechless. The protagonist started explaining that too much alcohol disturbs the body's inner functions. That seems to be the cause of his tiredness, so he instructs the prince to hold back on the alcohol and requests him to take care of his precious body, which mortifies Sadal. Prince Sadal cursed him and wondered why he kept saying the right things as he didn't have any comeback. The protagonist then asks if something else is ailing him, and Sadal refuses. So, Raymond instructed him to enjoy his banquet and avoid alcohol consumption. Sadal furiously cursed the protagonist and wondered why he was not scared when talking to him, as he wasn't like this before. Since the protagonist got rid of the mean person, he was given 5 bonus points, and the system recommended he should focus on treating patients instead of being disturbed by rude customers in the future. The protagonist is pleased since he deals with that bully so calmly, and he supposes he is right to buy that skill because he is scared of Sadal. The protagonist realized Sadal was stupid, not eloquent, and had nothing to fear. He looked at Sadal and smirked, and he bet that his brain was made of pasta noodles and that he was just a little sea anemone. Princess Sophia saw him and inquired what he was doing, and Raymond greeted the royal princess. Princess Sophia was amazed that the protagonist had changed a lot. He used to be like some ugly rat. The protagonist recalled the past and wondered if that was an insult, but refused since it was in the past tense. He supposed that meant it was not an insult now. The protagonist laughed and remarked that she was the same as before. Princess Sophia wondered if he meant her personality was just as bad as before, but he refused and clarified that he meant she was as beautiful as before. The protagonist was amazed that she quickly understood the real meaning behind his conversation. Whatever the truth was, she clarified that she came to rest because she wasn't feeling well. but she guessed she would leave. The protagonist asked what was bothering her, but she said it was nothing and explained that she didn't have time to rest because the speech was soon over. However, the protagonist wanted her to relax before going because she didn't look too well. However, the princess uttered this was none of Raymond's business, as he is not even a proper healer yet, so she was sure he wouldn't know and left. The protagonist realizes she is just as mean and rude as ever, but it is tolerable because she is like that to everyone. Soon, she stepped on the stage, and everyone cheered for the royal princess. Princess Sophia expressed her deep gratitude to all of them there for her birthday celebration. She was there to give them her congratulatory message on this joyous day, but she suddenly felt unwell. The protagonist wondered what it was as something felt slightly off. The princess first wanted to pray for the eternal glory of the Houston Kingdom, but she moved her hand to the chest and knelt because of excruciating pain. This worries all of them, and suddenly, the princess becomes unconscious, and everyone gathers around her, trying to wake her up. The count instructed the healers to hurry up and start treating the princess, and the protagonist was worried to see this all. He cursed it since Princess Sophia was the main character of the quest that he had to fulfill. The man again shouted and instructed the healers to use healing quickly, but none stepped in. Suddenly, one of the healers approached the princess and started using healing on her, but there was no improvement. The protagonist worries because even a rank healer is ineffective and wonders what to do. Things might be different if she were just a normal patient, but she is a princess, so if Raymond gets involved and fails to cure her, he will be punished terribly. He wonders if he should act like he doesn't see this, as it is not like he is in a good relationship with her. He affirms and thinks that if he just does nothing, then no one would make an apprentice like this take responsibility. He finally got a new ability and started to dream, so there was no need for him to let his life end unfairly. He recalled what the princess said that he had changed a lot and turned away, but he refused as he hadn't heard her apology properly, so he didn't want her to die like this. Even if she were to die, he tried to get her to apologize for all the wrongs she did to him before she died. He uttered that he would treat the princess, which gathered everyone's attention. The healer gets furious, wondering how dare an apprentice say that, and instructs him to get lost and not get in their way. The protagonist rushed toward the princess, apologized to them as they were out of time, and requested they step aside. He was notified that he had decided to treat an emergency patient despite being in a tough situation, strengthening the effect of the Heart of Steel. Everyone tried to stop him, but the protagonist pushed them and rushed toward the princess. The healers were worried, wondering what he was doing, and the protagonist requested they trust him. Otherwise, the princess would die. The protagonist was concerned because there was no pulse in her carotid artery, so he started checking her radial pulse and concluded this was a sudden cardiac arrest. In such cases, healing wouldn't be of much help right away, so he needed to get her blood circulation from her heart smoothly. He puts his hand on her chest and starts compressing it, which worries everyone, and they wonder what he is doing. They wondered what he was doing to the precious body of the princess without knowing that what he was performing was CPR used in a medical emergency. The protagonist requested them to wait for a moment as he was doing this to save her. One of the healers instructed them to get that lunatic away from the princess, but the king arrived and instructed them to wait for a minute. They were worried and wondered why the king was giving such orders, which could be fatal for the princess. The king looked at the protagonist and asked the healers if they could save the princess with healing. All the healers were speechless, as they had already tried their best to save her but failed. Since that was the case, the king supposed they had no choice but to wait. Meanwhile, the protagonist wondered why the pulse in her heart was not coming back and was worried because, at this rate, she would die. Meanwhile, everyone was wondering what Raymond was doing and if he was hitting the princess, and they were certain that she would die at that rate. However, the protagonist ignored them and kept giving compression to start the heart circulation, and was worried because, at this rate, he would get into danger. Soon, he calmed himself down as he needed to think of a way to do this, and he supposed that if CPR didn't work, then the other thing he could do was shock. However, he wondered where he could find a defibrillator as this place is the La Pentena, so he started thinking of something that could replace the defibrillator. Suddenly, he remembered something and opened his status window, purchasing the secondary skill and the lightning magic. He was notified that he had purchased D-rank lighting magic and consumed 80 skill points. Its description soon appeared, and he was informed that he could use lightning magic. The higher his proficiency, the more proficient he will be in using stronger lightning magic. He changed his hand position, one below her right collarbone and the other on her left armpit, and he used lightning. This worried the count, so he pushed him away, grabbed his sword, and inquired what he had just done. He wondered how he dared to attack the princess, who was in a critical state with lightning, and put the sword on his neck as he was assaulting the imperial family. The protagonist clarified that it was not as if he was trying to harm her, but he did that to save her and clarified that he was speaking the truth. The king instructed the healer to check the princess's condition, and the healer immediately checked her pulse and was shocked as the princess's heart started to beat again. Everyone was shocked and wondering how this happened, as it was unbelievable that he did that without using heal. The count pulled his sword, and the protagonist sighed as he was relieved. The king approached him and inquired what he had just done, which shocked him. The protagonist explained that after he examined the princess's condition, he thought it impossible to help her without healing and tried another treatment method. This shocked the king, and the protagonist wondered why he was looking at him like that and if he was having any weird misunderstandings. However, the king went away, announced that the banquet was over, and instructed Raymond to be on standby until he summoned him again. This shocked the protagonist, and he wondered why the king intended to summon him again. They finally meet after 5 years, and the protagonist wonders what he wants to say. The first time he met his father was after his mother died of an illness when he was starving to death in the slums all alone. The king looked at his condition and his dead mother, and the count rushed to his mother, supposing she might be dead for a while. The protagonist looked at them and wondered who they were, and the healer took his pulse and clarified that if this child didn't receive the highest level of healing now, he wouldn't survive. The king picked up the protagonist and took him to the palace, shocking everyone there. Soon, he handed Raymond to the healer, who was shocked, and the king instructed him to save the child. That was the first and last time he heard his father's warm voice, but after he survived, he could not talk to him at all before leaving the imperial palace. Because he was an illegitimate child who must not exist, he always thought of this as he was abused terribly in the imperial palace. So he supposed his father should have just left him to die. If he had not done that, then he wouldn't have experienced such suffering. Soon, the protagonist is informed that he has completed his quest as the banquet's guardian, received rewards, increased his level, and obtained 30 skill points. The protagonist is glad to receive the quest reward as he has forgotten all about it. Then, he achieved the title that he was the one who had saved a noble person and was given a bonus level, so he was given 30 bonus skill points. The special benefit that he received was that his reputation had increased. The protagonist was pleased that getting involved in this mess was worth it, as he leveled up 4 times and got 60 skill points. At that moment, he was not even worried about his father. But then he corrected himself as he wasn't his father and just a king, so he did not care what the king said. He was proud to be the one who saved Princess Sophia, so he wanted to get the best reward from the king for saving the princess. He tried to get everything out of the king to save his beloved daughter. Later, the king accosted him, and he greeted the king and introduced himself as Raymond, the king's lowly servant. The king inquired about the protagonist since he said he used a treatment method different from healing. The protagonist affirmed and clarified that it's a mysterious technique known as a medical technique. It was an ancient secret technique that he learned when he visited an ancient ruin, and this was the lie that Raymond prepared for such a time. There are many ancient ruins in the Lapentana continent, and people have often gained mysterious abilities while exploring them. Regarding ancient Lapentana, many techniques that are even more advanced than those of the modern world have yet to be discovered. So it wouldn't sound strange even if Raymond said there are other treatment methods besides healing. The man beside the king agreed that ancient ruins have ancient knowledge that was lost over time, but he thought for a while since he said it was a medical technique, and the protagonist affirmed. Whatever the method was, Princess Sophia was recovered because of it. So, the king recognized what Raymond did and rewarded him, which pleased the protagonist as that was what he was waiting for. The king asked him what he wanted and clarified that if he wished to treasures, he would bestow wealth upon him so he didn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. The protagonist is amazed when the king thinks he has taken money as his reward because he can earn more than enough money after becoming a successful healer. So, he wanted a reward that only the king could give to do what he wanted. The protagonist utters that he is a healer, so the only thing important to him is to look after patients. He doesn't need treasure, which shocks everyone, and the healer is amazed to know that Raymond is an amazing young man. The healer never thought he would still be thinking of patients in front of such an amazing opportunity and assumed he was a true healer of this era. The Count was shocked that an illegitimate child had such pure and noble thoughts. However, the protagonist thinks it is a pile of complete rubbish because money is king, so he needs to set this bait to get what he wants. However, he rambled that he needed something and explained that he wished to work hard for the rest of his life to save patients. So, he hoped the king could guarantee that he could do that for his patients. This stunned the king, who inquired if Raymond was asking him to guarantee that he could treat patients using medical techniques. The protagonist affirmed and requested the king recognize the medical technique as an official treatment method. The protagonist knew that the existing healers would eventually retaliate against him if he kept using medical techniques. In the worst case, they would say it was sorcery, and the healer tower might ban it. If he wants to use medical techniques without the healing tower getting in the way, he needed the king's recognition, so he tried to get it right now, and the king ultimately agreed to his request. The king clarified that he could not recognize the treatment method that saved the princess. In the name of Odin D. Houston, he recognized the medical technique as an official treatment method. This pleased the protagonist, but this wasn't enough. This was just an appetizer, as he still wanted one more thing. Then he explained that he had one more request, and he had said before that he didn't want gold or silver. However, he wanted to live with the honor of being a healer. The king wondered what Raymond meant by the honor of the healer. The protagonist explained that if His Majesty allowed it, he should bestow him the Medal of the Bringer. The king was shocked, and everyone started gossiping about Raymond, talking about that Medal of Bringer, which is the order given to those who achieve imperial merit. What shocked them was that it was just the Medal of Honor without any reward. They never thought Raymond would demand only the Medal of Honor and decline other rewards when he treated the princess. The Count was shocked because he thought Raymond was just a dirty, illegitimate child. But as a healer, he was a very innocent and amazing person. The protagonist is notified that his fame is increased because people are touched by his heart toward the sick. The protagonist laughed to know that everyone was feeling touched because, in reality, that all was a misunderstanding. The protagonist was amazed that everyone thought he would want a reward with no value. However, they didn't realize that if he got the Medal of Bringer, then he could get an honorary knighthood. Although it's a signal win with no authority, he could also become noble, and becoming noble was the sweetest and best reward he could receive through this opportunity. The king inquired if the medal would be enough for him as he could demand more. The protagonist affirmed and explained that he did what he should do as a healer, so he doesn't need any other reward because the medal is more than enough. All the nobles were pleased to hear his decision and were praising him, so he was notified that his fame had increased. The king agreed to bestow Raymond with the Medal of Bringer. Raymond thanked the king. While leaving, the protagonist is delighted, and the king looks at him from the castle. The king man remarked that Raymond had changed a lot and that he was unrecognizable. However, the king utters that he didn't know Raymond was the child who could speak with conviction. He looked like a pitiful kid close to death when he first saw him. When his man discovers that the child's condition is severe and that he needs high-level healing, the king grabs him. His man was shocked, wondering what His Majesty was doing. The king explained that he would take him to the royal palace and get him treated by the best healer. However, Galman was worried because if the king took the protagonist to the royal palace, it would be known that the king had an illegitimate child. But this wasn't convincing for the king as he didn't want to let the child die of starvation. Prime Minister Galman explained that the child's mother left after finding out who His Majesty was, and she didn't even contact the royal palace until she died. Instead of her child tarnishing the king's dignity, she thought it would be better that Raymond die of hunger. The king looked at Galman and clarified that he had decided what to do, so he shouldn't interfere. To not tarnish his dignity by letting this illegitimate child live, there mustn't be a time when he protected that child with his personal feelings. No matter the situation, His Majesty's decision wasn't wrong because people didn't ridicule him since someone else was easier to ridicule. Galman knew that if Raymond were an illegitimate child of a countryside noble, he wouldn't have to receive such pain. Galman was relieved and wondered if it was because of heaven, but it seemed like he had mastered a mysterious technique called medical techniques. He thought the effect of it was similar to mid-grade healing, and if it was at that level, Galman was certain Raymond had no problem sustaining himself. Obtaining a proper job for an illegitimate child was not easy, so being able to sustain himself is a huge achievement. The king thought for a while but didn't reply, turned, and left to rest. Meanwhile, the protagonist proudly entered Belen's clinic, and one of the healers approached him as he heard that Raymond had brought the Medal of Bringer. He asked if it was right and started talking to him with respect. The protagonist was glad, as being the noble was surely nice, but he never thought that healers who thought Raymond was trash were being careful around them. Even Chief Lang was also being careful around him. The protagonist requested Chief Lang to tell him if there was a reason that would not allow him to take the healer qualification test. Chief Lang obediently answered him that he didn't think there was any and respectively accosted him as Sir. The protagonist intentionally said he didn't hear what Healer Lang said and requested that he repeat it. Chief Lang slowly accosted him as Sir Raymond, but the protagonist apologized and asked what he said because his voice was soft. So Lang repeated again, and the protagonist was astounded and rambled that he was not sure if what he said was part of royal etiquette. Lang apologized and assured him that he would rectify it. The protagonist clarified that he would appreciate it if Healer Lang would greet him next time with those etiquettes and his title. After this, Chief Healer Lang repeatedly greets the protagonist by accosting him with the title of Sir. The protagonist was excited because no matter how often he heard this sweet title, he didn't get tired of it. He wondered if he should make an example out of people who harassed him. However, the protagonist knows he can't because he is only noble in name and has no power or authority. If he went for the revenge recklessly, he would have to face some consequences, so he wanted to be satisfied with this. But there were more important things to do. Soon, he approached one of the healers and asked if he could look at the patient, and the healer was reluctant. The protagonist forcibly decided to look at the patient and was certain he would be able to treat this patient better. He wanted to use the time when healers didn't treat him recklessly to treat as many patients as possible. Due to his hard work, the protagonist attained many experience points and leveled up several times. Suddenly, one of the healers asked him if he had heard he brought the Medal of Bringer instead of money, but he saw that Raymond was still working hard as he usually does. They supposed he was not arrogant, but was even more generous than before. Hansen also heard his senior being praised and was glad. Meanwhile, the protagonist is busy gaining experience, and his fame increases due to his kind treatment. He has touched the hearts of many patients, so he received more skill points, and his status window appeared, and he received 25 experience points and level 15. The protagonist was glad since he was at level 15, and his stats had also increased, so he wanted to reach level 40 and increase his class rank quickly. Suddenly, the emergency patient driver, whose abdomen has been penetrated with a knife. This worried the protagonist, and he went where the patient was and wondered if it were a pierced abdomen. Even though it would take some time, even if the patient received a B-ranked heal, he would live. The protagonist supposed that Lang had to work hard for a couple of days, but he was startled as Lang stared at the patient. Raymond wondered why he wasn't doing anything because that patient was not difficult to treat and heal. The man was stabbed and was holding his bleeding site, and he wondered where the information had leaked from. A few days ago in August County, the man was glad the banquet this time round, and he heard His Majesty also give him a medal. The Count wondered if the man was talking about Raymond and explained that he might be acting as a healer, but he does deserve the title of prince. They had 3 princes in the Houston Kingdom, and it was already a fierce fight for power with just the 3 of them. Count August, a loyal supporter of the 3rd Prince Limerton, and his companion discussed the political situation. They agreed that the 2nd Prince, Kyan, was the most likely candidate to ascend the throne. This was why they deemed their mission to deliver this crucial information to the 3rd Prince of utmost importance. Aware that the 2nd Prince was keeping a close watch, they emphasized the need for Clearin to disguise himself and reach the designated location undetected. This was not just a simple robbery, as the man who attacked Clearin in disguise was an assassin sent by the 2nd Prince. He barely lost him, but he was bleeding too much. Fortunately, the Belland clinic was nearby. He supposed that Director Bucks, and a rank healer, should be able to treat his wound. Finally, he arrived. The Belland clinic was delighted as he did it, and he survived the worst time. All the healers were shocked to see him, and Clearin requested everyone help him. The healers announced that an emergency patient with a pierced abdomen had arrived, so they wanted to tell Chief Lang about this. Clearin sighed and supposed he was not fated to die there as the chief healer would save him. Later, Chief Lang arrived and stared at him, wondering why he was a beggar there. He clarified to the healers that they couldn't have a beggar like him coming into their clinic. He needs to stick by the side of a patient like this for a few days to help him recover from an injury like this. The healers were trying to heal him, and Lang instructed them that they would only lose money treating him, so he wanted them to send him to the white clinic that treats poor commoners. This startled the healer and Clearin, who was lying injured. He furiously sat despite his worst condition and wanted him to wait a minute and explain who he was. However, soon he started coughing, and he explained that he was August's family. Before he could reveal his true identity, he started coughing again, which disgusted Chief Lang. He couldn't believe that a beggar like him dared to think of coming to the Belland clinic. The protagonist accosted healer Lang and wanted him to wait for a minute. He explained that there weren't any healers at the white clinic capable of helping him, so if they send him away, then he will die. This indulges Chief Lang in the thought, and he remarked that if Raymond was worried about him, he should treat this patient himself. He mocked and remarked that if Raymond were skilled enough to solve the problem, this would be a piece of cake for him. After hearing this, all the healers started gossiping about how Raymond had acted up after receiving a medal. They wondered why he was so quiet this time and assumed that Raymond might be just lucky. Everyone thought that medical technique was just something that only works in certain cases. The protagonist was reluctant because his current rank, Rookie's Residence, wasn't good enough to save this patient. This case needs a specialist, or at least the level of a chief resident. It's as per what they say that he is not skilled enough to treat someone severely injured. Lang stared at the protagonist's resistant self and cunningly rambled that if he can't do it, then he should send him away himself. He instructed Raymond to send the patient to the white clinic himself so that everyone could see his friendliness, which is famous among patients. The protagonist is annoyed and asks Chief Lang if he isn't ashamed of himself because this patient is someone that he can save as the chief healer. However, healer Lang only cares a little about it and explains that the clinic is a place that earns money and is not a charity that heals poor people for free. This leaves the protagonist speechless because he aims to become the best healer and enjoy wealth. He concurred that he is a materialistic person who chose the path of a healer to earn money. Getting involved now would be foolish, so he thought standing down would be wise, and he obediently answered that he understood. However, a healer shouldn't stand down in the face of a patient dying, so he volunteered to tear this patient down. With this, he was notified that the heart of steel appeared in his will to save the patient, and he had obtained a solid will and a steel-like determination. Chief Lang smirked and inquired if he was talking about the medical techniques that saved the princess. He clarified that if he failed, which meant he just got lucky in saving the princes, he would expose Raymond for brazenly lying to the king. He accosts the protagonist with his title and utters that he should brace himself for that punishment and leave. The protagonist looked at the patient's deteriorating condition and wondered if he could do this. He knew that if he failed, he would lose what he had done in the imperial palace and might suffer a backlash. Suddenly, he was startled as someone asked him if he could help Raymond with something, and the protagonist looked around and saw Hansen beside himself. Hansen remembered how he had helped Raymond previously, so he supposed two would be better than one. He assured the protagonist that he wouldn't disturb him if he didn't need any help. The protagonist refused what he said, explained that he certainly needed his help, and thanked him in advance for helping him. The protagonist was glad he was not alone and could do it as he had done the previous time. The protagonist instructed him to boil water for sterilization, heat the needle with fire, and ensure the surgery area was as clean as possible. Hansen affirmed and rushed to prepare everything. Soon, they were at the surgery area. The protagonist supposed it would be best if they could do a blood transfusion before the surgery. However, Lapentana still needs the tools or techniques to perform blood transfusions. So he knew that he needed to insert liquid to maintain his vital first. Then he would make it a priority to stop the bleeding with surgery. He activated his surgeon's nimble hands, which increased his sense, and he focused on his patient. He grabbed the knife, placed it on the patient's abdomen to make the incision, and did everything quickly. He wondered if this was because his sense stats were almost doubled compared to when he did his previous surgery, but he was able to cut his abdomen open much more smoothly. Meanwhile, Hansen was a bit flustered as he wasn't used to seeing surgery, and suddenly, he looked at Raymond and was shocked as the blood sprouted out of the patient's abdomen. Hansen was worried as the blood within the abdomen cavity was starting to surge out, and he had never seen so much bleeding before. He accosted Raymond with his title and inquired if it was okay as there was so much bleeding. The protagonist is also worried because the blood is blocking his vision, and he can't find where the bleeding is occurring, so he wonders what he should do. Hansen approached him, but the protagonist didn't hear, so he got close to him, called him again, and inquired what he should do and if there was anything he could assist with. The protagonist got back to his senses and realized that he had Hansen there, and he instructed Hansen to wipe the blood away with the clothes they disinfected earlier. This worried Hansen, but he obediently affirmed, grabbed the cloth, and started wiping the blood. This relaxed the protagonist a bit, even though it was temporary, but he could see again. He finally found the cause as he saw the mesentery and concluded that the blade was passing through the mesentery and causing bleeding from behind within. The protagonist thought that if it was only one vein, he could stop the blood by tying it, but there were too many damaged veins. In such a scenario, he should cauterize all of the veins at once, but it was impossible to stop the bleeding without a bovie, an electrosurgical unit. He wondered what he should do and if there was anything he could use instead, and Hansen called him. Suddenly, Raymond remembered he had magic and decided to browse the market and purchase skills. He was looking at basic flame magic. Thus, he purchased basic D rank flame magic using his 80 skill points. After using it, what bothered him was whether he could control the range of the flame magic properly, as he was worried about burning him all over. Since his intellect was higher than the rank of magic, he was trying to use his ability to control magic increases. The protagonist was startled as his intellect was higher, and he thought his stats would only increase based on medical technique. But it also assisted with using magic, so he supposed it was good that he leveled up his stats. He started controlling the intensity of the fire and tried to make it as gentle as possible so that it wouldn't harm the patient's organs. However, as the protagonist moves his hand near the patient, Hansen is stunned to learn that Raymond knows how to use magic. Soon, the protagonist is done, and even though it didn't stop the bleeding completely, it decreased significantly. So now he could tie the bigger veins to stop their bleeding and instructed Hansen to hand him thread. Soon, he started tying the vein and gladly said he was done, as all the bleeding had stopped. After this, Hansen asks the protagonist if he used magic earlier, which annoys him as he forgets about Hansen. The protagonist explains that it is just a small hobby, which stunned Hansen as his senior learned magic as a hobby. The protagonist explains that he was researching an ancient ruin and happened to obtain magic abilities as well. Hansen was truly curious about where these ancient ruins were, and he kept talking about them whenever someone asked a question. The protagonist already had an answer to that question, and he replied that it collapsed as soon as he came out, so he didn't think anyone could go inside there anymore. Hansen wondered if Raymond was muttering gibberish because he didn't want to tell him. He felt that if it were him, he wouldn't want anyone else to obtain such abilities either. The protagonist reminded him that this is unimportant because they need to continue the treatment, and Hansen affirmed. All that was left to do was to cleanse, repair the mesentery, and do a few other minor treatments, and he was relieved that the knife didn't puncture any deeper. Hansen thought he was peculiar because he felt he had no potential or talent, but there he was, accomplished by the kingdom and with strange abilities. No matter what Raymond's methods are, it's obvious that his medical techniques can save those patients who do not take to heal. Hansen wondered about the fundamentals of ancient healing techniques and asked if he could learn them because they seemed much more effective than healing. He was sure that Raymond would refuse if he asked, as he wouldn't tell him the location of the ancient ruins. Soon, the protagonist closed the incision site and was notified that he had saved a dying patient above his rank, so the additional experience was rewarded. He leveled up and acquired 30 skill points on this remarkable achievement. Hansen saw the protagonist standing still and inquired if it was over. The protagonist gladly looked at him and thanked him for his help because they saved another patient thanks to his help. The protagonist clarified that it would have been impossible without Hansen's help to save them last time and this time. Hansen was dumbfounded and supposed he was peculiar as he wasn't expecting such a response. After some time, the patient becomes conscious and moans with pain, and the protagonist is glad to see him awake. Clearin inquired if this place was the White Clinic, but Raymond smiled and refused, as this was the Belland Clinic. He explained that his wound was too severe, so they needed to treat him immediately. However, Clearin recalled that Healer Lang refused to treat him and sent him to the White Clinic. Soon, Count August entered the room, worriedly accosted Clearin, and was glad to see his son alive. The protagonist was astounded to see Count August there, and Hansen was dumbfounded, as that man was the great noble of the South. Furthermore, the patient they treated was the son of Count August, which further startled Hansen. Soon, Clearin accosted his father, and Count August was good, as the Belland clinic was amazing. Even though their fees were expensive, their skills were guaranteed. He excitedly asked his son if Director Buck had saved him or Chief Healer Lang, but whoever he was, he wanted to reward them handsomely. Clearin was explaining the situation, but suddenly, Hansen stepped forward. He explained that the man who saved the young master was this man, and he pointed toward Raymond. This shocked them, as the Shadow Prince who saved the princess at the palace also saved his son. Hansen explained that Chief Healer Lang refused to treat Clearin and told them to send him to the White Clinic, but his senior took the risk and saved his son. Count August was stunned to know the Chief Healer refused to treat his son and wondered why he would do that. Clearin explained that Lang might have assumed he was a homeless man judging from his appearance, and he probably thought he couldn't afford to pay the treatment fees. This annoyed Count August, and he furiously wondered how that mere Chief Healer could do that. Meanwhile, the Chief Healer was delighted to learn that Count August had arrived at their clinic. He asked the healer why he hadn't told him earlier and rushed out because such a great noble was visiting their clinic. Then, it was obvious that the Chief Healer should go and greet them. On his way, he wondered why there was such a great noble at their clinic and if he had someone he knew among their patient. He believes they admitted any nobles recently, and he finally reached the place. He entered the room, apologized for his lateness, and greeted his precious guest. He gladly informed them that his name was Lang, the Chief Healer of the Belland Clinic, but he was shocked to see Raymond there. Count August was strange furiously at Lang and asked if he was the Lang who left his son to die, which left him speechless. Chief Lang wondered what kind of nonsense this was as to why he would let the Count's son die. Then he looked at the person next to the Count whom he misjudged as the beggar, and was shocked to know that man was his son. Chief Lang clarified that it was a misunderstanding as he didn't leave him to die. He thought Sir Raymond, who cured the princess, should treat him, so he let him do it. This enraged Clearin, who didn't let him do it, and he saw the situation with his own eyes. Clearin repeated his words, saying it was a waste to treat beggars without money. He also heard Chief Nag getting angry that beggars showed up at the Belland Clinic. This anger counts to August because he not only neglected his son to die, but also thought of trying to trick a noble by lying. This worried Chief Lang, and he knelt and apologized to him as he made a big mistake in not recognizing a noble. Count August was amazed to learn that it was a mistake and inquired if he was saying that if they weren't noble, he was right to let them die. Lang didn't have an answer, and Count August couldn't believe that someone like this deals with people's lives and is respected as a self-proclaimed doctor. He found him disgusting, so he instructed his man to take him away, as he wanted to put him on trial for scorning a noble and make him pay. His man affirmed, which worried Chief Healer Lang, and he requested the Count for mercy. However, the Count doesn't have any mercy for him since he, as a healer, doesn't offer mercy to people experiencing poverty, so he shouldn't expect mercy. On the name of Count August, he banishes Lang as a doctor in Houston Kingdom and then corrects himself as he banishes him in the entire Cross Alliance Empire. This worried Chief Lang, and while being dragged away, he kept calling the Count for mercy. The protagonist sees this all and doesn't feel bad because he deserves worse for not treating his patient. Then the Count looked at the protagonist, which startled him, and he explained that he was greeting him late because of the situation at hand, and he thanked Raymond so much for saving his son. The protagonist was glad because Noble was bowing to him, and he clarified that it was nothing. He requested the Count to raise his head because he only did what he should do. He liked this sight to receive gratitude from the depth of a noble heart. However, Count August explained that if it hadn't been for Raymond, they would have lost the heir to the Count August family and inquired how he could repay for this favor. This delighted the protagonist, and he wondered if this meant it was a rewarding time for a noble, too, and he imagined himself playing in gold. Count August was certain that Raymond was a doctor with integrity, as he said he didn't want gold and silver treasures from the kingdom. So this was hard for the Count, and he wondered what he should repay him to satisfy him. This broke the protagonist's heart as that was an act because money is the best, and he asked what he should do. Then Count August utters what he thinks about his family, considering Raymond a friend. The protagonist wonders what being a friend means, and Count August explains that just like he has the medal, The bringer hut still doesn't have the level to have a say, so their family will support him. This pleased the protagonist because if he became a friend of a noble, others wouldn't be able to talk rashly about him anymore, at least to people who don't want to get on the bad side of the Count August family. So he agreed and was thankful for his generosity. Count August laughed and clarified that there was no need for thanks, and he again sincerely thanked him for saving his son and requested Raymond to feel free to say if there was anything else he wanted. The protagonist laughed and reminded the Count that he still has to pay the medical fee even as a friend. He explained that he didn't want silver or gold, but it was a doctor's policy that he still had to pay, even as a friend. The protagonist handed him the bill and was glad as he thought the patient was a beggar who didn't have money but was relieved it was not true. The protagonist thanked him and turned to leave. He supposed it was nice that he got 2 birds with 1 stone while the Count was shocked. Count August sits next to his son and is dumbfounded, but Clarin inquires why he rewards him like that. Count August wonders if his son thinks this is too much, but his son thinks that is not exactly the case. He knows that if he dies, the second prince will plot, and the third prince and the family will undergo much hardship. His father affirms that any reward is not a waste, but he asks his son what he thinks will happen now. The fight over the successor will be even more chaotic since neither the second, third, or fourth prince will back off. So he wondered if Raymond would be able to dodge that hurricane. Normally, Raymond would have no involvement in the succession of the throne. However, recently, there is a saying that the sharp needle pierces its way out of the pouch. A talentless boy is no danger, but Raymond has recently shown talent that isn't ignorable. One with a connection to royal blood who also has noticeable talent in how he would look to princes fighting over power. The more Raymond grows, the more people will try to take him down, and he will get caught up in the storm, and it will get harder and harder to survive. Count August just wanted to see Raymond blossom as a doctor, hoping their family could be like a shield for him. Meanwhile, second Prince Kyan's man informed him that Raymond had saved Clarin, and his assassin apologized for failing. The man was sure that Clarin had a critical wound, and the Belland Clinic is known for not taking in empty-handed people, so they didn't know he would survive. The price found Raymond interesting, as the last time he cured Sophia, he thought he would be unskilled at healing. The prince wanted to cancel this plan since Raymond, that puppy-like guy, ruined his plan as he was a puppy that was cute to him. From now on, he wanted to watch him. He stared out the window and rambled that their boring puppy had been trying to change recently. Meanwhile, the protagonist is examining a child and is glad because, finally, the day has come. The reason why he survived working 5 long years and why he stayed at this ridiculous and gross Belland clinic. The healer qualification exam was finally approaching, and he could escape being an apprentice and become a proper doctor. Later, all the healers were gossiping about how Chief Healer Lang was kicked out, and they supposed it was all because of Raymond. Raymond treats the princess in the imperial palace and heals Count August's successor, and they all think it might be just by luck. However, one of the healers disagreed because for it to be luck, this was already the 3rd time. The healer supposed that medical technique might differ from healing, but it works and is more effective. This annoyed those healers, and they yelled at him and clarified that it was not true, but just some pseudoscience. Another healer thought that cutting flesh open and sewing it back up was savage. However, the healer with golden hair was reluctant to think of it merely as luck because the imperial king himself acknowledged medical techniques. However, the healer supposed that the king might be swayed because the healer was his son. The other healer agreed with him, and he didn't think that the king was that kind of person, but he supposed he did it because of that. Either way, the healer heard the protagonist would apply for the healer license once again, and his result will prove how trifling that medical technique is. They wondered if Raymond would even pass, and another healer wanted to bet that he would fail with an F rank. Hansen was cleaning the area, thinking for a while, and wondering what the result of that day's examination would be. Meanwhile, all the healers were gathered at the place for their examination. The protagonist was thrilled because he had finally applied for an advancement exam after 5 years and had waited so long. Abruptly, 2 healers pointed toward the protagonist and inquired if he was that Shadow Prince. They wondered how he applied because Raymond was below F rank. They supposed he might have gotten a special privilege to apply for saving Her Royal Highness. The healer thought it might be funny if Raymond, who had saved the princess, would fail in the examination. They laughed and supposed then it would be a shame for the king who gave him the Medal of Bringer. The protagonist hears all this gossip and worries about what he will do if he fails the examination. He wondered if he would earn another chance to apply, wondering what people would say about him, as they would say that they knew he was useless. Hansen saw the protagonist worried and inquired what he would do if he passed, which startled him. Hansen explained that he had dealt with being an apprentice for 5 years to take this exam, and he wondered if there was something that he wanted to do when he became a healer. The protagonist started thinking about something he wanted to do and explained that he wanted to eat meat, beef steak, tenderloin, sirloin, etc. His mouth filled with water, and he clarified that he couldn't say about it. Something he wanted to do when he was an apprentice, and he remembered the healers treating the patient and answered that he wanted to treat the patient. The protagonist responded that he was going to treat patients confidentially, and he remembered treating patients and seeing their faces and wanted to experience that feeling. His heart of steel was activated due to his considerate thought for patients, giving him a sturdy will and steel-like determination. The protagonist was glad because his anxiety was subsiding, and he was astounded since his heart of steel activated in this situation, too. The protagonist guessed the heart of steel activated whenever he thinks about the patient, even if it's not during the treatment. Hansen found him a great person and hoped he would pass, and Raymond affirmed and assured them that he would pass for sure. Abruptly, the golden-haired healer Linden looked at the protagonist and was astounded because he was not nervous. He wondered if he was confident in his medical technique and treatment. Soon, the lady announced and instructed application number 39 Raymond to enter, and he affirmed. The protagonist was sitting before the panel, and the examiner asked others that Raymond, whose healing power was below F rank, and asked if he was correct. The protagonist affirmed, and the other examiner smiled and instructed him to show them his power. The protagonist affirmed and started displaying his healing power, but soon it vanished. All the examiners began laughing and asked him if he could even call that healing power, which embarrassed them even to watch. They supposed it wasn't worth taking this advancement test and asked Raymond what he thought when he applied for this test. The protagonist answered that he knew he was lacking, but was explaining them, but the examiner instructed him to leave if he was aware of it. The protagonist requests them to wait and give him another chance, but the examiner is furious and instructs him to waste their time and leave. The protagonist expected this reaction and wondered why he prepared something. He decided to activate the skill of eloquence, which he found and bought in advance at the market. His skill eloquence was activated, and his proficiency was D, but he could tell better stories and had a synergistic effect with Heart of Steel when acting for the sake of a patient. The protagonist asked them if they were saying the healing tower would go against the words of His Majesty, the King. The examiner was shocked, and the protagonist answered that he knows his healing ability may be lacking. However, his medical technique is the treatment method officially acknowledged by the king, Odin de Houston himself. So Raymond inquired if he should take this as the healing power, publicly ignoring the will of the king. Everyone was shocked, and the examiner wondered what this was and if he was always this eloquent. The healer refused but clarified that the Cross-Federation Empire healers were all affiliated with the healing tower. The healing tower doesn't acknowledge any other treatment than healing, so if they acknowledged his medical technique, it would go against the healing tower. The protagonist answered that if he acknowledged it without testing him, the healing tower in the Houston region would respect the Houston king. Then, they should allow him to prove that his treatment method works. One of the examiners agreed that Raymond was right, because if they kicked him out without even testing him, it might be understood as disobeying the king's orders. So the examiners agreed to give him a chance and wanted him to treat a patient, and if he healed him, they would acknowledge it. This excited the protagonist, so he finally got a chance, grabbed the documents, and wondered if he had to heal this patient. He retrieved the document from the envelope, and after seeing the details, he was startled because this patient was easy to treat. Prior to the promotion exam in the Houston Kingdom Healing Tower branch, the lady was shocked that they wanted to assign this patient to Sir Raymond for an exam, and he agreed. But she was worried because this patient was someone even B+ rank healer Tras failed to cure. But this was perfect for a promotion exam. They asked them if they didn't see what medical techniques Sir Raymond used. Raymond used lightning magic to harm the princess and used a knife to cut up someone's flesh and sewed it with the needle at the clinic. So, the examiner asked if they intended to leave someone using such a low treatment method alone. The examiner assumed that he wanted to make Raymond fail intentionally, and he affirmed that. However, they were worried that if people found out that they had assigned such a difficult patient to the promotion test, they would wonder if August would let it go. However, the man was confident even though Count August had become Raymond's sponsor. The healer exam was within the jurisdiction of the healing tower. He was confident that Count August could do something in other areas, but he didn't have the power to interfere with the internal matters of the healing towers. Other healers were still reluctant even though they agreed with him. However, the man was cunningly smiling and wondered how an illegitimate child would dare to take the promotion exam and become a healer. Since the fourth prince's birth mother was that examiner's cousin, there was no way he could let him pass, and his cousin also requested that he make sure to fail that illegitimate child on the promotion exam. The other examiner supposed Count Garrison wasn't in his right mind, and he guessed that Sir Raymond would be failing pretty quickly. The protagonist looked at the patient in detail and realized he had bed sores. He became excited and sure that he would pass as he could promptly cure this patient. Count Garrison wondered why Raymond was so happy because the bedsore would constantly worsen with their flesh rooting endlessly, even after using heal. It is an illness that not only the B+ rank healer could treat, but he affirmed that the protagonist thanked him and decided to take his leave first. While the protagonist was leaving, they wondered if Raymond didn't know what a problematic illness is, bedsores, to deal with. He asked if Raymond could have gone crazy after being in deep despair he is in. Later, the protagonist deals with the patient's family, and the man inquires if his father can improve. The protagonist first wanted to look at his father, and the man affirmed and requested him to come that way, and he concurred. Soon, the protagonist goes to where the man is lying, and he can smell something smoky, his first time smelling it. The patient's son apologized as he knew this place might smell bad, but the protagonist was okay since he is in poor health, so this was expected, and he supposed he might have suffered a lot. The man explained that his father was hanging in there, and he was impressed because all the other healers frowned as soon as they entered the room. Raymond explained that his father is unable to move at all. The man affirmed and explained he was weak due to old age and had been lying in bed for a long time. The protagonist knew this was the typical situation for a person with bedsores, so he wanted to take a look at his wound. The man informed his father that he would turn him around to show Raymond his father's wounds. The protagonist is worried because the old man is in a terrible state, but fortunately, his bone hasn't been exposed, so it is still his responsibility to treat him. The man inquired how the wound looked, and the protagonist told him not to worry because he would cut out the part that was not good and help new flesh grow instead. The man explained that other healers also said they would help new flesh grow using heal, but his father's situation worsened shortly after that. However, the protagonist wasn't surprised since this was a pressure ulcer, because if the patient who cannot change his position by himself keeps lying, the wound would occur because of pressure. The protagonist gladly informs the man that this will not happen this time because there is a simple way to solve that problem. The man was glad, but he was soon startled. Raymond explained that before, he needed to perform surgery to cut off dead tissue and expose the infection. The man wondered what surgery was, and the protagonist smiled and asked him to trust him. Soon, all the materials required to perform the surgery were prepared, and he looked at his stats window and was surprised because his senses had increased to 18 without him realizing. With these stats, he knew he was pretty impressive considering that he was a rookie resident, and if he also used Surgeon Nimble Hand, it would be a piece of cake to deal with this dead tissue. He wanted to expose the black rotten tissue, extract the yellow discharge, and lastly, he will use herbs that have a natural antibiotic effect to sterilize it thoroughly. Soon, he was done and turned around, so the patient's son inquired if it was over. The protagonist affirmed that the first round of treatment went well, so he instructed the man to follow what he had been taught from now on carefully. The man affirmed, and the protagonist instructed him to occasionally change the patient's position. This confused him, and Raymond explained that bedsores could be prevented just by changing position, which shocked him. Furthermore, the infection still needed more treatment, so he assured the man that he would stay there and help with the infection until he had recovered. The man thanked him, so Raymond stayed there while treating the infection and repeatedly changing the patient's position. The patient was conscious, and the protagonist guided him in changing his position. Soon, he was congratulated because he had completely recovered. The patient and his son thanked Raymond, bowed before him, and explained that even a B+ rank healer failed to cure his father. So he thought he might have to give up because they couldn't afford healers who were higher ranked than them. The man thanked and expressed his heartiest gratitude for curing his father so warmly. However, the protagonist refused because it was nothing doing what he should do as a healer, and he instructed him that if he did what he had guided him, then his father wouldn't experience bed sores from now on. Later, Count Garrison was shocked to discover Raymond had treated bed sores and wondered how he did that. The lady wanted him to see it himself because the patient had fully recovered with new flesh. They found this fascinating, and they supposed this meant they had no justification for disqualifying Raymond. Count Garrison wondered what he should do and how he should explain this to the fourth queen. However, it was essential to discuss the rank they should allot Raymond. His heal wasn't even F rank, but since he could cure bed sores that are hard to cure even for a B+ rank healer, he wondered what they should rank him. Since Raymond cured the disease in the B+ category, they wanted to give him a B+ rank or asked if they should allot him an A. However, this was ridiculous, and he wondered how they could provide a B+ with rank to the healer whose heal was not even an F rank, but they couldn't even give him an F rank. They inquired Count Garrison for his opinion, and this left him speechless. Count Garrison roughly thought D rank was suitable, which shocked another healer because this rank was so low. However, Count already had an explanation for this, even though Raymond cured the complex illness using ancient methods, but his healing is F rank or lower. So even with extra points he can't even give anything above D rank. However, other healers disagreed because a B+ rank disease was cured, so there was too little justification for that low of a rank. The healers were worried that Raymond's sponsor, Count August, wouldn't be happy with this result. However, Count Garrison gets furious because the doctor's exam is solely under the healing tower, so Count August has no right to intervene. The healer thought this was just for Count August, but wondered what he would do for the princess and the king. Raymond saved a princess whom even a rank healer wasn't able to save, so if they find out that they gave him a D rank intentionally, the king would think of it strange and ask them for the reason what they would say. Count Garrison was worried because he wanted to look good to the fourth queen, but he also couldn't look harmful to the king, so he wondered what he should do. So Count Garrison suggested they should contact the capital of the empire and ask them. This worried them as he was talking about the headquarters of the healing tower. The Cross-Alliance Empire is an alliance across 10 lands, and the representative empire of the 10 lands stays in the capital, and the headquarters of the healing tower is also there. Count Garrison supposed that if it were their decision, then even the king wouldn't be able to say anything. All of them agreed because this was the safest option to make a proper decision. Soon after, they received a response from the capital and were shocked as this was U rank. The healer was worried, wondering what this rank meant as he had never heard of that before. He asked if this meant undetermined and supposed that even capital had a hard time with this. This delighted Count Garrison because he considered both the king and the fourth queen wouldn't be able to say anything against this. So he wondered if this meant that while Raymond would pass as a doctor, the healing tower wouldn't officially accept his method. So Count Garrison supposed this would be the best solution and instructed other healers to announce Raymond as U rank healer. For the first U rank was made in history, which initiated another wave of gossip, and everyone wondered what his U rank was as they never heard of this and if it was new. Some of them mocked this rank as they supposed it means this is short of unvalued. They thought because Raymond got the certificate with tricks, he wasn't even worth of a rank. They all make fun of him as they think this is the rank befitting of him. From that day, U was the letter that was basically Raymond's symbol. But as time passed, people started to think of U with a different meaning. This means untouchable or ultimate on the top of the S rank and SSS rank. This was an ultimate rank that even beat the transcendent rank, but this was still the story for the far future. Later, the protagonist received his result and was glad because he passed the exam. He started crying with joy as he finally did it, and he became an official doctor. His dull apprentice life was over, which meant there would be no more vegetable soup and bread, but only steak in the future. He ignited the matchstick and was glad because he wouldn't have to see that dull-bellied clinic ever again as a doctor, so he wanted to burn it down. Suddenly, Hansen appeared and inquired what he was doing. This startled Raymond, and he clarified it was nothing, and that he was feeling cold. However, Hansen couldn't understand this as it was summer, and Raymond decided to change the topic and remembered that he passed too. Hansen concurred and explained its C rank, so Raymond wondered what he would do from now on, and if he would get a job as a real doctor. Hansen wasn't sure and explained that Maple Clinic called him to join. Maple Clinic was one of the top 3 in the capital, which is basically the main clinic for regular commoners. The protagonist appreciated Hansen as he did well and congratulated him. However, Hansen was worried about him, so he inquired about him. The protagonist wanted to talk about it later because first, he wanted to eat some good food with Hansen, and assured that he would be the one who would pay. Hansen was shocked because apprentices don't get paid, so he wondered where Raymond got money from. The protagonist explained that he got a loan as soon as he passed from the healer loan. This worried Hansen, and he wondered why, all of a sudden, his senior would take the loan. The protagonist had some things to do, but whatever the case is, he wanted to pay for the food that day. After having lunch, they were drunk and couldn't drink anymore. Hansen saw that his senior was so happy, so he wondered if he should ask him now. So he accosted him and inquired if he could ask him something now. Raymond permitted him to ask immediately. So Hansen questioned whether he could tell him about the ruin from where he got the medical technique. This startled Raymond, but Hansen thought that no one would know that even if he had collapsed, then if he searched around, he would be able to find some knowledge left. The protagonist thinks about that, which excites Hansen, and he promises that he won't tell anyone, so he should tell him. The protagonist explained that ruin doesn't exist as he just got the power one day. This shocked Hansen. Hansen wondered what this meant, and the protagonist explained that he was cleaning, and the knowledge that he had never seen before just flowed into his head like a miracle. However, Hansen doesn't believe him and rambles that if he doesn't want to tell him, it surprises Raymond. He knew as well how much others had looked down upon him and was sure that he wouldn't want to say to people when he got a talent like that, but he could have just said so. So he became gloomy and wondered if he had to lie to him, but the protagonist tried to clarify that he wasn't lying. Hansen congratulated the protagonist on passing the exam and immediately rushed out, telling him that he would leave first. A few days later, at Maple Clinic, Hansen was working when he heard 2 students gossiping about the rumors circulating that Raymond had been contacted by Reborn Clinic. This amazed the other healer because, besides Hellion's clinic, which only takes nobles, Raoul is the best in the capital. They thought this was an honor for Raymond because he succeeded despite his past. Hansen was amazed because his senior had gone to a better place than him because Raoul's clinic was the second out of the big 3. But soon, he heard the healer gossiping that the funny thing was that Raymond declined this offer. Hansen was shocked to know this and wondered why his senior would have declined such a prestigious offer. Later, Hansen goes to Raymond, the protagonist, and inquires whether he turned down Raoul's clinic. The protagonist was sleeping, but his noises disrupted his sleep, and Hansen inquired why he would do that because Raoul is way better than Maple, and it even has its facility. The protagonist smiled and clarified that he intended to open his clinic as he already informed him that he had received the loan from the healer loan, and with that money, he was going to start up his clinic. Hansen was shocked, wondering what kind of nonsense it was that he was going to open his clinic. He furiously asked his senior if he thought it would be easy to set up his clinic because he should at least gain some experience from Raoul's clinic. The protagonist knew it would be difficult, but he was going to do it anyway, as he was planning to become independent as soon as he became an official healer. The protagonist's class rank was now a beginner resident, so he needed to treat as many patients as he could to advance further. If he went to Raoul's clinic or any other big platform, then he would be just shoved aside by his senior healers and would get to see fewer patients. Since his medical technique has been looked at by the healing tower, which was why he needed to become independent so he could treat patients without anyone judging him. Hansen inquired where he was going to set up his clinic because large clinics occupied the region around there, so there was no room for Raymond there. However, there was one region that was in his mind, which was the Bay region, but Hansen knew it was a poor region. The protagonist affirmed that he was right because he planned to set up a clinic in a poor region. Hansen wondered why he was doing this because he would struggle so hard and not even make money. The protagonist thinks he is going to see endless patients, and that is how he is going to build up his experience and eventually become a more excellent healer and become filthy rich, which astounded him. Meanwhile, the third prince, Limerton, is surprised to learn that Raymond has declined the Raoul clinic proposal and is going to set up his clinic. This was quite an unexpected decision since he was thinking for sure that Raymond would accept the proposal from the Raoul clinic. His man agreed because the prince had already paid a lot of attention to Raymond. Limerton was going to provide Raymond with a great opportunity as thanks for taking care of the matter with Count August, but he didn't know his half-brother would kick his own blessing away. He remembered his last meeting with Count August when he promised him that since Raymond had saved his son, who was passing the information on him, he will gently nudge Raymond to become employed at Raoul Clinic as a way to repay him. Limerton wondered if Raymond would become practical enough after being taught at Raoul's clinic, as he wanted to have him serve by his side. His man inquired if he acknowledged Sir Raymond's medical techniques, and Limerton explained that as long as a doctor saves his patient, no one cares what kind of treatment they use. However, since that illegitimate child gave up this opportunity, the third prince thought their relationship also ended there. He couldn't believe Raymond was still too foolish, and he inquired his man where he was planning to set up his clinic. The man explained that Raymond said that he was going to set it up in the Bay region, which shocked the prince. The Bay region was the poor region located on the outskirts of the Northwest, which was the utterly lawless region where not even a single noble dared to visit this area. About 100 years ago, Houston's kingdom lost its war with its sworn enemy, the Drotten Kingdom, and a significant territory in the south was lost. The refugees from this incident who had lost their homes during the war were relocated to the outskirts, and they formed a considerable town in the Bay region. The kingdom wasn't able to take proper care of that region because the whole nation was staggered by the loss of the war. After 100 years, this is deformed into a malicious abscess that cannot be removed. King Odin tried to step in one time after such a long time, and he even promised the person who would stabilize the Bay region to reward them with anything they desire. Not even the second prince, Tyan, who was highly charismatic, nor the cold and intelligent prince, Limerton, nor did the fourth prince, Sadal, who was absolutely gifted in swordsmanship, fail to stabilize the Bay region. In the end, they all suggest this is not the region the king should attempt to stabilize. Instead, he needs to wipe it off the map. However, the king disagreed because the resident of Bay was also a citizen of the Houston kingdom. All the princes wondered why their fathers were so obsessed with those poor people, as they were like an irritable rash to the kingdom. In the Bay region, where all the princes failed, the Shadow Prince is making his appearance. Limerton wondered how things would play out for the Shadow Prince. Meanwhile, some of the healers were shocked to know Raymond was going to the Bay region. They wondered if he really thought Raymond was really something, and they supposed a messy poor village like that so suitable for an illegitimate child like him. They felt it would really suit him, as this was totally disgusting. Meanwhile, when the protagonist is about to leave, many civilians gather and inquire why he is going to the poor region, as it is too dangerous. The lady supposed he might not know what would happen to him there. The protagonist assures her that he will be careful so she doesn't need to worry, and assures her that he will succeed and branch out there, so wanted her to be sure to use his services. She wanted him to be careful and don't get hurt. Hansen arrived and accosted Raymond as his letter had arrived, and he wondered what sort of letter is this. Raymond bid his farewell to everyone and instructed Hansen to hand him that letter as he would read it on his way. Hansen affirmed and handed him the letter. Raymond was amazed because Princess Sophia sent him a letter. He opened the letter to read it and was mortified, as the princess said he was a fool for going to the Bay region, and she supposed she was still a spoiled brat. He furiously crumpled the paper to throw it away. Hansen wanted Raymond to reconsider this decision one last time, because it was not something that he should do just because he wanted to see more patients. Hansen supposed he might not know this, but that place is perilous. But the protagonist refused because he knew that well, because he lived there before. This shocked Hansen, and the protagonist laughed as he was aware he might not know that he was from a poor village. Now Hansen remembers that there were rumors that the Shadow Prince grew up in a poor place before coming to the palace. The protagonist explained that he used to live there before his mother passed away, and he had to come to live in the palace, so it was no different from his home. Raymond knew people considered the poor village as some hell, but that was not the case at all. It was just another place where people resided. But this poor village was a warmer place to him than the royal palace or the Belland Clinic, so it was always his dream in mind from childhood to set up a clinic in his poor village. So he wanted Hansen not to worry too much, because he would be all right if he were careful. This impressed Hansen, so he wanted him to take him along. It would be better to travel in pairs instead of going there by himself. The protagonist agreed, but he received a proposal from Maple Clinic. But Hansen was okay because that place was full of people who were money crazy, even more so than the Belland Clinic, and cursed them. However, the protagonist clarified that he also likes money, and the reason why he is going to the Bay region is to gain experience there and become filthy rich. Hansen knew that even if he was saying that, he still knew how much Raymond cared about his patients, so he wanted to instead work with Raymond instead of these money-crazy healers. The protagonist laughed awkwardly and thought that he was already telling him that he was crazy about money and experience, which was why he was going down there. But Hansen had one request, that I should allow him to learn his medical technique by observing him. The protagonist was surprised because he wanted to learn his medical technique, but clarified that he was not in a state where he could teach anyone. He was just a beginner resident, so he wondered how he could teach anyone, but Hansen guessed that his senior didn't want anyone to know his skills. Hansen was gloomy, and the protagonist was notified that Hansen wished to learn from him, so he was asked if he would accept him as his apprentice. Once he accepted it, the apprentice training mode would be activated. This shocked him as he didn't know about this mode, so he was asked if he would accept it. Pupil fostering mode appeared before the protagonist. During this mode, when the pupil heals a patient, a certain percentage of experience will be shared. The protagonist was amazed to discover that he would be able to get expertise when Hansen heals a patient using medical techniques. The protagonist was worried because the required amount of experience was from 50 to 200 when he passed level 20. He read the further description and realized there are some limitations to his teaching, but he still found it excellent. The protagonist answered that he is still lacking in many areas, but he promised that he would teach Hansen while studying what he is not good at all. This thrilled Hansen, and he bowed before Raymond, agreeing with what he said and thanking him for letting him be his apprentice as he was looking forward to his teaching. This made the protagonist awkward, and he was notified that he had accepted Hansen as his pupil, so he currently has one pupil. Since he has accomplished his first ever pupil, his skill points have increased by 5, and he activated the skill of clumsy teaching. Clumsy teaching was the teaching given to the new students who were out on field education by lower grade residents. The explanation was a bit iffy due to some insufficient knowledge, and there are incorrect parts too. The protagonist knew there was some insufficient skill, but he supposed he would take it step by step. So he will reach his dream of becoming the best healer when he gets Hansen experience points too. He approached Hansen, instructed him to stand, and enthusiastically utters, "Let's do this," and Hansen concurred. Hansen was the first student of the medical school of thought that was going to shock the continent in the future. On the day of leaving for the Bay Area, the protagonist is worried as he sees Hansen wearing armor and holding the sword, and his dressing is like someone who is going to fight, so Raymond asks if that is the going to fight. Hansen worriedly answered that he shouldn't be surprised because he was prepared just because the Bay Area was a bit dangerous. Hansen inquired if his senior wasn't wearing chainmail under his clothing or something. The protagonist explained this was just in case some unforeseen incident happened as his body was precious. Hansen wondered why the protagonist wasn't even scared of the Bay Area people. The protagonist feels nervous now that they are leaving, and he knows that it's true the Bay Area was lawless. Whatever the case was, he wanted Raymond to take this, and he retrieved a rod from his bag. The protagonist wondered why he was handing him the stick, and Hansen explained that he might need something to defend something with, too. He was notified that he had equipped a weapon, small metal stick, and he could learn some self-defense skills. The protagonist was startled to learn about self-defense skills, and its description appeared. Since doctors working in dangerous environments face many risks, this is a skill that protects the doctor and patient in those kinds of situations. However, Raymond's stamina was too low to learn any self-defense skills. The protagonist was impressed because, firstly, he was able to learn magic, and now he could even learn self-defense skills, and he wondered if he was going to become some legendary mage swordsman eventually. Seeing the protagonist staring at the stick, Hansen inquired what he was doing. The protagonist was excited and instructed Hansen to let go to the Bay Area, and he affirmed his senior command. Later at the Bay Area, both of them were anxious, and he worriedly asked his senior if they would be all right. The protagonist assured him that he didn't need to worry so much because he used to live among these kinds of people, so once they saw him, they would be polite. He saw a lady and a child peeking at them from the window, so he looked back and was startled by their sight of hatred, and all of the area was evacuated. Raymond instructed his pupil to attend the clinic first because it was already prepared, and his junior agreed. Soon, they set up their clinic and wondered why the patient wasn't coming to it. Hansen supposed it might be because of their first day, and the protagonist agreed as that might be right, so he wanted to wait a little bit. Half of the day passed, then another day passed, and soon 2 days passed, but no one came to their clinic. This worried Raymond, who wondered why no one was coming to their clinic for treatment. Hansen thought they might not know there was a clinic, but Raymond disagreed because there was a giant healer mark on the entrance. Furthermore, the news spread faster in the slums, so by now, even deaf people would know they were there to open a clinic. Suddenly, someone threw a rock and broke the window, which worried them, and they wondered what this was and who was there. Hansen rushed toward the gate to see who he was, but his eyes spread with shock, and he requested his senior to come there and see this. The protagonist rushed there wondering what the matter was, and soon he saw someone write on the wall that this was not a playground for the kids and instructed them to leave if they didn't want to die. Later, inside the clinic, Hansen was worried, and he requested his senior to let him go to this place immediately as it was dangerous. The protagonist knew that the people's reactions were more hostile than he had imagined, and they might run into a dangerous situation for real at this rate. But he can't leave this place because he borrowed too much money from a healer loan to set up this place, so he would be ruined if they left this place. He cursed his fate because too much money was used to buy and remodel this place, which couldn't be made up just by selling medicinal herbs. The interest was even added up even now as they speak, and he knew that the healer loan people do everything they could to make the healers pay back the money. So Raymond didn't even know what they would do, so he wanted to succeed in paying back them. Abruptly, a quest was given to him for the crisis that he had to change the mindset of people in slums. The hearts of the slum people have long since frozen because of outsiders' evil intentions, so he had to change their minds. Raymond had a reasonable will rate, and the quest difficulty was intermediate. He had to make slum people like him, and its reward was 30 skill points and a level up. The protagonist thought that even if it weren't for the quest, he wouldn't give up like this. He accosted Hansen and clarified that he was going to stay behind because he couldn't give up just because of one threat and permitted him that he could leave as he would stay behind. This impressed Hansen because his senior was willing to stay behind for the people of the slums without knowing that Raymond was thinking about paying back his loan somehow. He grabbed his senior hand and clarified that he would also stay with him. This makes Raymond wonder why he is doing that, and Hansen explains that he can't shame himself in front of noble goodness. The protagonist clarified that he had a reason for staying there, but Hansen supposed he was making some excuse and he knew his senior feels better than anyone else. This shocked Raymond, and he supposed Hansen had misunderstood something. However, he explained that either way, they can't do anything by staying still and need to do something before the situation worsens. Hansen wondered what they should do, and Raymond's eyes sparkled as he had an idea to deal with this matter. Later, Raymond and Hansen went to the slum's center plaza. Hansen thought it would be dangerous in the plaza because there were too many people there. The protagonist asked him if he had worn the chainmail and thought it was better to have more people than alleyways that didn't have many people around. The protagonist approached two men as it was a long time no see and asked them if they were fine and told them he was Raymond. Those men remembered him as Raymond, the kid who went to the Imperial Palace. The protagonist thought it was great. Fortunately, they remembered him and supposed it would help him greatly. And now the memory lane strategy starts. The protagonist uttered that it's been a while since he has been there. He really likes that place. He feels like it was just yesterday that he got beaten up to a pulp by Uncle Tom and Uncle Restaurant. The protagonist laughed and supposed it didn't work, and the man got furious at him, asking why he came there. Since Raymond was the noble of Imperial Castle, and they heard he also received a title not long ago, so there shouldn't be any need for him to return to the slums anymore. They don't know why Raymond is there, but they request him to leave because this place isn't the playground for a noble person like him. The protagonist realizes that the people in the slums no longer see him as the kid they were close to, but they see him as the king's child. The protagonist thought if the memory lane strategy doesn't work there, then he could only use standard tactics. He was currently working to give treatment to patients in slums, so his skill heart for steel was activated. The protagonist answered that he didn't come there thinking of it as a playground and asked why he would think of something like that. He clarified that he came there to treat patients, and his skill of eloquence was activated for the sake of a medical relief station that had been used to help patients. His eloquence was helping him to express his intent to help patients, and a synergy effect is taking place with the heart of steel. Raymond rambled that as they said that he was part of the Imperial Palace and a noble. If he wanted to, then he could treat patients at a place that is much better than slums, and the atmosphere started changing there. The men began gossiping about why Raymond came there because no healer wanted to go there, though. The protagonist explained that was the reason because even poor people get sick. But no healer intends to go to this place, which was why his mother passed away without even receiving proper treatment. This startled Hansen as he never knew his senior mother had passed away like that. The protagonist continued his speech and hoped this would never happen to anyone ever again. He hoped no one would be unable to receive treatment just because they were poor and of a lowly status. That was why he wanted to set up his clinic in the Bay Area instead of anywhere else, which shocked both of them. The protagonist understands if they don't believe his word, he thinks they should do it like this. In the deepest corner of the slums, he would be treating patients of the Crescent Street. They were shocked and inquired if what he was saying was true, because even the people of the slums avoided going to that place. Crescent Street was an entertainment district and the darkest area, even within the slums. Among those who worked at the entertainment district, there are those who live there that are cursed. The protagonist clarified that he would treat those patients who live in hiding because of God's curse. Later at Crescent Street, a signboard was placed instructing everyone not to enter this area. Hansen was worried about thinking of God's curse, because if the curse spread to him, then it would be disastrous. Hansen thought that the reason why they lived in the deepest corner was because they were afraid they would spread the illness to others, so he supposed it would be dangerous. The protagonist wants to see it with his own eyes and confirm if it's the illness he thinks it is. Since Hansen was worried, Raymond instructed him to stay there as he could go alone. Hansen was impressed by his courage, so he refused and wanted to tag along because Raymond was devoting himself without caring for his health so that he couldn't be considered about himself. He decided to learn medical techniques under Raymond, who is now his master, by watching him in person. The protagonist instructed him that he doesn't need to call him master because that is too burdensome. So the protagonist instructed him to head inside, and soon, a lady who had covered her entire body with clothes asked them what was the matter. The protagonist explained that he is the healer, and he has come there to treat all of them. This startled the lady, and she laughed to know he wanted to treat them, and she wanted to see what he could do and wanted him to give it a try. She uncovered her face, which was covered with red spots, and she wanted him to treat this illness known as God's curse. Hansen was shocked because the lady's body was covered with red and black spots, so he wondered if it was an infectious disease. The protagonist asked her if he could take a closer look at her face, and he wore the gloves to check her, but Hansen was worried. This shocked her because Raymond was approaching her fearlessly, even though this was a cursed illness. Spots accompany the known characteristics of ulcers, and there was a high chance it would be the disease he thought of. With standard medical knowledge, this wasn't a curse, but it's just a type of skin disease. Then, the protagonist looked at others and asked if he could look at the rest of them. He asked them if it was all right, then he wanted to take a good look at the deepest corners of their body. They don't really care about it since they made a living by selling their bodies, and they don't want him to blame them if the curse spreads to him. The protagonist answered that if what he is thinking is correct, then this disease wouldn't spread just by contact, so he doesn't need to worry about it, and he doesn't want them to worry about him. He explained that what they all have isn't God's curse, but it's just a typical disease, which shocked all of them. Later, one of them asked the protagonist if they really don't have God's curse. The protagonist affirmed and informed them that what they have is called syphilis. This shocked all of them as they had never heard of any disease named syphilis, and they asked him if this was curable. After a specific time has passed, the spots will disappear and remain dormant, rent to syphilis on Earth. It was just a variant of it. Different from ordinary people whose condition wouldn't get worse with the help of healing. The symptoms of patients in slums that can't get treated worsened, and that was why they probably thought of it as God's curse. While it might be somewhat different, the essential character of bacteria that causes it should be the same, so the treatment method should also be the same. Hansen noted down about the disease syphilis, and he supposed that ancient knowledge was indeed excellent. They inquired if there was a way to cure it, and he affirmed and explained it was a straightforward treatment method. The protagonist looked at the rotten bread and oranges and asked them if they could get those if she were not eating them. This shocked her, and the protagonist rambled that the bread was whole of mold and couldn't be eaten, though. She wondered what he wanted to do with it, and the protagonist answered that he's so going to make a magic pill with it. Hansen noted down this detail, too, that bread with mold could be used to make magic pills. He wondered what Raymond was trying to do now. Raymond took the rotten bread and left. The pills of the magic tower are the legendary medicine that changed all of the medical history, which is penicillin. but there was no need to prepare penicillin to treat syphilis because it's possible to treat syphilis with the herbs that grew in Lipensiana as well. However, the problem would be that the herb would be too costly, and he cursed this money and wanted to become successful and earn a lot of money. Since the mold on the molder bread is cheaper than the penicillin, he tried to use them to make penicillin, which will be at no cost. He started preparing the medicine and stirring it, and he supposed that if he dropped the penicillin solution on top of the staphylococcus that he had acquired from the patient's infected area, then the staphylococcus would disappear, and he was glad because it was a success. The protagonist was congratulated for preparing the first antibiotic, Lipensiana, and he was named the creator of penicillin. His achievement would be praised by the future generation, so he was given 100 skill points, and he gained a bonus level up. The protagonist was delighted because he leveled up twice and acquired 100 skill points. He succeeded in extracting the new substance, so he had learned a new skill, alchemy. The protagonist clicked on alchemy, and its description opened, saying it's the knowledge that allows the person to create a new substance from existing substances. With the knowledge of alchemy, he could extract more ingredients that he wanted more proficiently and was alerted because his proficiency was low. Raymond was only able to extract substances that were easy to extract, but because his proficiency was low, he could not do complicated works other than simple extraction. Breaking down and removing that requires a catalyst, and all the essential knowledge flowed into his mind. So, if he uses this knowledge, he would be able to extract only those ingredients that he wants to make an extract. Then, he can reduce the amount of herbs used and cut the cost. The protagonist was delighted as he could hear the sound of money coming in, thanks to the alchemy knowledge that he could produce penicillin more easily. Soon, he prepared the ointment and applied it directly on the lady's body in those spots. He gladly assured her that she would get better from now on while Hansen was crying because he wanted to rest for one day. A while later, they couldn't believe this was possible because the curse was lifting, and all the spots on their body disappeared, but they were feeling better now. They thanked the protagonist and inquired how to repay him for his help, because they knew the treatment fees were expensive. Those ladies were the people who have been isolated and abandoned the most, even among those who live in slums. So, there was no way they had any money to pay, but Raymond was okay with it because his objective was to use this chance to promote his clinic. He smiled and assured them they didn't need to pay him, so they shouldn't worry about it. He clarified he had decided to live his life by dedicating it to his patients, so seeing all of them get better was his reward. If Raymond's clinic became famous because of this, he was sure he could make a lot of money. He instructed them that if there were any patients with similar symptoms, they should feel free to ask them to come to his clinic because he would treat them like he did for all of them. This was Raymond's chance, so he wanted to ensure everyone knew what he did to promote his clinic. Other ladies couldn't believe that someone like Raymond existed because they thought all the healers were rotten to their cores, so they wondered if he could really be an angel from heaven for people like them. Meanwhile, Hansen was sleeping because he was tired from his hectic routine. Meanwhile, rumors about the people in Crescent Street being cured spread everywhere. The people heard that healer Raymond didn't even charge them any money, and the lady was shocked, as Raymond was the prince who had settled his clinic in the slums. The man found it amazing as Raymond differed from all those rude princes who had come there previously. Another man wondered if the protagonist came to the slums for the people who live in slums, and he was thinking of bringing his mother to Raymond's clinic. So, the quest to heal the hearts of the people in slums who have been hurt was completed. Furthermore, the achievement of the one who helped the people in the slums has been completed. So Raymond gained a bonus of level up and 30 skills points, and the people of the slums were now friendly toward him to some extent. The protagonist cried joyfully because he finally succeeded, and Hansen came out of his room and greeted him. Many people surrounded the clinic, and Hansen was happy because it was full of patients. Raymond could feel the great success coming, and he just needed a ton of money now, so he wanted the money to wait for him. The protagonist instructed everyone to queue up and explained that he just needed to get a waiting ticket from healer Hansen. Hansen welcomed them, and the protagonist asked one of the patients where he felt sick. The protagonist started treating many patients, so he has gained experience points. Hansen was glad because he had never treated so many patients before. The protagonist was also happy because he was even getting Hansen experience points and gaining them faster, so he supposed taking a student was a good decision. The old lady thanked Raymond for treating her and gladly explained that he had never met such a friendly healer before, and she thought people like her could only die if they got sick. The man thanked the protagonist because he saved his mother's life. This thrilled the protagonist because this is the feeling, and he wanted to feel it. He grabbed his hand and assured the man it was nothing because he was happy to see his mother recovering. The protagonist is happy seeing them off, and Hasan looks at him and says he has a sudden question. He asks the protagonist about the medicine that he came up with to treat syphilis and how he came up with it. The protagonist is flustered and utters ancient knowledge that he got from the ruins, but then refuses because he wants it from the ruin. Hasan asked him if this kind of knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind, and Raymond concurred. The protagonist was worried and explained that he was not saying this because he didn't want to tell him the truth. But this is the truth that he suddenly has such a talent as well. However, Hasan thought he knew it now, and Raymond wondered what he meant. Suddenly, a lady rushed toward him and requested him to save her mother, and the protagonist affirmed and asked where she felt sick. The lady explained that her mother's stomach had hurt since last night. Hasan was impressed because he had never seen a healer as sincere as him in wanting to treat patients. Raymond thinks of the patient in all situations, and now that Hasan feels about it, he realizes that his senior has been like this. The pathetic healing ability that Raymond has that he could never become a healer with. Despite being looked down on by everyone, Raymond was never lazy when studying healing. So Hasan supposed that this healing ability might be given to Raymond because he was more sincere than anyone else about treating the patient. The protagonist looked at Hasan and instructed him to prepare for the surgery as they needed to perform it, and Hasan concurred. At night, the protagonist stretched out his arm and was happy as they were done for that day, which was busy. He gladly looked at Hasan, asked if they should settle the account for that day, and wondered how much they were that day. While compiling and calculating the data, Hasan wondered why they had such a vast money shortfall. The protagonist affirmed but couldn't understand it as they incurred losses. It was because they didn't charge those who couldn't afford to pay for treatment and treated these cases as just the promotion cost. The protagonist affirmed and started crying, even though he was prepared not to be able to earn much in the slums, but the losses were worse than he had thought. However, Raymond doesn't want to turn away patients just because they don't have the money. Hasan tried to make his senior stress-free, explained it was okay, and was sure things would improve gradually. He will work for free since he was learning medical techniques from Raymond. Raymond was worried about his money and agreed to consider it an investment. He was sure that when he became better and gained more reputation, he was sure that wealthy patients would visit, too, and Hasan agreed with him. He hoped he would earn a ton of money when this happened, so he decided to cheer up for now. The protagonist was crying because he had to drink vegetable soup for now, and nothing was helping it. The strange man outside was listening to their conversation. The man furiously looks toward them, and on his base, he furiously slams the table and doesn't want Raymond to do whatever he wants. Because all the patients were going to Raymond Clinic, and due to that, they were going to lose all of their income. The chubby man thought that illegal healers like them could only make a living off the backs of desperate people in the slums. All of them were worried, but the man smiled cunningly and thought they should ask Raymond to work with them and increase his treatment fees. The next day, after treating another patient, he gained more experience points, and Hasan instructed the lady that she needed to be careful. Raymond agreed and advised her not to overwork because she was better now. Soon, they saw a few people approaching them, and they asked him if he was Raymond, the healer. The protagonist affirmed and inquired who he was. Those people explained that they are the Bay Region Healer Alliance Association. The man explained that what he was doing right now was making a mess in the market order, so he wanted him to increase his treatment fees by at least 100 pina or leave the Bay Region. Hasan was worried because 100 pina was 10 times more than the current treatment fees. The protagonist explained that none of the poor can pay that amount. However, this doesn't matter to him because the power that they are using is open and is given to them by heaven. So, in order to receive such noble treatment, it was natural for those people to pay that price, and if they didn't have the money to spend, then they should die quietly. The protagonist looked at the people and supposed the reason why the Bay Region people couldn't receive decent treatment must be because of those association members. The protagonist could feel those people's pain because his mother couldn't receive the treatment because of people like them. Most of those people are illegal healers who don't have the qualifications, so Raymond knew talking nicely to them wouldn't work. The protagonist rambled that he understood what they said, and the man was glad because the new healer quickly understood this. The protagonist knew that the only thing that would work for those people was to show them who is the boss. The protagonist furiously asks them why they are talking to him so informally when he is a noble. He furiously asked Hansen if he saw these criminals trying to threaten a noble as they dared to threaten him, who Count August supported. Hansen affirmed as he heard this and asked his senior if he should report them to the guards. The man was worried but asked them if they thought the guards would come to a place like this because there was something even scarier than the authorities in the slums. The protagonist knew that the guards who they bribed wouldn't come. But he furiously asked them if they dared to use gangsters to harm them. Then the guards of Count August would let it slide. The lady started whispering as she heard Count August had Raymond back, so it would be painful for them if they mess with a noble that has power. The man clarified that he shouldn't think they will stand down just because of this. Hansen was worried, wondering if they would be okay, but the protagonist smiled and explained that these people only picked on the weak so that they wouldn't do anything against people stronger than them. After they left, he apologized to his patients for the commotion around the area and wanted to continue with the treatment. Meanwhile, those illegal healers were furious because they didn't want to leave Raymond that easily. However, they knew if they mess with someone who is backed by Count August, they would definitely incur his anger. They knew that Raymond was a noble in name, but he was still a noble, so that they could end up in a court because of noble contempt. He looked at Healer Lang and asked him if there was no way around this. Healer Lang thinks for a while, and he can't believe that Raymond appeared in an area like the Bay region. After the last incident, because he decided and showed contempt toward a noble, his healer qualification was taken away, and he was banished. He had no choice but to hide in the slums and become an illegal healer. He cursed Raymond because this all happened because of him. He suggested it's easy to get rid of Raymond because they need to spread the rumors that Raymond's treatment method is sham. The chubby man wondered how they could do that because there were already rumors saying that Raymond's treatment was very effective. However, Lang confidently asked them if the poor people there weren't crazy even for the 10 pina, so they just needed to bribe the patients that he treated. After spreading rumors that there is something wrong with Raymond's treatment and worsening the public opinion of him, they will chase those who are capitalizing on the poor way. If that happens, then even Count August wouldn't have the qualification to pin any crime on them. All of them agreed that that was right, and it was a great idea, so Lang instructed them to let's get into it right away. He cursed Raymond and wanted to make him pay back for what he did to him. Later a man entered their clinic crying and explained there was a problem. Lang wondered what was wrong with his face. The man explained that poor people got angry and attacked him when he asked them to scheme against Raymond. Those poor people said that they are finally getting back to those evil people who mooch off their backs. This shocked Lang, and the man explained that even though they had been acting obnoxious, they had left them alone without a choice. They were scared that they might need treatment, but that was no longer needed, so the people soon gathered there to beat them. They wondered what they should do now because they would be in danger themselves at this rate. Lang supposed that now this has come down to this, and it is all or nothing, so he wanted to hire Blue Moon Guild. The Blue Moon Guild is different from the evil group that sucks the poor hard-earned money. They are a vigilante group that protects the poor from evil people. However, the other healer wondered if the Blue Moon Guild would accept their request as they already had a wrong impression of them. Up until now, that guild left them all alone because they also needed treatment, but they don't know if they also wanted to get rid of them like people in slums. Lang smiled and wanted them not to worry because he had an idea to get their help. Blue Moon Guild was made to go up against the criminals that exploit the slums known as Dark Blade. It currently operates on donations, volunteered by merchants. The master of the Blue Moon Guild, Kansir, is a straightforward man with a sense of justice, but he has one shot coming. Lang went to the guild and told something to Kansir, which shocked him, and he inquired if he was telling the truth. Lang knew that the shortcoming that Kansir had was on more amicable terms that he is naive, and in harsher terms, he is stupid and ignorant. Kansir couldn't believe that Raymond came to the Bay region with such an evil objective in his mind. Lang wiped his tears, clarified that he was right, and asked him if he already knew who he was as he was a healer who had taught Raymond in the Belland clinic in the past. He cursed Raymond and explained that he was using the people in the slums to use as experimental subjects to test out his treatment methods. However, Kansir couldn't believe such a wicked person existed. But he was startled because from what he had heard is that he was treating people at very cheap prices. Lang explained it was so that he could use them as experimental subjects. Because he wouldn't get in trouble even if the health of the people there has a problem. Langs further added that if he left Raymond doing all this, then his patients would experience a lot of side effects. So he wanted Kanseer to step in for the sake of the Bay people, because there was no one else they could count on. This infuriated Kanseer. He slammed the table and clarified that he wouldn't let Raymond do as he pleased. Lang was glad because it was done as Kanseer was stupid and ignorant, but once he was angry, his fist would start flying without even trying to find out the exact situation. He imagined Raymond getting beaten up, and he was looking forward to seeing him turn this imagination into reality and getting beaten up to a pulp. He was confident that Raymond would definitely run away after being beaten up so badly. The next day, Kanseer went to the protagonist's clinic and furiously stared at him. The system notified Raymond that a mean person was detected, but the level of the target emitting mean attitude was mediocre. Kanseer asks the protagonist if he is Raymond, and the protagonist affirms and questions where he is feeling unwell. The protagonist was worried, wondering why such a ferocious-looking guy visited his clinic. Kanseer looked at him and instructed him to get out of this place immediately. Then, he put his hand on Raymond's shoulder and clarified that if he didn't leave, then he would crush him and his clinic into pieces. The protagonist was refusing in his thoughts and crying because he hadn't repaid his debt. The protagonist thought at this rate he would be at the negative instead of being able to repay his debt. Hansen couldn't believe his senior was still thinking about this, but it was essential for him too. Soon, a man whose head was covered with bandages came out and was startled to see Kanseer. The man wondered why he was angry and if healer Raymond had done something wrong. Kanseer couldn't believe that man was asking him what Raymond did wrong and asked if he didn't know this healer was using the people of the Bay region to conduct human experiments. This shocked the patients as they couldn't believe it, and Kanseer explained they wanted to use their cultish treatment method. So they came to slums to deceive and make use of everyone there for free. So they instructed all of them to leave this place. The protagonist tried to explain that wasn't the case, and the system detected Kanseer as a mean patient. So the method to deal with the mean person activated and synergized with Heart of Steel. The bonus quest appeared to instruct him to treat this mean patient. Since many people were working at his clinic and in pain, Raymond was taught that if he treated them sincerely, they would open their hearts to him and become his biggest fan. This was the primary treatment required to treat this mean patient, and in reward, his level would be up, and he would get skill points and the patient's enthusiastic goodwill. The protagonist's fear disappears, and his heart calms down. He wonders how to deal with the mean person. A quest appears, and he realizes that man is also a patient. In that way, it would be easy for him to deal with, and he utters that the king recognizes his treatment method, and he is also recognized as a qualified healer from the healing tower. The protagonist thinks Bay region healers are slandering and retaliating against him because he offers cheap treatment fees. Now that Kanseer feels about it, healer Lang always charges expensive fees and bullies the poor, and he even takes a lot of Blue Moon Guild money. He gets infuriated to think that the wicked man Lang lied to him, and he says that he believes there is some misunderstanding, so he will confirm the truth and return there. While he was leaving, the protagonist asked him to wait for a minute, and Kanseer wondered what the matter was. Based on the quest window, Kanseer was a patient, and someone who is the boss of a dark organization would be a patient with a lot of money. The protagonist uttered that since he had come to his clinic and their misunderstanding had been cleared, he wanted to talk with him for a while. The protagonist was glad because the patient who could pay a decent amount of treatment fees arrived, so he didn't want to lose him. The protagonist instructed him to sit because he was at his clinic. He tried to look at him and ask if he felt unwell. Kanseer refuses, but the protagonist assures him it's all right, even if it is slightly uncomfortable. Furthermore, it is also okay if it is an existing illness that the current healer couldn't treat, so he wanted Kanseer to feel free to say anything. Kanseer explained that although he had received treatment, this is the illness that always relapses. The protagonist knew it, so he asked him what it was, and Kanseer was reluctant. Even though he was mortified, but he explained that he experienced pain in his anus, and blood also came out with feces. He further explained that the pain is alleviated when the healer uses healing, but it lasts for a moment, and the pain will soon return. The protagonist was startled as this is hemorrhoid, and he explained that the symptoms would only go away if the root cause were eradicated. He assured Kanseer that he would treat him. Kanseer was shocked to know it could be treated, and the protagonist affirmed and explained that a simple surgery would do it and assured that he would help him do it so it doesn't come back again. Kanseer was shocked to learn about surgery and wondered if he was trying to experiment on him. Even though he gave Lang a lot of money every single time he experienced the pain because the root cause wasn't treated. Kanseer wondered if it was possible never to relapse again like healer Raymond had said, then it would be best, so he agreed to get his treatment. Soon, they prepared for the surgery as, after examining the protagonist, they realized this was the grade 3 internal hemorrhoids. If cutting away the hemorrhoid tissue is all that is needed, then he should be able to handle this level of surgery. He activated the surgeon's nimble hands, which increased his senses, and started the procedure. After using herbs that act as anesthesia, he decided to remove the hemorrhoid tissue and quickly use the thread to tie up blood vessels. He devises cutting off the top part tied up with thread in a single go and stitching up the wounded area. He first wanted to cut the hemorrhoid that was in worse condition at 3 o'clock, then the hemorrhoid at 7 and 11 o'clock. Soon, he was notified that he had completed the treatment and quest, gaining a bonus level of up and 10 skill points. The protagonist was happy to see this notification because he did it, and the protagonist gladly informed Kanseer that the surgery was over and that he did well. Kanseer couldn't believe that it was completed so quickly. The protagonist informed him that he would still experience pain for 3 more days, so he wanted him to bathe with a sitz bath for the time being. The protagonist further explained that the sitz bath is the warm water bath that soaks his anal area. Kanseer was glad and thanked the protagonist because he had suffered so much from this illness for the past few years, and he couldn't believe that Raymond treated it so quickly. His eyes filled with tears and assured him that he would never forget his help. The protagonist explained it was nothing and thought he just needed to pay him and wanted to charge him 20 or 30 pina because he seemed rich. Kanseer felt he couldn't repay him with money, but the protagonist refused as he needed to pay for it. Kanseer assured him he didn't need to worry because he would eliminate anyone who dared to slander his clinic. Then, he handed the protagonist a bag of money and wanted him to take it. They opened the bag and wondered how much this was, and Hansen supposed it would be around 300 pina. Kanseer cursed healer Lang and didn't want to let this slide, and the protagonist thanked him and wanted him to have a good day. After Kanseer left, Hansen wondered if he had talked about Lang. The protagonist doesn't know, as it doesn't matter, but he wants to eat beef for dinner. Later, Kanseer beats healer Lang, and Lang explains that it was a misunderstanding. Kanseer hated the sight of them from the moment they mooched off the backs of people in the slums, but he left them alone because no healer would come there. However, they dared to slander someone as great as healer Raymond, and he started beating them. They apologized to him and wanted him to spare him as they wouldn't do it again. Kanseer beats Lang, and he coughs out blood because one of his teeth is broken, and he asks for help. Kanseer warned them that if they dared to show their face again in the Bay region, he would pluck out their teeth so they could only eat porridge for the rest of their lives. So, the illegal healer, including Lang, was kicked out, and they were never seen in the kingdom's capital again. After that, Raymond's clinic became very successful, and they all were thankful to him. One of the citizens' wounds was healed entirely because of his treatment, and another who didn't dare to visit a healer in the past is now visiting his clinic. They never thought such a great person exists in the world who could even treat patients without the greed of money. Meanwhile, the protagonist was busy gaining experience, and he leveled up and gladly instructed the patient to have a great day. He then requested that he take care of himself. The protagonist opened his status window and was delighted to know that his level was 28. He wanted to keep this pace up and go to level 40. It has been tiring because of the influx of patients lately, and he needs to invest in stamina instead of senses now. Once he hits a certain amount of stamina, he will need to increase his intelligence, and if he keeps leveling up like this, he will become the best healer in a short time. While he was still thinking, Kanseer entered his clinic, informing him that there was a big problem, which surprised him. The protagonist wondered what Kanseer was talking about, and Kanseer instructed him to run away quickly because someone had an infectious disease. He explained it's the Grim Reaper of Death, so he was sure that if Raymond stayed there, he would get infected and die, which worried Hansen as he knew what Kanseer was talking about. Grim Reaper of the Death is the term that Leipenchiana uses for smallpox, one of the worst infectious diseases. The protagonist knew that the fatality of smallpox, along with the Black Death, was more than 30%, so it was one of the worst infectious diseases. He was sure that he might be able to save a few people if he did his best, but there was no way to stop hundreds and thousands of people dying. Hansen wanted his senior to run away quickly, but the protagonist was wondering what he should do and if he should run away. One must run immediately when the Grim Reaper of Death, smallpox, and the Fog of Death, the Black Death, runs rampant. That was the unofficial rule that the healing tower had given because smallpox is the disease that took away billions of lives on Earth, according to common medical knowledge. If Raymond doesn't run away now, then he will get infected and die, too. Kanseer heard that they were going to burn the people and purify the area soon, so he requested Raymond to leave this area quickly. However, the lady from Crescent Street inquired if it was the Grim Reaper of Death because even the disease they got was called the Curse of Gods. But healer Raymond had already shown them that wasn't true. It has been a long time since smallpox broke into the Houston Kingdom, but it's weird that it suddenly appeared in the capital. This startled Raymond because she was right, as it's not guaranteed that it's smallpox, so he asked Kanseer about the patient's symptoms right now. They were startled, and Kanseer asked his man for the symptoms of the disease. The man explained that they all have high fever and numerous blisters all over their bodies. The old people who have experienced the Grim Reaper of Death in the past have gathered and said that these symptoms are similar to the ones they had. The protagonist was excited to learn about high-grade fever and blisters all over the body because there are many diseases with symptoms similar to smallpox. He was confident that he could decide what it was after seeing the patient in person, but he knew it would be dangerous to approach them if it was smallpox. Hansen couldn't understand what was there to hesitate about because if it turned out to be the Grim Reaper of Death, then he might die. However, the protagonist thought if it's not, then the patient they could save would be burned to death. Hansen was worried because he knew if this went on, then they would catch the disease and burn to death. The protagonist was flustered, wondering what he should do if someone could give him certainty and then save them. Abruptly, the system screen appeared, allotting a new quest to save the people facing unjust death. This requires medium-grade treatment, and its difficulty was also intermediate. Numerous patients infected by the infectious disease are in danger of being burned to death, which can't be considered the correct treatment method, so Raymond was instructed to use his knowledge to stop unfair death. The protagonist supposed that since it's an unjust death, it means it's not smallpox, and he clarified that he wouldn't leave this place. Kanseer and Hansen were worried to hear this, but Raymond knew those people were not infected with smallpox, so that he could save them with his knowledge. In common medical knowledge, numerous infectious diseases, including smallpox, spread through droplet transmission. They spread through patient saliva, nasal discharge, or cough, so if it's spread via droplets, they need a way to stop it physically. So, for now, he instructed Hansen to bring him thick clothes that could be used as a mask, glove, and robe that could cover his whole body. Hansen was worried, wondering what his senior was trying to do, and Raymond explained that he would meet the patient in person and check them. Later at night, noise from a house was coming, and a lady was requesting some people to leave her kids alone as she didn't even care if she died, and the kids were crying, asking their mother for help. The man apologized to her because he didn't want to die because of them, but they were requested to stop. As the man looked behind, he was startled to see a man covered with bandages and wondered who he was. The protagonist asks them to calm down because he is the healer, Raymond. They were shocked to know he was the prince and wondered why he was dressed like this. They informed them that it was dangerous because this family was infected with the Grim Reaper of Death, so it must be purified. However, the protagonist requested them to wait for a moment and inquired how they concluded that they were infected with the Grim Reaper of Death without having a look. This startled them, and they asked if the high-grade fever and blisters all over the body weren't the symptoms of the Grim Reaper of Death. Raymond explained that some other pox diseases also have similar symptoms, so they are unsure. So he wanted to go in and check himself, but those men were startled, wondering if he would get infected. Raymond smiled and clarified that they didn't need to worry because he got a way around this. He made the makeshift space suit to wear, but he knew this wouldn't be safe enough, so he opened the market to acquire some skills. Soon, he found the shield, which required 100 points, and purchased the skill. This shield protects him from physical threats, so the higher his proficiency is, the more it will be able to defend him against more potent threats. He was notified that his mana stat is low, so the time he could use this continuously would be short. He activated the magic shield and was notified that his intelligence stats were increasing proportionately to the magic level and that he would be able to control magic more smoothly. The protagonist knew that this shield would last for a short time, but until it was activated, he could prevent the droplets from entering his airway. After combining this skill with his space suit, he supposed it should provide him sufficient defense. He tied the face mask and was fully prepared to enter that house. And after he went inside, Hansen was shocked because Raymond used shield magic. Meanwhile, inside the house, the mother and her kids were crying, but suddenly, she was startled to see Raymond and asked who he was. The protagonist explained that he is healer Raymond, and the lady realized that it meant he was the prince. The kids rushed toward him, asking him to save them as they didn't want to die. The protagonist clarified that he is not the prince but a healer, so he tried to look at all of them. He instructed the kid to lift his shirt, and the kid affirmed. He explained the blister on the kid's body was similar to smallpox, but that was not the case. He looked at the lady and instructed her to rest assured because this was not the Grim Reaper of Death. She couldn't believe it and asked if that was true. Raymond explained that it was known as chickenpox in ancient times, that the blisters weren't horrible, and that the palm and sole were relatively clean. Furthermore, the blisters are not buried deep in their skin, but on the surface, which is one of the characteristics that belong to chickenpox, not the Grim Reaper of Death. He further told them chickenpox will naturally heal if they leave it alone. The lady was glad and inquired if they could get better, and Raymond affirmed and assured her that he would explain the situation to the people outside. Shortly after, the lady and her kids arrived at Penn Clinic and informed him that her children had recovered completely, so she thanked him so much for his help. Raymond doesn't think he did something, but the lady was so grateful to him that she never wanted to forget what he had done for her as he saved their life. Hansen was also happy because this was great, as he thought it might be the Grim Reaper of Death. Some other people also arrived and thanked him because if it were not for Raymond, they would have killed their innocent neighbors. He was notified about completing the quest because he saved the patient and achieved the title of one who lives for the patient. He received his reward of 20 skill points and leveled up further. Furthermore, his reputation increased, and his friendliness with the people in the slums increased even further. A moment like this always feels so new and happy, no matter how many times he experiences it. All of them were thankful to Raymond because of him. The Bay region felt stable, and they found him so dependable, and they could finally feel like humans. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the man asked the king how long he would leave the Bay region alone. Because the war with the Drotten Kingdom would break out soon, and once the war broke out and the people's hearts wave, they didn't know what kind of unstable variable the Bay region could become. So, just as Prince Limerton said, the Count thought it would be better to get rid of them before they became more powerful, and he requested the king to decide this matter immediately. Meanwhile, Hansen was grilling meat in the Bay region, and its smell attracted Raymond. Hansen explained that the mother of children who got chickenpox gave them meat to express her gratitude, and he was almost done with cooking it, so she wanted him to eat. The protagonist was excited because beef helps to improve body immunity, so they needed to eat this for the sake of their patient and their health. While eating the meat, the protagonist thinks that he is level 29 now, and the people of the slums are friendly toward them, so everything is going well. When he reached level 40, he would go through promotion and finally get rid of his title of rookie resident. Then, he would probably be able to provide better treatment, and he started smiling at the thought. While eating the meat, Hansen asked Raymond if he had used shield magic back then. The protagonist affirmed and explained that it wasn't ancient magic, but he got it with luck. Hansen was impressed by Raymond's ability because he could even use magic with it. However, the protagonist clarified that he couldn't use it all the time, so it is limited, and Hansen wondered if it was because he didn't have that much mana. Heal, magic, aura, etc. All of these abilities and miracles have a mysterious power source. Healers would use mana to perform healing, mages would use it for magic, and knights would use it for mana blades and aura. The protagonist has some mana because he is a healer, but it would have been about 1 if he had described it in stats. Hansen assumed there would be a way to increase his mana, but it would greatly help when he treated the patients. The protagonist sighed and wondered if he should also do mana training like the knights, but he didn't think it would help him. Although everyone uses mana, the way it's used is very different for knights, mages, and healers. The knights use the lower energy core to train their mana, so they accumulate mana below their stomachs. The mages use the middle energy core known as the mana heart, attained via knowledge and enlightenment and assimilating mana around their heart. However, the healer uses the upper energy core to use mana, so when it comes to throwing classes, the whaler struggles the most to accumulate mana. because it's most challenging to develop an upper energy core because one could only have a lot of mana and healing power if born talented. But Raymond's precious title, Mana, was below F rank, so no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't go beyond the F rank. However, he wondered what mana he used for the magic. The user can't alternate between the upper, middle, and lower energy cores, so the user of the upper energy core can only use heal. Mages who use the middle energy core could use only magic, and knights who use the lower energy core could only use aura. However, Raymond is using the magic right now, even though he has never accumulated mana in his mana heart. He didn't think much of it, but thought of it as a player ability until now, but he should probably think about this possibility as well. Someone knocked at their clinic door and asked for their help, and his sudden knock surprised them. The protagonist rushed toward the entrance, instructing Hansen to hurry up because there was a patient. The lady informed Raymond that her husband had fallen off the roof and he couldn't breathe after that. The protagonist instructed Raymond to get ready for CPR, and he understood his instructions and started the procedure. Meanwhile, the king and his man Galman are in the Bay region in the cloak, and his man asks if the king has to travel to the Bay region in secret. The count remembered that Prince Limerton was seriously hurt in the Bay region last time, which was hazardous. The king clarified that he was a sword master, so he would be alright if the military didn't appear. Galman agreed, but he still thought the king should be careful. The king explained that this is where people live, so he can't just get rid of this based on assumptions without checking it out personally. He instructed Galman to head to the Traven and see what was going on. While having lunch, they heard people gossiping that someone had died at Raymond's clinic. The man affirmed and explained that it seemed like he couldn't save that person even though he had done CPR for an hour. But in the end, the person still died, and they guessed that not even Raymond was that powerful. They started gossiping about the rumors that were circulating that Raymond was treating patients for free to use them as human experiments. They supposed Raymond was also there like other princes to treat the Bay region as the playground. The man thought that people of high status thought of people in the slums as huge sores while the king listened to their conversation. However, the lady stood up and explained that healer Raymond was different because she had seen it herself that day. All the other healers would have ignored that patient because they wouldn't have been able to save him and would think it would be a waste of time. But Raymond worked so hard to save that hopeless patient, and in the end, he cried so much when the patient stopped breathing. He was crying because he lost a patient and could not save that hopeless patient. A doctor must grow from learning through patient loss, which modern medicine teaches. He went out and informed the family about the patient's death, who started crying so much, and Raymond apologized to them as he was genuinely apologetic to them for their loss and was crying. Raymond never wanted to face something like that again, so the lady started crying and explained that she had never seen someone so sincere toward their patient. She thought he might be someone sent by heaven to the Bay region and the prince they should serve. Another man gladly added that because of healer Raymond, his son was alive, and his companion said he also cured his wife's long-time illness. The other healer took a ridiculous amount of money, but they couldn't do anything about his wife. They all cheered and wanted the prince of the slums to live long, and the king was shocked to see this. Meanwhile, the protagonist is notified that his reputation has exceeded the criteria. Hence, he obtains the new title of the one who helps the slums and gets additional buffs along with the title. The protagonist was shocked to learn about this title as he thought his original title was the dirty illegitimate child and wondered what his additional buffs were. The protagonist was notified that the title was given to the one who helps slums, and its rank was village level. Additional buffs increased friendliness between him and the people of the slums, so he had a significant influence on them. He obtained an additional level up and some skills points because of his new title. Raymond was happy because this was something better than a dirty illegitimate child title. He smiled as it was nice because he would probably earn tons of money if his reputation increased. Meanwhile, the king was astounded because Raymond's reputation was better than expected. Galman thought Raymond was even lucky to survive in the Bay region, and he was startled as the king started coughing. He gets worried because the king is coughing more often now, and it seems to be getting worse with time. The king thought it might be a slight cough and instructed Galman that they should return to the palace for now. Galman agreed as he thought it would be the best decision rather than staying in a dangerous place. Suddenly, the king was shocked as he heard someone asking for help, and they followed the voice. Two men have captured a girl, and they asked them what they are looking at, and the other instructed them not to be busybody and head on their way. The girl was crying, asking them if they were knights and asking them to help her. The king unsheathed his sword and instructed Galman to step aside, and Galman obediently listened to him. As soon as the king's sword came out of the sheath, the mana surrounded it and shocked those thugs as it was sword energy, and they instructed the king not to come closer. The king rushed toward them and struck them while the girl sat. The king looked at her and inquired if she was all right and told her that she was safe now. However, the king was soon shocked because the girl retrieved her dagger and was surrounded by mana energy, and she wickedly stared at the king. She strikes the king and injures his arm, which makes him wonder if she is the assassin who is after him. He struck her, and she rushed back, covered the area with her hand, and started chanting the magic, and smoke appeared. The king realized that she might be using sunscreen to block his vision. He asked her if she was trying to escape while blocking his sight, but clarified that she couldn't. The king knew that smokescreen has ingredients that affect one's airway negatively, so he covered his mouth and nose and wondered if she used this magic, knowing he was coughing. Abruptly, she rushed to attack him from above, and he saw her in his sword and attacked her. After he was done with the assassinator, Galman rushed toward King Odin and asked him if he was all right. The king explained that he just gotten scratched on his arm, which worried Galman because the area was turning blue. The king instructed him to calm down because the sword's master wouldn't die from something of this level. However, Galman disagrees because he knows that if the king doesn't get treated quickly, he might have to lose his arm. The king was confident because the palace had ALA rank healer, Henrian, who could treat venom. But Galman was reluctant because the poison would spread on their way to the palace. The king was worried because the symptoms were starting to get worse, so he was afraid that he might need to cut his arm off. Suddenly, Galman remembered that Raymond's clinic was nearby, which shocked the king, and he wondered if Galman was asking him to get treated by Raymond. Galman thought His Majesty should get emergency treatment at least because he worked at Belland for 5 years. He was sure that Raymond should be able to perform emergency treatment even if he could not cure it entirely, and the king agreed with him. Later, the protagonist greeted them at the Raymond clinic and asked where he felt unwell. Both the king and Galman have covered their face with masks. Raymond could see the blood stain on the king's mask, which scared him. Raymond wondered if the Dark Guild members had a faction war, but he was sure they would have some money because they were from the Dark Guild. The protagonist realizes he has to cut his arm if it's not treated promptly and instructs the king to come that way. The king explained that he was poisoned, so he needed Raymond's help in emergency treatment. While looking at the king's arm, the protagonist wonders if they are criminals who can't let their identities be exposed, but that doesn't matter because a patient is a patient to him. He started taking a look at his wound and was worried because it was in a bad state and wondered what kind of poison it was. The protagonist inquired if he had any other symptoms of seeing the wound of his arm aside, like blurred vision, heart palpitation, dizziness, or headache. King Odin de Houston explained that he felt a little dizzy, had a slight headache, and thought his pulse was a little faster. Raymond was startled to hear his patient's voice, which seemed familiar, so he wondered who he was and if he was one of their previous patients. Raymond explained that his poisoned wound was in bad shape, and his pulse was also not looking great, which seemed to be caused by the poison of dragon blood poison and nerve poison. The king cleared his throat and requested Raymond to provide him with emergency treatment so that the poison wouldn't spread any further and that he would be receiving the actual treatment too. The protagonist gladly informed him that he could treat this, which shocked them, and they inquired what he said. Raymond explained that this poison is a 3-white snake poison mixed with an alpenrose extract. So, if he administers an antidote for 3-white snake poison, he could detoxify it. Galman was shocked, wondering how Raymond knew the poison and if it was the ancient knowledge known as a medical technique. Galman was surprised because people usually use healing to invigorate one's vitality to purge the poison because it takes too long to identify it. The protagonist refused and explained that he knew this because he studied it as an apprentice and was an S rank in medical botany. He studied various types of medicinal knowledge to make up for his lack of healing power, and there was probably no one in Lapensiana more knowledgeable in medical botany than Raymond. He felt like he just had to learn it at least, and in the past, Hansen was thrilled to know that he was an S rank in medical botany. Raymond had one antidote in their clinic, but there was one problem, and Galman wondered what the problem was. Raymond explained that poison is an enhanced version of 3-white snake poison, which is not compelling enough with just the antidote of 3-white snake poison. so Galman wondered what they needed to do to solve this problem. The protagonist explained that they must use a method to maximize the effect of the antidote. It might be a method that the two of them would find hard to accept, though. Galman wondered what that method was, and Raymond explained that he wouldn't be drinking the antidote, but he would be injecting the antidote directly into his blood vessel using the needle. However, Galman disagrees as he doesn't want to do this because he has never heard of that bizarre treatment method of injecting the antidote into the blood vessel using a needle before. At the same time, the syringe was the most commonly used device for injection on modern Earth. But in Leipentiana, it has never been used before, so it's natural to reject this method. Galman asked Raymond if he knew who that person was because he was so crucial that no words could describe him. The king instructed him to wait, and he rambled that he heard that a patient had recently died in this place, which startled the protagonist. The king recalled the gossip of people thinking that Raymond was conducting experiments on the people of the slums. He furiously approached Raymond and clarified that he was doing some weird experiment because the people came to the slums for treatment. The protagonist thinks of the Heart of Steel activation, which activated. Thus, he could withstand patient intimidation and calm down. Galman was astounded because he was not scared of His Majesty's aura. Unjust intimidation was directed at a healer trying to treat his patient, so the target was detected as mean. So, the method of treating mean patients was activated, and Raymond was amazed to learn that he was a mean person. Then he thought about it and realized that no one genuinely great would say some third-rate thing like he does. He knew who that person was. The way of dealing with such a mean person was to be full of confidence while smiling constantly. The protagonist understands their worries but explains that his method is a secret ancient technique, a standard method used in an ancient, flourishing civilization. Galman couldn't believe he was that friendly even though they tried to intimidate him. Raymond grabbed his patient hand, and he swore upon his family name, Pennon, that he inherited from his mother, and that there was no other way besides this to treat the poison that he had. He requested that he trust him. King Odin was astounded because Raymond swore upon Pennon's family name, so he agreed. The protagonist fills the antidote in the syringe and brings it close to his patient's arm, and King Odin inquires what this is. Raymond explained that it was just a syringe that he ordered to be made in a dwarf workshop, and he would be using this to inject the medicine into his blood vessels. The protagonist explained that it would sting slightly, so he shouldn't be surprised and soon injected the antidote. Galman inquired His Majesty if he was all right and if he felt strange anywhere. The king explained that he didn't feel strange, but suddenly he grabbed his head. This worried Raymond, and he wondered what was wrong and what happened. He was worried because this was his first time using the syringe there, and he asked if there could be any side effects. The king explained that his dizziness and headache had improved, which startled Galman. The king looked at his arm and knew that he was not fully recovered yet, but it was better than before, and he couldn't understand why his symptoms were getting better that quickly. Even antidotes usually only show effects after being consumed for a certain amount of time, so he couldn't understand why there were already immediate effects. The protagonist is happy because the effects are better than expected, so he assumes he can eat meat the following day. Since that was the case, the king inquired if the wound on his arm would improve over time. The protagonist rambled that the strange symptoms had been stopped completely, and the damaged skin would recover naturally as time passed. Furthermore, any side effects should not affect his arm movements either. King Odin realized that if he had been stubborn and insisted on returning to the castle, he might have had to lose either the function of his arm or cut it off. Raymond also helped them considerably back with Princess Sophia, which was the second time he had helped them. Soon, Hansen arrived and was mortified because the patient came while he was away. But the protagonist assured him it was all right because he was done with the treatment. Simultaneously, the king thought that as a ruler, he needed to be transparent concerning rewards and punishment, so he wanted to bestow a fitting reward. He owed Raymond an outstanding debt, which startled him, and he requested to let him know if there was any reward he wanted. The protagonist instructed him to give him money, which startled the king as he wasn't thinking about that. Raymond explained that it isn't that great to be called a debt, but he needs to pay for the treatment. Raymond knew that since his patient used aura, he might probably be at least an executive level within a dark guild, so he wanted to extort a massive chunk out of him. The protagonist explained that this treatment method is a little more expensive, so he should be prepared for it. Galman was shocked, and he inquired if the money would be enough. He should feel free to say anything he wants because they are people who can make many things happen. The protagonist clarified that he is a healer, so it's only natural for him to treat patients, so he wouldn't expect others to be in debt to him. Just taking the designated treatment fee would be more than enough for him, and he wanted to rip a large sum off of them, which would be more than enough for him. Galman couldn't believe that Raymond acted the same way even when he was not in the imperial castle and supposed he was such a pure and righteous healer. The king inquires how much are the treatment fees, and the protagonist utters it's 500 pina. Raymond thought this was the most expensive bill he had ever given since he opened this clinic. But this was his chance, so he just wanted to give it a go first. The king was stunned to learn about the fees and furiously stared at him, which made Raymond wonder if he had asked for too much. Hansen whispered in the protagonist's ear that 500 pina is a large amount of money that could feed a commoner for half a year. However, Raymond didn't want to compromise because this was his only chance to make up for the minuses that the clinic had made, and he clarified its 500 pina would be final. Hansen clarified that a promissory note wouldn't work as they must take the cash. King Odin coughed and explained that 500 pina was a little, but Raymond emphasized that it had to be that much before he could complete his sentence. Raymond thought that was a fitting amount of money considering the treatment he received and was requesting him not to ask him to give him a discount. Galman thought it was too cheap because a rank healer would charge at least 1,000 pina, and since there is also the cost of the antidote, he thought Raymond would be asking for 2,000 pina. He could now understand why the people of the Bay region are charmed by him because he is a healer who is only interested in treating patients and nothing else. However, King Odin was confused, so he wanted to ask Raymond a question and permitted him to ask whatever he wanted. However, Raymond doesn't want him to ask about the cost price because he is trying to rip him off. King Odin inquired why he was putting himself through so much hardship there when he was such a competent healer. He was confident that Raymond would have earned much more money if he opened his clinic elsewhere. Raymond took a peaceful breath because his patient was curious about the cost price and explained that it was because he had a greater goal in mind. The king wondered what kind of greater goal he could have to come to such a poor region. He wondered if his goal was to live a life purely for the sake of his patient, and he thought he was incredible. Meanwhile, Galman couldn't believe that an illegitimate child who was mistreated would be able to grow up to be so incredible and wondered what His Majesty was thinking. King Odin de Houston understood everything, so he stood to leave, and Galman inquired how he was currently feeling. He felt much better now, so he instructed his man to let go but explained that he had no cash in return. This shocked Raymond, and he wondered what his patient said. He refused and wanted him to give him money. So he handed Raymond a ring and instructed him to sell it and use the cash. The protagonist is thrilled to see the ring because it looks expensive, and Hansen recognizes it as the pearl of the mermaid's tear. This jewel was worth more than 10,000 pina, which was exciting. While leaving, the king looked back and thought it wouldn't be enough for the payment, which startled the protagonist. The king explained that he would come back there later and was looking forward to what this clinic would look like when he was back there again. Raymond was confused, wondering what to look forward to. Whatever the reason, he was excited because he had earned tons of money. He excitedly told Hansen they would eat beef tonight, which made him happy. Galman guessed King Odin was looking forward to how Raymond's clinic would grow from there. He was the first son to work in the Bay region and stabilize it, and no other prince could do it. While leaving, the king rambled that it was time to find the perpetrator, but Galman couldn't understand. So, he clarified that he was talking about the preparator who planned his assassination. Since that person knew where he was, they must have an informant within the castle. He instructed Galman to track down the informant in the castle. Galman understood his task and was worried because the bloodbath would be taking place within the castle. Meanwhile, the man explained to his master that he had failed to assassinate King Odin in the Bay region. The man sitting near the magic globe thought that they could make at least one of the king's limbs since the 3 white snake poisons were used. His man explained that it was unfortunate, but it was alright. He supposed they still had a lot of chance, and he grabbed the dagger and threw it on the map. He couldn't believe that he recovered without any side effects after being poisoned by 3 white snake poisons, and wondered if there was such a competent healer in the Bay region. The man thought that if there were any powerful healers, that person might hinder their plans. His man inquired if he should find who it was and get rid of that healer. But the mastermind refused as he supposed there was no need to worry about that. Because the next plan can't be stopped, no matter how powerful the healer is. He gave his man 1 month and wanted him to make sure not to fall this time, and his man affirmed. After their conversation ended, the man in the veil laughed because the day the Houston Kingdom was brazed to the ground was nearing. On the contrary, the protagonist grills the meat and instructs Hansen to eat a lot of it. Hansen affirmed and assured his senior that he would eat a lot to build up his immunity. The protagonist wondered why there was a sudden talk about immunity, and Hansen reminded him that he had also said the same thing. He said that beef builds up immunity, so patients and healers should eat it for their health. The protagonist was only eating it because it's delicious, but it was not exactly wrong to say that beef builds up one's immunity. So he affirmed that it was right and wanted to eat tons of it for the sake of their health. Raymond was glad he became a healer since the meat was so juicy and delicious. The protagonist instructed him that it tasted even better when freshly grilled steak was dipped in a bit of salt, and Hansen agreed as it became more delicious. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, asked if anyone was in there, and requested they open it. They got scared, and Hansen worriedly called his senior name, and he inquired who that was. He opened the door slightly, saw many people gathered outside, and asked them why they were there. The man stretches his arm, and scarily, they inquire if he is Raymond. The protagonist was worried, wondering why the Dark Guild was there, and if something terrible happened to that patient. Raymond affirmed that he was the person they were searching for and inquired what they were there for. Suddenly, a man behind those scary-looking guys appeared and instructed them that they were scaring the healer Raymond with their tone. The man steps forward and asks him to forgive his men for their rudeness. He introduces himself as Toms, a small business owner in Lang Tram. The protagonist wonders if he is the Toms, the tyrant lord of the entertainment district. His guild was the most prominent dark guild in the Bay region, and he was the master of the vicious Dark Blade Guild. Toms gazed at him and explained that he was there because he had something to tell him. He wanted to go inside for a while, and Raymond asked him what business he had with him. The man came inside and realized they were amidst of eating their meal, and Raymond affirmed. The man remarked that it was the meat that dogs would eat, though Raymond was someone who did a good deed, so he couldn't believe he ate such nasty food. The man touched the plate, and it broke, which startled Raymond as it exploded with just the touch of his finger. Hansen whispered that Toms come from a knight family of the highest-ranking mana users. Tom instructed his man to throw away all the nasty meat for them, which scared Raymond, and he wondered why he was doing this to him. Since the hooligan entered the clinic, his heart of steel was activated, and the target has been confirmed as the mean person. The level of this mean hooligan was too high, so the method of handling the man person was activated. The protagonist's heart calms, and he thinks it's right as he shouldn't be trembling in fear, but he must resolve this. Raymond knew those from the underworld would only be crueler when they saw the weak, so he wanted to be bold. He inquired why he had come to his clinic, and if he was there because he was unwell, he should feel free to let him know because he would treat him. Tom was amazed to discover Raymond wasn't scared, and he wasn't expecting that he would have some guts. He looked back, smiled, and clarified that there had been a misunderstanding because he was there to greet the healer working hard for the Bay region. He instructed his man to bring out what they brought. The man instructed Raymond to take this, and he affirmed his decision and grabbed a bag. Raymond wondered if this was money, and Hansen was sure there would be around 1,000 pina inside this bag. The protagonist inquired why he was giving him this money, and Tom explained that it was his token of gratitude for him, who had worked hard for the Bay region and had a request. The protagonist wondered what he was there for and what his request was. From now on, Tom requested that he refrain from treating those who go against the Dark Blade Guild. The protagonist was shocked because he wanted him not to treat the patient. Tom sighed and explained that he didn't know what spot he had put him into, because if he healed everyone they beat up, how did he think they would look? Raymond explained that the patients are all the same to the healer, so he can't do that. Tom puts his hand inside his coat and rambles that in the Bay region, his life is not safe just because he is the king's illegitimate child, and he throws the dagger toward him. Raymond was startled by this sudden attack, and Tom appeared before him and clarified that if he wanted to live a long life as a healer, it would be better for the Shadow Prince to bear his word in mind. He pulled back the dagger from the wall and put it inside his coat. Then, he put his hand on Raymond's shoulder and hoped they would smile the next time they met again. He bid his farewell and left while the protagonist was frozen on his spot, and Hansen asked him if he was all right. Later, while cleaning, Hansen wondered what they would do because the Dark Blade Guild that Tom's leads is the scariest people in the Bay region. So if they ignored this warning, their life would be sniffed out without anyone realizing it. The protagonist thinks about it and wonders if it would help if he learned some self-defense skills. But he could only know this if his stamina stats are 15 or above. Unfortunately, he was a little short in stamina, and Tom's comes from a knight family of highest-ranking mana users. Even if he learned the skill, it wouldn't work on Tom, but he could continue treating his patient, so he wondered what he should do. Abruptly, a quest appeared, according to which he had to overcome the unfair threat. This was a low-level medical care quest because he was threatened unfairly regarding the patient's treatment. However, a healer must never ignore the patient and refuse to provide treatment, so he was requested to overcome this injustice. Precise requirements were to treat the patient without succumbing to the threat, and he would get skill points and an additional hidden bonus for completing the quest as a reward. The protagonist cursed it as it was easy for the system to say that he had to overcome the unjust threat and wondered if it wanted him to die. While he was still thinking suddenly, two men appeared with a patient and requested him to help them while he was still thinking. The protagonist looked at the patient's condition, who was coughing and severely injured, and he inquired if the fight occurred anywhere. The man explained that it was the Dark Blade Guild as they said they don't pay the taxes on time, so they brutally beat her up like that. The protagonist and Hansen were startled to know that Dark Blade Guild did that and remembered last night's incident. Abruptly, the patient couldn't breathe properly, and they requested Raymond to help them and treat her. Raymond examined her and concluded that she had broken ribs that were piercing her lungs, so it would be dangerous if they left her like that. However, Hansen was reluctant because he remembered what Tom said. Raymond was worried to see the patient coughing out blood and wanted to think about the consequences later because they needed to save her first. Her breathing sounds were dull, so he concluded that her lungs might be filled with blood, so they needed to extract the blood quickly. He instructed Hansen to bring him the surgical knife and hose, but Hansen was worried. Raymond looked at him and inquired if he wanted to see her die there and yelled at him to go now, so Hansen rushed away. Soon, the protagonist came out of the operation theater and apologized to them as he kept them waiting. The man asked how it went and assured them she would be fine now. The patient's family started crying and thanked him for his help and for saving her. Suddenly, Hansen rushed to him and worriedly inquired what they should do if the Dark Blade Guild retaliated because of this. He wondered if they should ask Blue Moon Kanseer for help. Raymond knew the Blue Moon Guild was no match in power to the Dark Blade Guild, so that they would lose instantly. Raymond wondered if he should pack his things and run away as his debt kept increasing, and he hadn't even leveled up. It was still not enough to pay his debt, even after selling the jewel ring he had previously. Even if he ran from Tom's for now, the healer loan would chase him for the money, and those devil loan masters would get him, so he wondered what he should do. Abruptly, he was informed that he had completed the quest and received that title who overcame the injustice and a bonus level up. Soon after, a notification about the hidden bonus and its benefits was displayed. The protagonist wondered what that hidden bonus could be, and its description appeared, explaining that it's an item that can temporarily increase proficiency. With that, he could increase the proficiency of the skill to a rank for 24 hours. Raymond couldn't believe he could improve his skill proficiency to a level because all his current skills were at a D rank. Abruptly, a quest appeared requesting him to save his patients from suffering, and its difficulty was high. The quest description appeared, instructing him that a criminal group was harassing the patient. Because genuinely great doctors will never look away from their patients' suffering, he had to defeat the criminal group and save his patients. The quest's clear requirement was to defeat the Dark Blade Guild. As a reward, he would get a bonus level up 3 times and 50 skill points. Raymond was worried about thinking about defeating the Dark Blade Guild, and he wondered if the system was out of its mind because he was the healer. But he knew that if he ignored this quest and ran away, then those debtors would capture him to become their slave healer. He found this situation unfair and was tearing up thinking of how difficult a life he had. Raymond wondered if there would be a way to do this if he increased the proficiency of one of his skills to a rank, and he thought about expanding the proficiency of his magic skills to a rank. A rank was an advanced class magic, which would be magic that an advanced mage uses, and then he could take down Toms in one hit. But the problem would be that even if he increases his magic rank, He would need more mana to use since he can barely use his D rank magic with his current mana capacity. He started pondering about his other skill, and if there was a skill that could help, and he was startled as he got an idea. He rushed toward his table and instructed Hansen to help him deliver the letter he was about to write to Kanseer. Hansen couldn't understand what this meant and inquired what he would do, and Raymond clarified that he was not running away. Hansen was worried because this was dangerous and asked him if he didn't know how dangerous the people of Dark Blade Guild were. Raymond was aware, but even so, he couldn't leave this place, which startled Hansen. Even though he knows how much his senior cares for the people in the slums, he still thinks it would be dangerous. Raymond closed the letter he wrote in the envelope and clarified that he had a plan, so he instructed him to trust in him and follow his plan. Raymond clarified that what Hansen would do was very important, so he had to ensure the letter was delivered. Hansen affirmed and assured him that he would make sure to deliver this even if it cost him his life so that he could be helpful to Raymond. After Hansen leaves, the protagonist uses his hidden bonus to increase his skill proficiency. The protagonist knew the strategy needed a skill, so he increased his proficiency. That skill was Heart of Steel, so the Heart of Steel proficiency increased to a rank so that he could maintain an iron will and unwavering heart constantly. The protagonist could feel the difference because this was on a completely different level compared to when it was D rank, and he wasn't afraid of anything, so he decided to head there. Later, at Entertainment District Lantrum, Dark Blade Guild, Toms was astounded to see Raymond there, and he couldn't believe that such a humble person could visit this place personally. He was furious, stared at him, and clarified that he was about to call him because he had a business with him. Raymond knew that he would want to beat him to a pulp because he treated someone that the Dark Blade Guild had injured. However, his Heart of Steel is a rank right now, and he is not scared. Raymond explained that he was there because he had something to say, and Tom instructed him to speak what he wanted to say. The protagonist bowed before him, apologizing and wanting him to forgive him just this once. Tom and his men were confused, and he asked him why he did something he would regret later. The protagonist assured him that he would repent sincerely and not repeat the same mistake. After going through this incident got him thinking for quite a while, and he realized that he was also tired of such foolish things in the Bay region. With teary eyes, he stared at Tom's and clarified that he wanted to offer his loyalty to him from that moment onward. So if the war breaks out between the Dark Blade and other guilds, then he would undoubtedly need a healer. Raymond is the healer who possesses exceptional healing techniques that the king recognizes, so he wants to be Tom's exclusive healer. Tom laughed, as this was quite different from what he had heard about Raymond. He thought he was the healer who wanted to serve the people of the slums. The protagonist knows what he says now is essential, so he rushes at him and whispers that his goal is to earn money because no one would hire him outside, so he has no choice but to come to the Bay region. But now that he had met someone as great as Tom's, he couldn't possibly hang around poor people and earn pennies. Raymond has endured mistreatment for 23 years, so bowing to others is his specialty, and because he had Heart of Steel a rank, he could bow before anyone without a problem. So he rambled that he wanted to offer his loyalty and life to him and requested Tom to accept it. Tom likes what he is doing because humans are greedy, so that this behavior could be expected. The protagonist affirmed and agreed, knowing he had gotten it because those were such wise words. Because Tom's accepted him, Raymond wanted to examine him once for free. Tom was stunned to know he wanted to examine him and wondered why. Raymond explained that among the secret ancient techniques that he is using, there is one that is a medical examination. This is to look for the illnesses that might occur in advance, and he wanted Tom's to know that it is the top-level secret technique that only people of noble status could experience. Tom was impressed to discover that this technique could only be experienced by people of noble status. He didn't want to lose this opportunity and agreed to go through the procedure. The protagonist whispered in his ear and asked if it was all right with him. Then, he could ask the rest of the people in the room to leave temporarily because medical examination is a secret ancient technique. He was concerned that he wouldn't be able to sell this technique as a service if anyone saw what it was like and stole it. Tom concurred and instructed all of his men in the room to leave the room and to come in when he told them to do so, and all of them affirmed and obediently left the room, which impressed Raymond. Later, Tom was lying on the sofa, and Raymond explained that he would first look at the abdomen, so he started palpating the abdomen. He couldn't find any abnormality in the abdomens, so he looked at his heart and wore the stethoscope. Tom's wondered what that device was, and Raymond explained it was an ancient artifact known as a stethoscope, which tells him if the person's heart is abnormal. This was an item that he paid tons of money to those dwarf workshops that were daylight robbers to him. So he started auscultating Tom's heart and was startled as he found some abnormality. This worried Tom, and he wondered what was wrong, so Raymond explained that there was something strange in his heart. Tom couldn't understand this, but the protagonist assured him that he would not worry because it could be treated with a simple treatment. They relieved Tom, so he was utterly dependent on Raymond for his treatment, and he opened his shirt's upper few buttons to make the area visible to the healer. Raymond put his hand on his chest and was glad because until then, everything was going according to his plan, so he wanted to succeed in a single try now. He used lightning on Tom's, which electrocuted him because the rank of the magic he used was higher than his intelligence stats, and the magic effect became stronger. Tom was unconscious because of being electrocuted, and Raymond was notified that he stood up against the injustice and subdued the villain. So he has accomplished the achievement of those who overcome injustice and gained bonus level and skills points. Raymond was glad it was finally done, and he couldn't believe he had to act humbly to create this opportunity. Even though Tom is a strong knight, there is no way he could endure all the shock directly at his heart. However, there was a better time to be dazed as he had to hurry up, and he got the rope from his bag and tied Tom's. He was confident that as long as he held out there, Kanseer, to whom he had sent the letter, would come there to rescue him. Because he had the leader of the Dark Blade Guild, he was confident they could stand a chance against them. The reason that the Dark Blade Guild becomes more vital in the entertainment districts is solely due to Tom's. The most significant difference between them and other dark guilds is that they possess the most potent fighting force. Tom is a mana user, so once he is done, the rest are nothing. He heard from the door and supposed the people outside weren't aware of what happened there, so he wanted Kanseer to come on time. Raymond looked back and wondered if he was not feeling any fear because of Heart of Steel, but he kept thinking of other matters, like if there was a thing like Vault in there. Since this was the office of the Dark Blade Guild leader, he wondered if there could be a key to the vault, so he looked around and started searching for it. Finally, he found the keys and was sure he would hide tons of slush funds, so he looked everywhere to take it all. While searching around, something fell on his head, and he looked down and found a safe. He gladly lifted the box, and was happy to think his life was about to take a significant turn. He supposed he no longer needed to live with those devil debtors harassing him. He opened the chest and found some documents inside. He wondered what this was because there was no money. Suddenly, he was startled because these documents were secret ledgers and detailed documentation of all the crimes that Tom had committed, and there was even a list of nobles he had bribed. He was still looking at those documents when Tom suddenly woke up and furiously asked how he dared to trick him. The protagonist looks at him, who is furious, and wonders if it is because he was a strong knight that he woke up so early. Raymond instructed him to stay still as he could tell that he was all tied up right now and ordered him to be quiet before he beat him. Because he has the Heart of Steel, he does not care for Tom, who is tied up. However, Tom looked at him, smiled cunningly, and inquired if he was talking about this rope as he quickly broke the rope. Raymond was startled, wondering if he manifested a mana blade and cut it, and he worriedly apologized to him and explained that it seemed like there was some mistake with his treatment. He explains that rope is the kind of treatment, but Tom doesn't believe him and instructs him to shut up before he kills him. The protagonist was worried that he would die at this rate, but wondered how his stats were currently. He thought it would help him escape if he increased his stats now, and he saw that he had a few stats points from his recent level up, so he decided to add a few points to his stamina. His stamina became 15, and he was notified that he could learn self-defense skills. He opened the market and purchased self-defense skills, which cost 50 skill points. Abruptly, Raymond was given a bonus for buying self-defense skills for the first time, so he learned the healer's self-defense skills and 50 skill points were consumed to buy them. The healer's self-defense skills were a supporter skill that increased his strength to protect himself when threatened. So when he would be in danger, his following stats would increase temporarily, and he would get an additional 10 points for stamina stats and 5 points for senses stats. He activated his skill and was surprised to see the sudden increase in his stats. Even though he could feel like he had gotten healthier because his stamina stats were up, he was up against a mana user, so there was no way he could fight him. Tom was laughing as he wanted to kill him, But Raymond closed his eyes and refused, as he didn't want to die like that. And he wanted to enjoy riches and fame in his life at least once. Usually, he would be trembling with fear, but because he has a rank heart of steel now, he wanted to try it. Raymond grabbed the stick and started attacking Tom, who assured him this was useless because he was a weak healer. But suddenly Tom's was shocked because what he saw was quite unbelievable, and soon he was lying unconscious on the ground. The protagonist couldn't believe his eyes because even though he was in poor health, Tom fainted with just one hit, as he should have been able to dodge that swing. Raymond was notified that he stepped up against a powerful foe with bravery and defeated him, so he had accomplished the achievement of the dwarf that defeated the giant. He was given 20 skill points and a bonus, and when he fought someone stronger than him, he would manifest a mysterious strength. Based on this, Raymond supposed he was out cold, and he couldn't believe that the after effects of being shocked by electricity were more significant than he thought. He wondered how this happened, but firstly, he needed to tie Tom up before he became conscious. While tying, he heard the noises coming from outside, and he supposed Kanseer had finally arrived, but that shout was louder than expected. So he peeked outside the window and wondered if Blue Moon Guild had so many people. Many of the people were gathered outside, and Kanseer happily rambled. Since the prince stood up for them, they also wanted to stand against those dark guild jerks. Kanseer requested the Shadow Prince to wait for them because they would soon join his side. Raymond was shocked to see so many people and wondered who they were, and suddenly, a notification appeared. The Title 1 who helps the slums was currently in effect, so he has exerted a significant effect on the people of the slums and moved their hearts. An hour ago, Hansen was worried. Even though he had passed the letter to Kanseer just like Raymond asked him to do, he wondered if it would be enough. He couldn't believe Raymond went to the Dark Blade Guild alone and was confident he went there to warn them about using violence against the people of the slums. Hansen didn't want to sit still because he did so much for his patients, so he accosted the people of the slums and asked for their help because healer Raymond was fighting currently for their sake. They couldn't believe the prince was fighting for their sake, and their eyes filled with tears. They knew that Prince Raymond had gone to talk things out with the Dark Blade Guild because of them. The man informed his comrade who was working, and he was shocked. They supposed he would be in danger. They all grabbed their weapons as they couldn't stand idly. Even though the Dark Blade Guild was scary, they wanted to save him. At present, everyone is happy because they have defeated the Dark Blade Guild, so now he wants to save the prince, and one of them finds Raymond peeking through the window. Kanseer wondered where he was, and they finally found him and were worried. They saw the bruise on Raymond's head and wondered if he got hit on his head and was fighting with Tom alone, and they assured him that they were on their way to save him. However, Raymond recalled how he got hit by the box and was trying to explain to them how he got the bruise while searching for the vault. Kanseer started climbing the climbing window, and Raymond instructed everyone to calm down because he had already subdued Tom's and showed them unconscious Tom's. Kanseer was glad to know that he had already subdued him and wondered how he had subdued a mana user, and Hansen found it incredible. Raymond finally took a peaceful breath because they had finally calmed down and was startled to hear their thoughts. Kanseer couldn't believe he fought for the people of slums to the extent that he got injured. Everyone started praising him and remarked that he was the prince of the slums who risked his life to save them. The protagonist was waving for them to explain everything, but all of them were glad to see the prince waving to them and wanted the Shadow Prince to live a long life. Raymond was dumbfounded but decided to go with whatever they thought instead of explaining. Raymond had no idea now that he had the rank heart of steel buff on and was waving his hand while looking at the people of the slums. Everyone was happy to see such a dignified and confident pose, just like their prince. However, one man thought they could not call the illegitimate children princes. But Kanseer instructed the man to shut up because the only person they considered a prince in the Bay region was Raymond. Finally, the quest was completed, and he received 3 times the bonus level up and 50 skills points. Furthermore, his reputation has also increased, so he gained more influence over the Bay region. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Galman was stunned to know that Raymond had subdued the Dark Blade Guild. It was not easy to root out that guild entirely dominated by the slums, and wondered how he did that. The knight explained that the people say he devised an elaborate plan, went into their base personally, and then took down their leader, Tom's. Galman was happy because Tom's was one of the highest ranking knights who were mana users, although he needed to be at the expert level. It was vital for him to be treated with respect within most small to medium knight's orders, but a scheme took down someone like that. The knight further said that he took on such a significant risk purely for the sake of the people of the slums because he could no longer stand seeing them harass the people. Galman couldn't believe that Raymond, who could be so timid, risked his life, and he supposed he had been wrong about Raymond this whole time. It happened in the clinic, too, that devoted look he had with only the people of slums in his mind. Because he had gone through such a dangerous experience and had inquired if he was okay. The knight explained that Raymond had a little injury on his forehead, but fortunately, there weren't any significant injuries. Galman thought it was great, and because Raymond had achieved such an incredible feat, he ought to be rewarded. The knight further explained that he had achieved a more remarkable feat than subduing the Dark Blade Guild, which surprised Galman. She explained that he didn't just subdue Toms, but also found the secret ledger, which contains all the crimes Toms committed. Galman wondered what that secret ledger was about, and she explained that ledger contained the list of the names of nobles who had dealt with the Dark Blade Guild so far. According to the document, some nobles supported him and got dirty money in return. Galman asked her if she was sure about it, and the knight concurred because there was solid evidence about the transaction record of the money. What was worse is that Viscount Caspard, the Bay Region administrator, was also on the name list. This worried Galman because if the world learned about this document, a great storm would occur within the political world. Meanwhile, at the palace's underground prison, Tom wanted Raymond to wait for him as he dared to deceive him so that once he got out, he would find him first and kill him. He tried to make the weakling beg for mercy, but he wondered what that last hit back then was, which was too strong for a weak healer like him. Because Tom got panicked, he couldn't even react and got knocked unconscious. That is the moment for someone without any muscle and who has never learned swordsmanship before. Tom felt stuck by the club, which a powerful knight swung back when he was in knight order. Suddenly, someone approached his prison, and he smiled cunningly, thinking they were finally there to release him. He supposed it was worth giving bribes to the nobles in preparation for a day like this. However, a few soldiers arrived. They tied his neck and arm, and he wondered what they were doing and inquired if they knew who he was. Abruptly, someone carrying the thoroughly heated steel rod appeared, asked him who he was, and explained that he was the worst criminal in the world. This worried Tom, and he asked the man if he thought the noble behind him would let this slide. The soldier explained that all the nobles he bribed have been captured and brought there and are now being interrogated. Because the secret ledgers that Sir Raymond found contained all the records, he couldn't get out until he spilled everything about the Dark Blade Guild. Tom spilt everything after a few days of torture and interrogation, and the corrupted noblemen were all punished for this. The Dark Blade Guild had been completely uprooted. Abruptly, the protagonist was notified that he had accomplished a remarkable feat for the slums, and he accomplished the achievement of cleaning up dark organizations and overthrowing corruption. His reputation increased significantly, and he gained more influence over the Bay region. The protagonist was worried because he somehow freed the slums from the bad guys and became a hero. Raymond only did something because he didn't want his life to be ruined. He never thought the secret ledger would have that information. Abruptly, Hansen entered the clinic and gladly informed the protagonist that he had bought beef that could improve immunity with the treatment fees they had received the day before. He bought the best quality beef to experience the maximum effect of increased immunity and assured Raymond that he would grill it perfectly and that all its juices were still kept inside. Raymond instructed him to cook it usually, but Hansen refused because he couldn't do that, and he couldn't possibly cook the beef that his senior would be eating in an ill manner. Because Raymond works non-stop day and night for the people of the slums, Hansen can't let him eat beef that is not of the highest quality either way. Raymond explained that it's not like he was doing it for them, but Hansen doesn't believe him because he knows how he feels, even though he is trying to act humble. Hansen wore the apron and assured Raymond that he would do his best to cook this beef in a way that would increase Raymond's immunity to maximum, and he wanted him to count on him for this. Raymond was surprised and worried because Hansen kept becoming a stranger slowly, but whatever the reason, this was a significant change for him. Hansen gave him a piece and asked if it was delicious, and he affirmed. In any case, if his reputation goes up, he will have more patience too, and he has nothing to lose. With this incident, even the people outside of the slums have come to know of his name, so the image of the disgusting illegitimate child might have improved a little. Suddenly, Hansen remembered that he had heard Raymond would be getting a reward at the palace for what he had done this time and wondered what kind of reward he was asking for. Raymond wondered what to ask them and if he should demand the money. After some days, a royal carriage arrived, and the man respectively opened its door and informed Raymond that he would be taking him to the palace, so he requested him to get inside the horse carriage. The protagonist blushed as he couldn't believe that such a day arrived because he had never thought that a palace servant would be talking to him so politely, and he thanked him. To think that Raymond, who used to be treated as filthy trash, would be provided with luxury treatment and ride a palace horse carriage. When he lived in the palace, the princes were not the only ones who despised and bullied him because even the male and female servants also did it. He missed his meal because they forgot to bring it, and they intentionally gave him dirty clothes to wear and made him sleep in a cold room. On his way, all the citizens hoped to see him later and wanted the prince to live a long life. They were waving at him, praising him since he was so handsome and the hero of the Bay region, so they were cheering for their hero healer. He was now Sir Raymond, who defeated the Dark Blade Guild and hero healer of the Bay region who exposed the corruption of the nobles. He wanted to return soon, and following their cheers, he tried to bring tons of money from the palace. From the crowd of cheering people, he suddenly saw someone sitting behind him and was startled to see that person. The protagonist saw a mother with her malnourished child waving at him happily. Seeing the child's condition, Raymond could tell what he was suffering from because this didn't need a diagnosis. There was a lack of nutrition, and many children like him were in the slums. While many good things have been happening lately, the people of the Bay region still live poor and challenging lives. The protagonist thinks for a while, but then furiously clenches his fist and thinks this isn't something a mere healer like him should be concerned about. Poverty is something that high-ranking people like the king or the prime minister should resolve. Even just doing his work as the healer in the slum was already doing enough for them. He decided to forget this and think about the big reward he wanted to request. But the face of that malnourished kid wasn't fading away from his memory, and abruptly, a bonus quest appeared. Raymond wondered what that bonus quest was for which he was promised a good reward. Later, the quest description appeared, and he was informed that he was about to receive a reward for accomplishing a remarkable feat. The contents of the reward would be decided based on his decision, so he was requested to choose the best reward. Furthermore, the reward would be received and evaluated in ranks A, B, or C, and he would be given additional rewards. Rank A had 1 bonus level and 3 skill points. Rank B contained 10 skill points, and Rank C contained no reward. However, the protagonist wants to make money, so he does not want the system to give him any strange quest. Later, he arrived at the palace, and as he entered the palace, all the servants started gossiping about him, saying that he was an illegitimate child. All the servants wondered why that filthy brat had come into the palace as he smelled disgusting. One heard that Raymond had accomplished a remarkable feat and came there to get his reward. In any case, all the others supposed he might have gotten lucky because someone as lowly as him couldn't achieve anything. They heard that Raymond went to the slums because no other clinic wanted to take him in, and they thought the slums suited him. Raymond had forgotten all this as he lived in the slums, but the people outside the slums still thought of him as filth, nothing more, nothing less. He cursed them all because it was not like he wanted to be born as an illegitimate child. So if they wanted to criticize someone, they should criticize the king. He tried to remember all of their faces so that when he became the best healer in the future, he would ensure that all of them paid for this. He will watch them kneel and beg for forgiveness, and then they and their relative treatment fees will all be charged 100 times more. Suddenly, everyone was startled as someone asked them what they were all doing there, and they bowed before the princess. Raymond was shocked to see Princess Sophia, wondering what she was doing there. The princess furiously stared at all the servants and remarked that, seeing as they were all lazing around there, she assumed they had all completed their task ideally and asked if she was correct and if it was okay even if she inspected them. The servant wondered why she was suddenly finding faults for no reason and knew they would have a hard time if they got on her wrong side. The servants apologized and assured her they would return to their task immediately. Raymond couldn't understand why she was so fierce, even though she was usually intense. Princess Sophia warned those servants that it wouldn't end with just a warning if she found them all lazing around again. She yelled at them to go to where they were supposed to work right now, and all the servants assured her they would bear that in mind, so she rushed away. Then Raymond and the princess looked at each other, and he paid his respects to the princess. After paying his respect, he looked at her again and wondered why she wasn't going away and if she was there to look for him. She clarified that she was passing by, and the protagonist affirmed as he understood what she meant. Then she explained that she didn't want him to be mistaken because she wasn't there to look for him, which was the truth. Raymond wondered why she emphasized that so much. Sophia instructed him to get going now because she would be on her way, too, and he affirmed that he also wanted to do that. As he was leaving, she furiously stared at him, and he wondered why she was suddenly getting annoyed. Her nasty temper was still the same as he remembered, and then he was startled as she instructed him to wait. She rambled that she had a question for him since they met coincidentally. Raymond laughed, wondered why she kept emphasizing coincidence, and requested her to ask away. She asked him what reward he would request, and he was about to tell her, but she cut his sentence and uttered that it would be best if he thought carefully before speaking. She was telling him this because, depending on his decision, that day's reward might become a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Later, Raymond entered the hall and was startled to see that the king himself was there. The Prime Minister Galman was there, and the second Prince Kyan and the third Prince Limerton were there too. He was annoyed because they should have told him about this beforehand, and they didn't even mention that he had been having an audience with the king, which was nerve-wracking. He paid his respect to the king, and the third prince sighed as he couldn't believe that Raymond accomplished a remarkable feat in the Bay region. Until now, the Bay region has been treated as a malicious tumor that no one could touch. All the princes, including Limerton, tried to calm down the Bay region, but they all tasted the bitter taste of complete defeat. Limerton thought Raymond would also be unable to do anything, but he has won the hearts of the like of slums, so he wondered how he did that. The second prince, Kyan, inquired if Raymond had accomplished something that fascinated him. Limerton guessed something in him struck a chord with the slums since he belonged there. He was also a lowly, illegitimate child who would never be recognized anywhere, so it wouldn't be bad for him to live a lowly life in the slums. He thought supporting Raymond might be good if he stayed in the slums. As someone looking to ascend the throne, Limerton could do that much to help him. Kyan laughed to hear that Limerton was looking to ascend the throne because, from the perspective of the person closest to ascending the throne. So Kyan thought there was a limit to how much ignorance one should have, and he looked at Raymond and uttered that what their filthy little puppy was doing was so cute. Kyan was getting a little greedy there because having Raymond by his side had been enjoyable. While the king instructed Raymond to come forward, and he obediently concurred with the king's command. He was a bit scared and wondered why he was born with such a timid heart, and he felt like his mind was going blank. The king uttered that not only did Raymond take down the evil organization that was causing problems in the slums, but he also exposed all those involved with them. This was undoubtedly a great accomplishment, so he wanted Raymond to tell him if there was a reward that he wanted. The protagonist's eyes shine with greed, and he thinks it is money that he wants. Suddenly, he recalled what Princess Sophia told him. This was his rare opportunity, so he should consider his reward. He agreed because this wasn't an opportunity that came quickly, so he wondered if choosing money was the correct decision. He supposed it might, just as Sophia said, but this could be a chance to get something more significant than money. So he wondered if there was no intelligent way to get money or something else. He suddenly got the most suitable idea, and he apologized to the king as there was something that he wanted. The king wondered what he wanted. Raymond thought that now they were meeting face to face. He was realizing that the person may be his father. But at the same time, he is also worse than a stranger to him and is reminded of how much he resents and loathes him. However, that wasn't important right now, so he didn't want to think useless thoughts currently. Abruptly, he was notified that he had chosen the path of a great doctor, so his heart of steel was activated, and he had an iron will and a solid heart. He wondered why he was a great doctor because he never chose to be anything like that. This was just a decision made for the sake of his greed. He wondered how someone like him could change society, as he already had his hands complete with just being a doctor who could treat other people's illnesses well. So, he wanted to get a reward that would bring him the best benefits while also helping the people of the Bay region. He requested the king to grant him money, which disappointed King Odin, and the people also couldn't believe that he was requesting money there, but that was expected of a lowly, illegitimate child. However, Raymond doesn't care what others think, and he explained that, more accurately, he wanted him to grant money to the Bay region. Since he was talking for the sake of people, his skill of eloquence was activated. Raymond rambled, saying that he had heard an immense amount of wealth had been recovered due to the time incident. So, he requested the king if it was possible for him to use that money for the Bay region. All the princes, King and Galman, couldn't believe what they heard as he demanded an unpredictable reward. Raymond further supported his demand by reminding him that the Dark Bald Guild assets were all accumulated off the backs of the Bay region's people. The same goes for the bribes that all the involved nobles took, so he thought it had only been right to use the recovered asses for the sake of the Bay region people. Prime Minister Galman stared at him and was surprised because when Raymond talked for the sake of others, that timid, illegitimate child he once knew no longer existed. He was indeed a prince with dignity flowing in his blood, as he always thought for the benefit of others. Raymond was glad because he did it and was confident this would help the people of the Bay region, and he would also be able to profit from it. The protagonist was sure that when the money is used for the Bay region, they will hire someone who knows the region well for consultation. And that person would be him since no one knows the Bay region better than him. When that time comes, he will emphasize the impoverished living environment in the Bay region and get funds for herbs and other treatment costs. So, if he asks for reward money, it will be limited, but he could get way more money with this method. Furthermore, if people find out about his choice there, then his reputation will probably go up again. Then, he could even change his impression of people outside the Bay region. From his childhood, he met with several limitations, including the restriction of being a filthy illegitimate child and the limitation of having to use medical techniques that looked like heresy because healing was the tradition in this world. The people of the slums don't care about either method and accept his treatment, but that wouldn't apply to people outside of the slums. To expand his clinic beyond just the slums, he needs to do some marketing for people to come to him. There was no better marketing technique than having an excellent reputation. So he was sure that the rumors would spread from there since he was talking to the king. This was image marketing that couldn't be bought with money. The king thinks for a while and asks Raymond how he thinks they should use the money for the Bay region. Raymond was startled, wondering why he was asking him that because he should have figured this out himself. The protagonist wanted to follow the flow since the king had already asked the question. He thought improving the environment was the utmost priority because the Bay region was too dirty. Since it wasn't being managed properly, the drinking water was polluted, and the streets were filled with rats and insects that carried and spread disease. So, if the environment improves, the number of deaths caused by illnesses will notice a noticeable decrease. King Odin agreed because environmental improvement was required, but that alone wouldn't be enough. In that case, the king wondered what Raymond thinks is ultimately needed for the lives of the Bay region's people to improve. Prime Minister Galman knew that the Bay region's improvement was something the king had been unable to resolve throughout his reign, but he asked Raymond for his opinion. All three princes have failed to stabilize the Bay region, so Galman was confident that His Majesty was greatly disappointed, and he wondered if he was trying to see if Raymond had the qualities to be a prince. Meanwhile, the protagonist wondered why the king was asking a mere healer like him such questions, which was something that the king was responsible for. Something came to his mind, but he wondered if it would be okay to say something like that. However, Limerton inquired his father if he would be all right if he answered on his behalf. Limerton knew his father sympathized with the people's slums when he suggested getting rid of the Bay region in the past. That resulted in him losing his favor, so he wanted to redeem himself using this chance. So he utters that the fundamental problem of the Bay region was poverty, which was why he needed to resolve their hunger. So, if they routinely distribute relief grains to them, they will also offer their loyalty to the king. Galman thought this wasn't a wrong suggestion because it had probably helped appease the people's hearts of the slums and would also raise their loyalty toward the imperial family. However, providing a relief ration wouldn't resolve poverty, so Galman knew a fundamental solution was required. Then Kyan stepped forward, and he thought providing relief was such a political stunt, so preparing the finances for that wouldn't be easy either. Even so, Limerton thought it was required to stabilize the Bay region. Kyan actually started wondering if there was a need for them to put in so much effort for the Bay region. Since it was a place where the low-class people of the kingdom gathered, he thought it would be better to tighten their control over them. This annoyed King, and he clarified that he had heard what the two of them had said, so he asked Raymond if he had any other idea. Everyone started gossiping because even Prince Limerton, who was said to be a genius, and Prince Kyan, who was supported to become the next king, couldn't resolve this problem. so they wondered how that illegitimate could possibly have any good ideas to solve this problem. The protagonist doesn't care anymore because it doesn't matter if they laugh at this idea, and he utters that he has told him environmental improvement is required. The king was disappointed because environmental improvement alone wasn't enough. The protagonist was startled, wondering why the king was giving him that disappointed look as if he had expectations of him. The protagonist clarified that the environmental improvement he was talking about wasn't just about cleaning up filth and cleaning the place. He talked about expanding the streets so horse carriages could pass and improving its security. Raymond was notified that he was stepping forward for the sake of his patients, so the heart of steel had been activated along with eloquence. Raymond explained that if they root out the dark organizations that swarm the Bay region and all the illegal activities of the entertainment district, then the Bay region could move toward becoming the business hub. Galman explained that the Bay region doesn't have a connection to people outside, so growing it as a business hub would be hard, and he supposed he didn't know that. Raymond agreed because this was correct for the current situation, but the Bay region possesses an advantage that could help it become a business hub. They wondered what advantage is, and Raymond explained that the first advantage would be Alfangado. The Bay region was closest to Alfangado, where people could go through to get to the capital. However, the merchant doesn't pass through the northwest gate. It is connected to the Bay region and only goes to the capital through the east gate. So, because of the Bay region's security improvements, merchants wouldn't need to intentionally take a longer route to go through the east gate. Unlike other places, the Bay region has a unique advantage: the entertainment district Langtram. Raymond knew that the nobles only thought that Langtram didn't go well with the image of noble people like themselves. However, nobles love entertainment, and they have visited Langtram before because it is flooded with a constant stream of visitors at night. Currently, things like illegal gambling, crimes, drugs, and other illegal activities are taking place openly in Langtram. So Raymond suggested they uproot all that, changing the place entirely into one that could operate in broad daylight. To make Langtram not a place where they could enjoy entertainment secretly, but where people could enjoy a good time with their close friends or family. So if Langtram became a downtown, as he has mentioned, merchants would naturally gather there. The Bay region would be revolutionized as a whole, and the slum people could escape poverty. Galman wondered if Raymond was advocating for the Bay region to be developed as a business district, and was sure that was indeed possible. It was the perfect timing since the Dark Blade Guild had just been removed, so cleaning up the Bay region should go more smoothly. Furthermore, this wasn't something that only benefited the Bay region, because if another business district were created in the capital, it would also help improve their trade and commerce. His suggestion was way better than the two princes had suggested, so Galman was sure His Majesty would be satisfied with this answer. King Odin smiled as if that was not a bad idea, so he instructed Galman to review this suggestion together with the administrator, and Galman obediently affirmed. Raymond couldn't believe the king was acting right away, even though he had a very cautious personality. The king usually carefully reviewed plans before deciding on anything, and he felt weird being acknowledged by the king. Raymond had never even been deceived by anything like a compliment from his father before, so he thanked the king. Abruptly, his father utters that Raymond has all been talking about it for the sake of the slums. He hasn't mentioned anything for himself, and this isn't exactly considered a reward, so he wanted to give him an additional reward. This startled Raymond, and he wondered what that additional reward could be. The king explained that this would be the reward bestowed upon him, and that he would be given the title of baronet from that day onward. The protagonist was startled as this was totally out of his expectations. A baronet might be the lowest ranking title, but it was still a noble. Although he couldn't get territory in the cross-allied empire of which the Houston Kingdom was part, the lowest rank of nobility was still way more powerful than a knight. So the protagonist knelt before the king and clarified that he was utterly undeserving of such a great reward, making the king wonder if he supposed this was too much for him. However, Raymond thought that wasn't the case because he was grateful to him and got concerned because he just blurted out his honest thoughts, so he decided to stay quiet. The king uttered that Raymond had stabilized the unresting heart of the people of the Bay region as a healer, and that he had also taken down the evil group of the underworld. Along with exposing the corrupt nobles, he also provided a hint of how they could resolve their kingdom's 100-year concern regarding the Bay region's problem. So the king thinks he is worthy of this reward. He approaches the protagonist and asks him if there is a family name that he desires. The protagonist explained that he liked it to be Pennon because this was his mother's surname. The king looked at him as if he thought he might use the Houston family name, but he agreed with Raymond's decision. However, he wanted to ask him one thing: if he would offer his life to serve both him and the Houston kingdom. The protagonist swears in his name that he will offer his loyalty to the king, and the king, Odin de Houston, swears on the great name of Houston that he accepts his loyalty. He then bestowed upon Raymond the title of Baronet, so from now on, he will no longer be addressed as Raymond, but as Baronet Pennon. Meanwhile, the scheming boss of the secret organization asked his man if the healer had become a baronet, and the man affirmed. The boss knew that Raymond, now Baronet Pennon, was the son of the Odin, and his man affirmed that he was an illegitimate child. The boss heard he recently became a healer, so he inquired about his rank. The man explained that he received an evaluation of U rank, which stands for undetermined, and that was the first time the healing tower had given out that rank. They said that healer Raymond got rid of Odin poison even though he is only an F-ranked healing power. Furthermore, he seemed pretty famous in the Bay region and used secret ancient techniques and not common healing. This makes the boss wonder what kind of medical technique he uses and think it would be some useless heretical technique though. So the boss asked his man if Baronet Pennon would stay in the Bay region, and he said yes. The boss wondered if there was a possibility that the healer's ancient secret technique would stop their plot, and his man thought it would be difficult for him to do it. He wondered why his man would say something like this, and his man explained that to stop their plot, the healer needed to have more than the ability to treat the patients. He also needs to have vast and specific knowledge. No matter how exceptional Raymond would be as a healer, it would be impossible for him to possess knowledge that could stop their plans. So he thought it would be okay not to worry about him, and his boss decided to forget about it. He remembered that it was already the day to initiate their plans. The man affirmed that they should see some reaction soon because all the preparations had been completed. The boss was sure his man would have gotten rid of the traces because it would put them in a tough spot if someone found any traces. The man affirmed as he had ultimately got rid of all those traces and cleaned it up in a quiet corner. The boss concluded their conversation and instructed him to do his best. While drinking, he was annoyed by Raymond because even his eyes had that irritating emerald color. Emerald eyes make him wonder if that is indeed the symbol of that family that he knows of, but he supposed it would be some coincidence. Meanwhile, Raymond's decision was evaluated as giving him the quest reward, bonus level up, and 30 skills points. Meanwhile, in the Bay region, everyone couldn't believe Raymond had made such a request in the king's palace. Another person affirmed this, as Raymond said he doesn't need any other reward and wants the king to help the Bay region out. They wondered how he could always be so giving and were sure that not even the heavens would have someone like him. The people were so thankful to him that they were about to tear up because he was the dear angel heaven had sent them. Raymond's reputation was increased, and he was given a new title. He was the one who helped the slums and evolved to be the savior of the slums. This was the title given to those who helped the slums immensely. Due to this title, Raymond obtained the absolute loyalty of the people of the slums and could exert absolute influence over them. The protagonist asks Hansen who he is, and Hansen excitedly utters he is Baronet Pennon, and he asks him the same thing several times. Raymond thought it was good that he leveled up and gained a title, but it couldn't compare to the Baronet title. He laughed as he never thought he would become a noble, and he again asked Hansen who he was, and Hansen untiredly answered the same. Noble Baronet was the lowest rank of nobility that could not make it into the title of peerage as they couldn't have their territory. However, this doesn't matter to him because this was so great, and he kept asking Hansen to say it louder, who obediently followed his command. Raymond couldn't believe it and found Hansen fantastic because he never thought he would reply to him with sincerity more than 200 times. Later, Raymond looked at his stats window and saw that he was at stat level 37, so he needed 3 more levels. Then, he would be promoted and get rid of rookie resident rank. He was planning to expand to the commoner region after he got promoted and became level 40 because he couldn't stay in the Bay region forever. So he wanted to go to the commoner region soon and earn big money, and he was confident they could do it, and Hansen cheered him. Meanwhile, a carriage headed toward the Bay region, and the person traveling inside was Raoul Kaplan. He was the first son of the Count family, famous for his martial arts, and was the youngest to pass the Royal Academy as the top academy. He skipped a few grades and was able to graduate as the top student in 3 years instead of the usual 5 years. After he was recognized for his brilliant administration efforts, he was assigned to the position of administrator of the Bay region. However, Prime Minister Galman, who handed him this work, wanted him to discuss and cooperate with Raymond if any troubles arose because no one knew the Bay region better than him. Rao was annoyed because Galman wanted him to work with someone like Raymond and wondered who he thought he was. He furiously slams the seat because he is super elite while Raymond is an illegitimate child. But then he jolts away all those negative thoughts because that doesn't matter. He was an educated elite with an open mind, so he wouldn't judge and favor people just by their status. Because it was not like Raymond chose to be born as an illegitimate child, he shouldn't criticize his birth origin. If he were to say something, then it had to be against the father who gave birth to that illegitimate child, so he can't dare to insult the king. But the reason why he can't acknowledge Raymond isn't because of his birth origin, but because of something else. While he did accomplish an incredible feat this time, he was still just a mere healer, and healers are all materialistic and have eyes for money. So Rao wondered if he, as an upright administrator official, must listen to the advice of a materialistic person like Raymond. However, he doesn't want to judge someone based on biases because Raymond could be exceptional. So he tried to find this out with his own eyes, and then made a judgment if Raymond was worthy of his acknowledgement. If Raymond wasn't noble, upright, and clean as the world knows, he wanted to expose his true colors to the world. Soon, the carriage arrived in the Bay region, and Rao was astounded because the atmosphere there was better than he had thought. The demon den of the capital was the public's image of the Bay region. Whenever he went to Langtram with his friends during their academy days, that place always felt gloomy. But the atmosphere had gotten a lot better compared to the past, and he wondered why that was so. The man driving the carriage looked at Rao's shocked face, and Rao asked him if the streets seemed very different now. The man explained it was all thanks to their prince, and Rao wondered who he was referring to as his prince. The man apologized and explained that it was the nickname the townspeople used to call Raymond, and that all of these changes were because of him. Rao couldn't believe that these changes were thanks to Raymond and inquired what he did. The man explained it was a long story, so he asked Rao if he wanted to hear it. He started rambling, which began when healer Raymond first came there, and after some time, he said that what he did to them was that there was a guy named Tom, and he captured him. Rao was annoyed to hear him praising Raymond all the way, and while the man was about to continue explaining, Rao stopped him when they arrived at the official residence. After dropping him, the man explained that healer Raymond was the best, and Rao furiously sighed. After that, he asked several people, and a few people thought someone like Raymond couldn't be found anywhere else. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be treated even if they became sick, and they would have had to live while being depressed by evil people. Another man remarked that they could live in hope, all thanks to their Prince Raymond, and he was sure that the Bay region would become a better place to live. Rao was annoyed because everyone praised Raymond as a fanatic follower, as if an illusion of magic was cast upon them. Rao wondered if Baronet Pennon could be scheming something while acting all noble and deceiving the people. All of them were saying that Raymond was an angel who came from the heavens and a hero, and they even said that Raymond was the best prince on the continent, but there was no way someone so noble could exist. From the beginning, it doesn't make sense that he is just someone who doesn't think about himself, but only thinks of others. But if that is true, it means that Raymond is a saint, so he wants to check it and confirm the truth. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's clinic, the system could detect the mean person around him, and the level of that mean person was mediocre. Rao was leaning against the wall and asked Raymond if he was Baronet Pennon and introduced himself that he was the new administrator that had been assigned to the new Bay region, and his name was Rao. He wanted to ask Raymond questions, but the protagonist apologized because he was a little busy right now, so he wanted to talk with him later. Raymond's skill in handling mean people was activated, but he didn't want to be bothered by him. He looks like a mean person who was there to pick up a fight, and he doesn't need any administrator. Moreover, the Kaplan family is much weaker than it used to be in the past, so Rao doesn't even have the power to harm him anyway. In times like this, he had to act strong and put on a solid front, so he apologized to Rao because treating his patient was his top priority, but he would be grateful if Rao could wait a bit longer. So Rao was left with no choice but to wait for him, and he agreed, which delighted Raymond, and he was sure he would understand. Rao reads the newspaper while the protagonist examines his patient, and Rao realizes that he is indeed friendly based on what he has heard, but he thinks a friendlier healer doesn't exist. After he had treated his patient, the lady handed him the treatment fees, and while Raymond was receiving them, his eyes brightened up, which startled Rao. Rao was stunned because he could feel it and was sure of his observation skill that Raymond was acting friendly and deceiving his patient. But he wondered if he was after money, or if it could be reputation. What he concluded was utterly right, and the protagonist thought that the friendlier he is, the more people will know him, and if more patients visit him, he will earn more money. He laughed because this was friendlier marketing, but he wondered why he felt like someone was staring at the back of his head. Rao discovered what he wanted to know, so he decided to leave, which made Raymond wonder why he was already leaving. However, he bid his farewell to him and wanted him to have a safe trip back. Rao concluded that he couldn't punish Raymond by law now because he didn't commit anything terrible. However, there was a need to keep him in check so that he could no longer exert his influence in the Bay region, and he couldn't believe that he had to manage the Bay region with such a materialistic person. He supposed that Duke Galman's eyes for people were no longer as good as they used to be. Later, a man carrying his friend knocked at Raymond's clinic, asking for help because he was in big trouble. Raymond wondered what happened and instructed him to go to the treatment room first. The man explained that he was a friend who worked with him and explained that he went to the work site to look for him because he wasn't coming out, and then he found him passed out on the ground. The protagonist opened the patient's eye and checked his pupil reaction to light, but the patient was completely unconscious. Raymond wondered why this suddenly happened to him because this was a brain hemorrhage, which is not only hard to save him, but it can incur fatal after effects even if he does survive. Raymond couldn't save him with his skills because not even a specialist and a professor-level doctor may be unable to help recover a patient who has lost the function of his brain stem. The protagonist looks at the man and apologizes to him, as the patient is already dead, which shocks him. Raymond was annoyed as he wasn't used to this feeling. He is a materialistic healer, but he didn't want to lose his patients. However, he wanted to find out how it happened because something was strange. He wasn't even injured, so he wondered how could a young man like him have a brain hemorrhage. The protagonist asks the man if anything happened to his friend last night and if he gets an impact on his head. The man refused because his colleague was fine the previous day, even though he said he was pretty tired, which was normal while they were working. Raymond knew this was not a normal hemorrhage because there was a petechial hemorrhage under his skin, and he might be bleeding because of congestive splenomegaly. Platelets are part of everyone's blood and are responsible for hemostasis. If, in some cases, the number of platelets is reduced, then one's bleeding won't be able to stop. In cases where the number drops drastically, one could experience deadly situations like hemorrhage in their lungs or brain even when they are not even moving. But Raymond wondered why that guy's platelets would drop, and if it could be a problem with his blood. A viral infection could have had such a condition. The man looked at Raymond and didn't want him to be upset because he knew that wasn't his fault, and Hansen was worried about him. 3 days later, Hansen worriedly entered his office and informed Raymond that they had found another dead person. This worried him, so he rushed to the treatment room and asked the woman what happened. The woman wasn't sure either because the patient seemed to be more ill that day, and then she suddenly started vomiting a large amount of blood. The protagonist was startled because she died after vomiting a large amount of blood. He knew that she was also experiencing a drop in her platelet count due to petechial hemorrhage like the previous case, and he wondered what was happening in the Bay region. There was only one reason the rare disease thrombocytopenia was so prevalent: an epidemic. A deadly platelets decreasing virus might be circulating in the Bay region right now. Raymond was worried because this was a close area, so rumors would spread quickly and scare everyone. Most of the people were gossiping about the patient who died after vomiting blood, and they supposed it was a dangerous endemic because a few days ago, a young man died for no reason. Few couples wanted to leave the Bay region soon because they were worried that they would also die of the disease. Rao was also in the crowd, and he knocked on the wall to capture everyone's attention and assured everyone that they shouldn't worry because an epidemic isn't a problem for him, who is an administrator. One of the ladies shouted at him, asking what he would do about it, and Rao explained that he would analyze the reason. But this was an epidemic because there had already been 2 casualties, so the man didn't believe that a young, inexperienced man like him could do anything, and the lady also agreed that he looked like he had no experience. Everyone supposed they would die there, but Rao was trying to calm them down because that would never happen. One of the men in the crowd assures everyone not to worry because they have the prince with them. and others agree that Prince Raymond will take care of it. One of the men agreed and was ashamed because they all doubted the prince's ability. They ignored Rao and headed toward Raymond's clinic, praising the prince and wanting him to live a long life. Meanwhile, the protagonist is informed that the skill of the savior of slums was activated. He now has absolute influence on the people of the slums and gives a sense of stability to the agitated people of the slums. All of them were gathered outside the clinic as they wanted to relax and trust the prince and requested that he save the Bay region once more. While inside the clinic, the protagonist covers his ear and wonders why they trust him so much, because he can't even guarantee anything. There are various epidemics in the world, although some have been identified. However, Leipziniana plagues differ in type and nature from those on Earth. This means many diseases go beyond medical knowledge, so Raymond wasn't sure if he could solve them. However, the residents of the slums already thought he would find a solution to end the epidemic. He cursed his fortune because he was also scared of an epidemic. He was aware that he was the only healer in the region, so he had to take care of this, but he pondered what he should do. Abruptly, the quest appeared, instructing him to take care of the mysterious epidemic spreading in the slums, and its difficulty was medium. Quest described that an unknown plague was raging in the Bay region, so he should have minimized the casualties and stopped the plague. The precise condition was that he had to stop the plague with minimal casualties, and as a reward, he would awarded twice level up and 20 bonus points. After the quest appeared, Raymond knew that he had to do it. Since that was the case, he wanted to think positively that if he got rid of plague, he would be awarded another medal. Because the Imperial Castle wouldn't ignore someone resolving the epidemic in the middle of the capital, so he could gain fame while earning money, he decided to use that as a foothold to get into the Commoners region. He gladly opened the door because what was important right now was to turn the crisis into an opportunity. However, he saw Rao standing before him and clarified that he wouldn't be able to deceive him. Raymond wondered what he meant and what kind of random nonsense he talked about. Rao wasn't sure how he bewitched the people of the slums, but he knew they were being tricked because Raymond's ostentatious play was hypocritical. This turns the protagonist pale, and he wonders how Rao knew that and if he is a genius. Although he heard that Rao graduated as the top student in the Royal Academy, he still has an incredible insight. Rao instructed Raymond to stay away and not to resolve this epidemic because he would be the one going to resolve this matter. So Raymond should remain in his medical room and stay out of his way. He furiously slammed the door and left, which made Raymond wonder if he shouldn't do anything about this. He would love it if Rao could solve this, but quest, reward, and money, he loved them all. The best thing is when someone else is doing his task for him. However, the epidemic was scary, and he couldn't put on a shield spell all day. He wished he could say that Rao could do this, but Rao can't solve it. He is enthusiastic, but probably doesn't even know the basics of epidemiology. Medical knowledge identifies the cause of an epidemic through the distribution pattern and disease symptoms. However, dealing with infectious diseases becomes very difficult without the knowledge of epidemiology. Even the doctors of this world don't know of epidemiology because it is the knowledge included in primary medicine. So, in the end, he would have to step in, but the problem was that he was C rank in primary medicine, so he lacked a lot in this area. So, compared to the expert on Earth, his knowledge was pathetic, but he had to get it done. Raymond informed his apprentice that there would be more patients in need of help, so he should check the surroundings of the deceased patients who died recently. Hansen affirmed, and soon after, he returned and explained that there were no new patients in the area. This relieved the protagonist because it meant this was not the epidemic that spread all around. However, they still don't know for sure, so Hansen should tell those who interacted with the patients to stay home. He should also instruct them to come to the clinic right away if they get a blue spot on their body. But he should tell them they don't need to worry too much because it doesn't spread from person to person, and Hansen affirmed. Among the infectious diseases, the worst transmission type would be human-to-human transmission because it spreads fastest. However, they were fortunate that it wasn't human-to-human transmission. But Raymond wondered what the carrier of this disease was then. The demi-humans and monsters that inhabit Leipziniana and the pathogens derived from them could cause infectious diseases. He wasn't sure about the exact name of the disease, but it was most likely called hemorrhagic fever. A hemorrhagic fever is a type of epidemic that causes fever and decreased platelets, which is the type of disease that leads to brain or lung failure. Raymond wondered what could cause the hemorrhagic fever in this region. As far as he knows, Houston has never had an epidemic like this. Although the whole night has passed, Raymond can still not figure out the cause and its source and wonders if it is from somewhere else. Suddenly, the man of Rao rushed there and worriedly accosted Raymond, and he wondered why he was there. The man explained that he was the servant of Kaplan. His name was Han, and he took care of his master Rao. Raymond understood everything but wondered why he was there. Han knelt before him and implored him to save his master Rao because he had suddenly fainted while investigating the epidemic. Later, Raymond reached Rao's official residence, questioning the lady caring for him about what had happened. The lady wasn't sure about it up until yesterday. Her master had been investigating in the slums, and then he suddenly caught a fever and fainted. Raymond checked his arm and realized he didn't have a brain hemorrhage, but he got hotter and temporarily lost consciousness. Hansen whispered in his ear that the symptoms overlapped with the symptoms of 2 patients who had died a while ago, so he was sure it was petechial hemorrhage. Raymond was also confident that this was the disease that had been spreading around, and he asked why Han had come to him and not hired the healers outside the slums because they hated him. Han explained that he went to the Maple Treatment Center, one of the 3 major treatment centers in the capital, but the treatment was too expensive, which startled Raymond. Han explained that when he told them he was from the Count family, they asked for 20 pina as treatment fees. His master Rao's salary was beheld because of his family debt, which they couldn't afford 2,000 pina. To save the bankrupt family, his master Rao studied desperately since childhood and became an administrator, but he never would fall like this. Raymond was stunned because he thought Rao was an arrogant noble, but he was also poor like him because 20 pina wanted that much for nobles. Soon, Rao becomes conscious and refuses to take any treatment because he never wanted to take treatment from a con artist like Raymond, so he doesn't want Raymond to touch him. He furiously threw his pillow toward Raymond, which worried his butler Han, and he wondered what his master was doing. Rao instructed him to get that con artist out of his room, and Han tried to calm him down. Raymond furiously held the pillow and wondered if he should leave him to be because he was pretty annoying. Han worriedly informed his young master Rao that the only healer they could afford now was Sir Penin because the other healers demanded 2,000 pina to treat him. So, if he continued refusing to get treatment from Sir Raymond, then he would end up dying like the other who got the disease. Rao doesn't care about dying from the disease, but he never wants to get treated by that healer because he thinks he is untrustworthy. Raymond also doesn't like him, but that doesn't mean he wants him to die. Rao has been rude and arrogant since they met, but the protagonist doesn't think he is the bad guy. The protagonist knew that he probably didn't have the money to pay for the treatment, but he could get something else in return for treating him, which would be something that he needed. He grabbed Rao's hand, accosting him as administrator, and because he was determined to heal the patient, his heart of steel was activated in surgery, and his eloquence skill was also activated. Furthermore, the method to deal with a mean person was also activated since Rao was detected as a mean person. Raymond emits an attractive aura, and he requests Rao to look into his eyes and ask if it seems like he came there because of ill intentions. Because both of them were strangers, it doesn't matter to Raymond, even if he die or whatever happened to him, but the fact that he came there means that he is there for his sake. Rao couldn't understand why the protagonist seemed so honest even though his sparkly eyes were not like a con artist's. The protagonist was glad because combining his heart of steel and eloquence makes his acting skills better than those of Grammy-winning actors, so even Rao couldn't see through his acting. Raymond assured him that nothing else mattered more than Rao being a patient. He just wished to treat him as a healer and thought he would treat him and rip off what he wanted. Rao was a bit confused to know that he tried to treat him as a healer, not because he needed money, and he didn't know that such a virtuous person existed. Soon, Rao gets back to his senses because he could bet Raymond has been deceiving the civilians of the slums like this, but he doesn't want to be deceived. Rao furiously asks if he thinks he could deceive him because he is not easy to deal with. The protagonist is furious because his trick doesn't work for him and wonders if it is because he is a top student in his academy but is way too bright. However, soon, Han asked his young master how long he would slander the healer with unjustified prejudices. He was sure that his master saw with his eyes that everyone in the Bay region praised healer Raymond. So he wondered if all he would do was doubt him before going back, because he also needed to think about his family. However, Rao instincts were screaming that his actions were all fake, but he knew that if he died, then his family would suffer. Rao asked him if he could even have a treatment, and Raymond affirmed. Raymond explained that according to ancient knowledge, This infectious disease was caused by the decrease of platelets in the body, so he had to make up for what it was lacking. He wasn't precisely sure what the disease was, but he knew the pathogenesis and cause, which was why he could figure out the treatment more easily and cure him. He informs Rao that he needs to give him someone else's blood, startling him, and Han wonders what nonsense this is. Rao thought it was a devilish method, so he didn't want to accept it as cruel. That was an obvious reaction Raymond expected, although blood transfusion is the standard method on Earth, not in Leipzig. So he tried to persuade him because he understood their concern. He clarified that this was the only way and that it was not that dangerous. However, Rao furiously instructed him to leave because he never wanted to agree to this devilish method. He knew Raymond was a con artist, and he even heard the rumors that he had performed experiments against the people of the slums by deceiving them. Raymond knew he had reacted like this, so he had even thought of preventive measures. Raymond couldn't believe he was afraid of the new treatment, but thought he had to be different since he was at the top of his class at the Royal Academy and even a genius. He guessed Rao was no different from those ignorant people, and his words were too harsh to pierce through his chest, as he always thought of himself as distinct from others. Rao was furious because that con artist dared to call him ignorant even though he was at the top of the class. Then he got the idea that if Raymond is a con artist who honestly uses civilians of the slums, then he needs to prove it with his own body. So he agreed to accept his method, but his butler Han was worried about his young master. Rao warned the protagonist that if something wrong happened with his method, he should be better prepared to pay for the consequences. The protagonist agrees but also has one condition. If his treatment is successful, he will need to reward him with something. Rao wondered what that thing was, and butler Han assured him that if he wanted money, they would do their best. Raymond refused because he didn't want money, and he would take something more valuable than money. The protagonist explained that he needed a healthy person's blood first to be able to do a transfusion. Butler Han wanted to give his blood because he didn't want to let some dirty blood go into his young master's body. The protagonist agrees, and after checking the cross-reaction, he can give his young master blood without any side effects. Rao wondered how he was going to inject the blood into his body and if he wanted him to bite his butler like a vampire. The butler started crying and was willing to offer his neck to his honorable young master, but Rao refused because he didn't have the habit of biting middle-aged men's necks. Raymond clarified that he didn't need to bite his neck because he wasn't just going to inject blood. Instead, he would separate the platelets from the blood first. This startled them, and Raymond clarified there was a method to do this. Transfusing whole blood is not as efficient and has a lot of side effects, so it's not used on modern Earth. That was why he was going to use a different method, component transfusion. It will minimize the side effects if he injects only the platelets and maximizes the impact. But the problem is that he needs a way to separate the components. However, there was no way such modern technology would exist in Leipzig. But if modern Earth is the world of science, Leipzig is a world of magic and swordsmanship. He could use the magic, so he opened the shop and clicked on the support skill. He has leveled up quite a bit and collected a lot of skills points, so he has a lot of skills that he can afford now. So he purchased a D-ranked wind-type magic skill. He was notified that he had used 80 skill points to purchase wind-type magic, so the higher his proficiency was, the stronger and more proficiently he could use wind-type magic. He took Han's blood, put it in a glass vial treated with chemical reagents, and then put it in the machines that he ordered from dwarves to make it. That machine was super costly because he hurried to make this order when he realized the infectious disease was related to blood. Then he used wind-type magic on the device, but because his intellect was higher than the level of magic he was using, he could use the magic with much more muscular power and accuracy. His current intellect skill was 23, much higher than the mages that use D-ranked magic, so he wanted to maintain this for as long as possible. But he couldn't do it as long as he expected, so he purposely focused the magic on the smaller area to conserve it but still lacked mana. He tried harder and wondered why he couldn't increase his mana stats. Although he had already learned the 4 magic spells, he supposed he should be at the level of a trainee mage. He was notified that because he had already learned the 4 magic spells, he had to fulfill the condition to open extra stats, so his extra stats would be opened. The protagonist was startled to see his status window because the place that used to have a question mark now has mana. Suddenly, he was notified that his vessel for the mana channel was tiny. The Mana Heart's foundation was completely barren. and his mana hole was completely dry. Those were the places where mages, healers, and knights stored their mana, but he couldn't store mana in all of them, so he wondered what he was supposed to do. The system started storing his mana in the fourth location of the vessels, so mana's veins were activated. Raymond was shocked, wondering what nonsense this was as they were storing it in the veins, and if the system meant blood vessels because he had never heard of mana being stored there. Whatever the reason was, but this didn't matter as long as he could store mana, the location didn't matter to him. So he exchanged all his skill points for mana. He used 10 points, but his mana only went up by 5 points, and he wondered if he wanted to double the skill points for this stat compared to other stats. But he felt energized now that he had more mana, so he started using wind magic again. D-ranked wind is a kind of magic with a strong gust of wind, so he needs to focus on a small area. The heaviest red blood cells go to the lower level. The middle layer would be white blood cells, and above that are all platelets. Soon, he picked up the test tube, and when he was finally done, he was glad because he could treat Rao with this. A few days later, Rao came to his clinic, and Raymond was pleased because his fever went down. The chances of dangerous bleeding were lower because he was healing now, and Rao looked toward his butler, Han. Raymond was sure he had something to say to him because it was time for him to get the reward. Rao thanks him for treating him, and the protagonist wants to hear this again to tease him, so he asks what he is saying thrice, and Rao repeatedly expresses his gratitude. Raymond explained that he had impaired hearing and wanted him to talk a bit louder, which pissed off Rao, and he was hardly holding back his anger. Raymond chuckled, decided to stop teasing him, and was glad he had recovered. Rao hasn't forgotten his promise, so he inquires what Raymond wants in return. The protagonist isn't sure what would be great, so he wants Rao to treat him as his superior for the rest of his life. Rao was dumbfounded to know he wanted to be treated as his senior. Raymond asked him if he didn't think he should at least do that much in exchange for how rudely he treated him all the time. Rao can't argue about that because it's true that he doubted Baronet Pennon for being a con artist, so he called him master. Amidst his accosting him as a master, Raymond clarified it was fine, which startled Rao. Raymond explained that he was joking, but was a healer, so he was happy because his patient was in better condition now. Rao was shocked to hear this, and he felt like an angel was telling him that he didn't need any payment for the treatment, so he rubbed his eyes to escape his dream. Raymond explained that he is just a healer, so all that matters to him is that his patient is better. His acting skills ultimately fool Rao, and he supposes the protagonist is a noble healer, as everyone has said, and wonders if he misjudged him. The protagonist is glad because Rao is falling for his trap, and he wants him to fall for it. He was high up in the administration, plus he is an elite who graduated as the top student in his academy, so he would be a nice catch because he wanted someone like him to brighten his future. Rao saw him smiling cunningly and was startled because those eyes showed that he had other intentions and became confident that his judgment wasn't wrong. Hansen approached him and asked if he would not take anything from the administrator because he healed someone rudely and doubted him without proof, so he at least deserves an apology. However, the protagonist clarified to Hansen that a healer shouldn't heal others while expecting payment or something else. Furthermore, that bet from earlier was just a provocation to treat Rao, and he doesn't want anything from him. This startled Rao. He was mortified because Raymond was genuine and wondered how he could doubt someone like him. He supposed he might be jealous of him because Prime Minister Galman praised him a lot. He was ashamed of himself for being so pathetic. Rao bowed before him and apologized for doubting him earlier. He apologized again and assured him that he would treat him as his superior from now on. As a Kaplan family member, Rao swears to treat him as his superior for the rest of his life. The protagonist is glad because he gets him into his trap and tries to assure him that he doesn't need to do something like that. Raymond was notified about achieving the first ever blood transfusion performance, so his name will go down in the medical history. He got 100 bonus points and a bonus level up, which thrilled him because level 40 was ahead of him. Patients continued to arrive after Rao, but no one died. Under Raymond's command, the citizens of the Bay region who trusted him quickly accepted blood transfusion. Meanwhile, the mastermind who planned this wondered what happened because chaos should be ensuing now. His man explained that Sir Pennon had perfect control over the situation, reassured everyone in the slums, and healed all the patients. So it seems like the people of slums have calmed down too, but their boss thought it's incurable because when they used to heal the patient, They got weaker instead. The man explained that healer Raymond used a secret technique called blood transfusion. This infuriated their boss, and he slammed the table because the whole capital would be in chaos if this went according to their plan. This was the second time that a lowly illegitimate child had ruined things. His man assured him that he shouldn't worry because he could only get it under control because it was only the beginning phase. There would be a lot of patients soon, so healer Raymond wouldn't be able to stop their plan when that happened. But the mastermind thought he could continue to be a nuisance for them, so his man inquired if they should get rid of him. Meanwhile, the protagonist and others were cleaning his clinic, and he knew that the number of patients kept increasing, so the cause might be somewhere in the Bay region. He wanted to locate it and get rid of the cause of the disease as soon as possible. The principle of how disease occurs was clear because a specific pathogen is causing a severe decrease in platelets. However, the problem was that there were countless infectious diseases with those symptoms, and this contagious disease didn't exist in the capital. So, if it was brought in from another capital, he wondered what could be the cause. Suddenly, while cleaning, a rat passed by, which scared Rao. He was ashamed of being scared by a small rat, and he uttered that there were a lot of rats around there. The protagonist remarked that this is expected because most of the patients are from slums, and he asked Rao if he thought rats could be the cause of infectious diseases. Rao accosted him as Sir and clarified there were no rats where he lived, which amazed Raymond as he liked being called Sir by him. So he accosted Rao and again asked what the matter was by calling him Sir. The protagonist feels so good hearing Rao calling him Sir, even if it is the 100th time since the Count family's sons called him Sir. The protagonist asks him where he went before getting sick, and Rao explains that he is an administrator. So he went to many places and had a difficult time because the ground was muddy from the rain. The roads weren't taken care of, so there were a lot of puddles, and it seemed like those kinds of houses were flooded with water whenever it rained. The protagonist was startled to learn about water and wondered if there could be a connection between rats and puddles, and if it is leptospirosis. But that wasn't right. Even though the pattern of infection is similar, the symptoms are different. He started pondering about the infectious disease that causes fatal bleeding and is passed through water infected with rat dropping. He studied this disease, so he wondered what it was and suddenly realized that it could be paston hemorrhagic disease. It is an infectious disease that flares up every rainy season in the Principality of Michoacan, the south end state of the State Liberty Union. It is passed through water infected with the dropping of virus-infected rats, and it starts with petechial hemorrhage, and then the bleeding is so fatal that it causes death. All the symptoms were similar, so he wondered how the Principality of Michoacan disease got to their kingdom. Paston hemorrhage diseases are only spread by lasting rats found in the Principality of Michoacan. Raymond had never heard of anything like this disease going around outside the Principality of Michoacan. He rushed toward Rao and asked him what the rat looked like and if it was white with a stripe. Rao affirmed that he thinks so because it wasn't similar to the other ordinary rats. He was confident the protagonist was a paston rat, and he was right, so he wondered how those rats got there. Those rats could have been introduced if it was like the Peninsular Kingdom or somewhere within the State of Liberty Union where commerce is active. But the Houston Kingdom and Principality of Michoacan were so far away. Furthermore, Houston Kingdom isn't a nation of commerce, so there is too little trade going on there, so merchants don't come and go. For those rats to appear there, someone might have purposely brought them in, and if what he was thinking is true, then someone intended to spread this disease. While he was deeply indulged in his thoughts, Rao accosted him, but Raymond didn't hear anything and kept thinking that if someone was doing this purposely, then he couldn't solve this matter himself. So he put his hand on Rao's shoulder and explained that he needed help with something. Raymond wanted to back off and was sure Rao could take care of them if he explained it a bit. The protagonist explained that this was the paston hemorrhagic disease, so he wanted Rao to inform the royal family and not to tell them that he was the one who discovered it. Rao couldn't believe that he wanted him to take the credit for his struggle, and he couldn't do that. The protagonist knew that he was the biggest hurdle if people were doing this on purpose, so they would try to get rid of him, so he didn't want to make himself stand out. The protagonist clarifies that he is just a healer, so he doesn't need any unnecessary attention from the people anymore and requests Rao to let him focus on his work as a healer. From the depth of his heart, Raymond was crying because he would get reward money for this, and it was a shame that he had no money. Rao was mortified to think he doubted such a righteous man, and he supposed he was blinded by jealousy and greed. so Rao agreed to his request and assured him that he would do it perfectly, so he should leave it to him, and he wanted the world to know how great of a person healer Raymond is. The king was shocked to discover that a hemorrhagic disease prevalent in the Micholan Principality had been going around the Bay region, and he asked Rao if he was not lying. Rao affirmed and assured him that he was not, and he couldn't believe he had met the king because of this matter. The count thought that was bad and wondered how such a terrible disease got there. He felt that they needed to put the Bay region into quarantine and eliminate all the peasants in the area too. Another nobleman agreed that that was the correct solution because those peasants were unnecessary to them. The king instructed them to stay quiet because what they said was already enough, and because the rats carry the disease, they wouldn't do any good by shutting down the Bay region. King Odin wondered if they would suggest shutting down the capital if rats were to move there, leaving them speechless. So the king asked them if the respected and proud advisors of the Houston Kingdom were saying anything now out of the fear of infectious disease, so he wanted them to give a realistic suggestion. The king asked Rao how many people had died from the disease, and Rao explained that 2 people died. The king was surprised because that was less than he thought, and he asked him if he didn't. He said it was a dangerous infectious disease that caused severe bleeding. Rao affirmed because that was correct, but this was all thanks to Baronet Pennon. He didn't want to take the credit for what Raymond did. He wanted them to know what respected healer Raymond had accomplished. Rao added that healer Raymond healed every patient using the secret ancient healing technique. He was also sick with the disease, but he was able to overcome it thanks to Baronet Pennon. This makes the king wonder if Raymond was also the one who identified the disease. Rao affirmed and explained that they needed to get rid of the paston rats to stop the spread of the disease. The king couldn't believe it as it hadn't been long since his last accomplishment, yet Raymond's name being mentioned again. What was more surprising was that he not only prevented any losses from the disease, but also identified the infectious disease and even suggested a solution. Prime Minister Galman was glad because he gave Rao the correct command. After all, Raymond resolved things this time, too. The king supposed they should eliminate the rats and wondered how to do it. The nobles suggested setting the Bay region on fire, but the king wondered what the people there were living do. If the paston rat runs away from the fire into another region, then does he also have a solution, and the noble is left dumbfounded. The 4th prince, Sadal, requested the king to command the soldiers, and he would take the soldiers and kill all the paston rats. The king was startled to know his son wanted to kill those rats with the soldier. Sadal explained that with the power of the courageous soldier, catching the rats would be a breeze, so he requested his father to leave it on him because he is a swordsmanship genius. Sadal cursed Raymond because when Raymond cleared the Dark Blade Guild, one of the corrupt aristocrats caught was his subordinate, Viscount Caspard. He was already falling behind his older brothers, which put him into an even more difficult situation. So he needed to accomplish something great this time and take care of that little insect like Raymond once he was done with this. The king gave his word to Sir Balthan, the royal guard, to go with the 4th Prince Sadal, and the guard concurred with the king's command. After they left, Galman wondered if they would get rid of the rats because it wouldn't be easy. King Odin clarified that there was no other way because the rats would spread to the capital at this rate, so they had to try what they could. Meanwhile, while resting on the lavish seat in the Bay region, Sadal commanded all the soldiers to work harder and asked them how to fight enemies if they couldn't even catch a rat. The soldiers wondered how to find those rats and if the prince thought they were cats. Meanwhile, the residents of the Bay region wondered how long those soldiers would stay there and if they were even getting the rats. The protagonist was peeking at them from behind and was annoyed because there was no way they could catch rats like that. He wondered if they were stupid because they could just lay rat traps and asked if they had never seen a rat before because they were all rich. He doesn't understand why they can't solve things when he has already given them the solution, as he was planning to sit back and watch. But at this rate, he would have to step in. Those soldiers wouldn't catch rats, which would increase in number at this rate. With this, the number of rats would increase exponentially, and the infectious disease would catch the entire Bay region. Then Raymond's clinic would also be destroyed, and he would get out of business. He cursed his fortune because he decided not to do anything because he didn't want to be assassinated, but this wouldn't do. Later, he was at Rao's residence, where he could lend him the kitchen, but he wondered what he would do. The protagonist explained that he would make paston cheese pie, making Rao wonder why he was doing that. Raymond explained that this is the special dish in the southern area of the State Liberty Union, which is filled with stinky cheese. The Paston rats like its smell, which worries Rao because he doesn't want to allow the pie to be cooked in his kitchen. Raymond assured him he would kill those rats with it, so he wouldn't worry. Later, while preparing the cheese pie, he was annoyed because he just wanted to give them the recipe, so that they could make it, but he wondered why they couldn't do it properly. Raymond was notified that his sense stats were high, and he admired him because he was a great cook. The protagonist doesn't understand why he is the only one who knows how to cook it, and he looks at his status window because he doesn't know that the sense stats can be applied to cooking, too. Soon, Sadal came to the kitchen, accosted the protagonist, Lemon, and asked him what he was doing there. On top of cooking, Raymond was most annoyed when he came across Sadal. The methods to handle the mean person were activated because he met a man person while working hard to eradicate the infectious disease, and his level was relatively high. However, he decided to ignore him and do his work, and he explained that he had come to eradicate the Paston rats. Sadal couldn't believe that he wanted to do it with that thing, and he smirked because this was fitting for a lowly peasant like him, and even the rats wouldn't eat something like this. However, he was soon shocked because he heard the rats squeaking, and a group of them were rushing toward the Paston cheese pie. Soldiers were also shocked to discover that Paston rats were coming out because they were nowhere to be found when looking for them, but they came out this easily. What was more shocking was that those rats died as soon as they ate it, and they realized Sir Raymond might have put the poison in the pie. They thought it was a straightforward method, but they were digging the wrong hole this entire time. Raymond thought they were just stupid, so they tried hard but didn't accomplish anything, and he requested them to give him the way because he had to place some more cheese pie. Sir Balthan respectively informed the prince that he would take the soldiers back and instructed everyone to stop and follow Baronet Pennon's orders. The soldiers were relieved because it was finally something worth doing. They supposed they wouldn't have to work hard, which was for nothing, if they had just done this from the beginning. All the residents of the Bay region cheered for the protagonist because this was what they had expected from their prince, and he again helped them. This infuriated Sadal, and he instructed them to be quiet and asked them how they dared to call some illegitimate child a prince. He wondered if they all wanted to die, and if they needed to be punished for the crime of insulting the royal family. Everyone agreed, as they were not supposed to call him the prince. So they obediently followed Sadal's orders and started cheering the protagonist by calling him Sir Raymond and Baronet Pennon. Prince Sadal was shocked because everyone was still praising Raymond, and he wondered why his father had to give that illegitimate child a title. He informed his soldiers that he was going back, and the soldiers thought it was petty because he was the one who made them chase the rats stupidly. They knew they would have worked so hard if it hadn't been for Baronet Pennon. All the soldiers and civilians praised him, and one of them asked if they could help him with something. Meanwhile, the underling of the mastermind behind all this propaganda was watching Raymond from the roof. They cursed him because they would eliminate Raymond before he could eradicate all the rats. They never thought he would have the protection of royal knights, so they worried they might get in trouble with the Houston royal family if things went wrong. So they had no choice but to retreat for now and wait for another perfect opportunity. Sir Balthan realizes that Prince Sadal's method is too ineffective because no one would think of looking for the rats with the sword because it is not a good idea. On the other hand, Baronet Pennon's idea was so simple and effective. While thinking about all this, he was startled when he saw Raymond holding the sword. He heard that Raymond had never learned swordsmanship, yet his posture was strangely stable. Although his body seemed like he had never trained before, he seemed pretty sturdy. He seemed like a trained knight. But Balthan supposed he might be overthinking it. The protagonist was excited when he heard someone saying that the palace would bestow Baronet Pennon a reward. Later, he was at the Imperial Palace and cursed Rao because he instructed him not to tell anyone about his actions. He would make himself unrelated to this incident because he didn't want to get caught up in the scheme. He knew Rao wanted the world to know about his achievement, but Raymond was different because he had no interest in honor. King Odin asked him if he had anything in his mind that he would like to get if a reward would be given. The protagonist supposed running away was out of the question. Now, since things have come down to this, he decided to export some money. So he clarified that he wanted to get some money as a reward, but King Odin thought that was a low reward compared to his contribution. The protagonist clarified that was enough for him because he did what he had to do as a healer, so money alone would be more than enough. The protagonist doesn't want to get into more danger because he gets some honorable reward and because what he does is get known by even more people. So he wanted to get money and pay off his debt because of the patients in the slums. Not only was he unable to pay off his debt with the previous reward money, but he also incurred some more debt. One of the nobles was amazed because Raymond was pretty incredible for a lowly illegitimate child. That humbleness is hard to find even among the nobles. There was also an impressive point about how he achieved several consecutive feats, and she wondered if this was because he was from the king's bloodline. Since Raymond insisted on this, the king decided to bestow him with the reward money, and Raymond thanked him for his kindness. The protagonist was glad to earn some money from the imperial castle. Prime Minister Galman supposed he might have probably only requested a trivial thing like money because he knows he can't reject a reward after accomplishing a feat. He supposed Raymond was indeed the healer who didn't have any greed and only wanted the best for his patient, so he thought someone like that deserved more than money. So he spoke for him and conveyed his thoughts that just giving Baronet Pennon money would be insufficient, so he suggested they should also bestow him with the Staff of Light Metals. This startled the protagonist because the Staff of the Light Metal was something more significant. Several hundred years ago, it was the Staff of Healing the Saint and X-rank healer Alex used. Just as its name sounds grand, it is the metal that one would pass down as a family treasure, and it is also something that a healer should be proud of for the rest of their life if they attain it. Galman thought Raymond deserved the Staff of Light Metal because he managed to stop the rampant spread of the pandemic in the capital, and the king permitted it. Raymond couldn't believe that someone like him, who had lived as an outcast for most of his life, was getting the Staff of Light Metal, and he thanked His Majesty. The king decided to give Raymond 10,000 pina as reward money and instructed everyone in the room to leave now. The protagonist was glad to hear that he would receive 10,000 pina, but soon became gloomy because it wouldn't be enough to pay off all his debt. However, he would have some breathing space now. He wondered when he would get his quest reward because he would reach level 40 soon. King Odin instructed the protagonist to stay behind because he had something to discuss with him, and Raymond wondered what he was discussing. Later, after everyone had left, King Odin asked him if he had any idea about the cause of the pandemic this time around. They could never have thought that the pandemic that was trending in the faraway Principality Michelon would spread in the Bay region, so something felt off about it. So the king wanted to hear Raymond's thoughts on this. The protagonist was astounded because the king also thought of the same thing. He supposed this worked out well because it wasn't something he could resolve himself, so he wanted to pass this over to the king and eliminate this problem. Raymond clarified that he also had the same thoughts, so he concluded that this pandemic occurs naturally, which doesn't feel right. So there was a possibility that someone was trying to spread the pandemic on purpose. Prime Minister Galman wondered if there was no chance it could be a coincidence, like a rat getting into the horse carriage without even realizing it. However, Raymond thought that if that were the case, the pandemic would have spread to the business district first, not to the Bay region. The schemes against another kingdom should be taken care of by them, the higher up, so that Raymond could focus on treating his patients and earning. The king asked him if he had someone in his mind who could be the perpetrator. This startles Raymond, who feels so pressurized, wondering why they would ask him about this because he is just a healer. But he thought he could ponder who the perpetrator was and urged that he believes they need to consider who would benefit from this incident. This incident almost caused the kingdom's capital to fall into colossal disarray, so if they think about who might want this to happen, they should be able to find out who the culprit is. Since they were on this topic, Raymond wanted to share his thoughts, and he uttered that the culprit was very competent or someone with a lot of power. To be able to transport a pandemic from a faraway Principality of Michelon without anyone noticing it, they need to possess that much power. King Odin thanked him for his opinion and instructed him that he could leave now. But before he could go, he accosted and praised the protagonist because he had done a great job blocking the pandemic this time. So, he expressed his gratitude as the king of the Houston Kingdom. The protagonist was speechless because it was rare for the king to thank anyone in the private meeting, which was more honorable than any medal they could be given. The protagonist also thanked the king because of him personally. It was his first time hearing his father thanking him. Outside the room, Raymond blushed and wondered why he was getting so emotional. Even though they shared the same blood, he had never called his father before, and he only expressed his thanks as a king then. He didn't want to overthink this and returned to his clinic, so he used 500 pina as a reward for eating the beef instead of paying his debt. Abruptly, he was notified that he had resolved the unknown pandemic incident, and he also completed the quest to obtain bonus level up twice and the skill points. The protagonist was glad to receive the bonus quest reward because he finally levels up and reaches level 40. So, he met the requirements for the promotion, and his job was changed from rookie resident to senior resident. For his academic skills, his surgery proficiency has increased, and his proficiency in normal medical knowledge and internal medicine has also increased. Later, Galman asked the king for his opinion on what Raymond said, and the king agreed with him because it made sense. Galman thinks the similarity is that it was phrased, but it was spot on for what mattered. Galman thought it might be possible that Raymond's talent was being restricted because he is a healer. However, there was a Bay region reformation plan, so he supposed Raymond was way too knowledgeable and intelligent compared to most administrator officials. So he wondered if His Majesty had also recognized his talent as a father or as a ruler. King Odin asked him where he thought the perpetrator was, but that was too simple for Galman because only one place wanted their kingdom to be in disarray. They can transport the pandemic from the Principality of Michelon to their Drotten kingdom. In their several hundred years of hospitality for this Houston kingdom, they have had a lot of fights with them. So Galman thinks it is also possible that the previous assassination attempt on the king was also their plan. However, the king thought this was not the point where they should hastily speculate. So he wanted Galman to conduct a more thorough investigation, as he didn't feel good about this. Meanwhile, in the Lyme region Maple Clinic, the healer heard that Sir Raymond was the one who stopped the pandemic before it spread throughout the capital. They couldn't believe that the illegitimate child of the king, who was an idiot, couldn't pass the healer qualification exams for 5 years. Seeing how Raymond received the Staff of Light Metal, they supposed this meant he was very competitive. But the healer found it ridiculous because there was no way that Staff of Light Metal would be given to someone who used heretic medical technique, and he supposed St. Alex would be wailing in his grave. Meanwhile, another healer was worried and wanted to do something because, at this rate, the Lyme region, which is next to the Bay region, would also land in Raymond's hand. Christine wondered if that was the only agenda for that day's meeting, and she wondered since the clinic meeting turned into one that slanders others behind their backs. But other healers worriedly accosted Lady Christine. Christine Reborn, the second daughter of the Reborn family, is one of 3 great Houston Duke families. She instructed him not to refer to her as a lady because she wasn't there as the lady of the Reborn family. Christine was one of the most powerful healers of the Maple Clinic, with a B rank in healing power. She wondered if it was essential for them to speak ill of Baronet Pennon. She turned as she wanted to take her leave first since she had patients waiting for her to attend to them, and she hoped they would finish what they were talking about. Christine said that because she can't stand those money-grubbing jerks acting so pathetically. However, rationally speaking, she thought there was no way bizarre medical techniques could help patients. She was sure there were some substantial side effects, so for the sake of sick out there, she didn't want to leave Raymond be. All the healers were gossiping about him, and one of them thought Raymond had committed too many evil deeds, so he didn't think they should leave him to be. The female healer was reluctant because the king had acknowledged Raymond's medical techniques, so they couldn't stop him unless they had a valid reason to do so. Baron Carlton, the C-rank healer, and the Maple Clinic director clarified that if it came down to it, they would somehow make him lose his healer qualification. Since there would be a compulsory lesson for a new healer, they would fail him and get him disqualified. The other healer was annoyed because that was just the sort of thing C-rank healer who becomes a director through political power does. The female healer knew everyone who stood up against him in the Lyme region was gone. Baron Carlton took a sip of his drink and wanted to make sure that everyone remembered that it was all thanks to him that Maple Clinic was able to monopolize the Lyme region. Baron Carlton just happened to be in charge of the new healer's compulsory lessons this time around, so it wouldn't be hard for him to give Raymond the failing mark. The healer thought it would be a brilliant idea, and the female healer was also happy that if that could be done, they could disqualify him as a healer above board. They supposed Raymond would be inept for him to be stuck as an apprentice for 5 years and wanted to see how pathetic he would look when he failed the test. Meanwhile, in the Bay region at the Pennon Clinic, the protagonist remembered the healer's compulsory test. Rao wondered what happened, and the protagonist explained that all new healers need to receive a compulsory lesson, which he found annoying. Raymond knew he would have no choice but to attend since attendance is mandatory for anyone below B rank. Shortly, Hansen appeared and stopped the protagonist from attending the compulsory lesson this time. and Raymond wondered why. Hansen was huffy, and he explained that he met up with his peer who joined the Maple Clinic, and they said Raymond would be given failing marks. They were talking about it and laughing among themselves, saying that he would get failing marks and fail. Rao was infuriated and knew that if the Maple Clinic was doing this, it meant Baron Carlton was behind this because he was wicked, so it would be better to avoid him now. However, Raymond wanted to attend this lesson and was okay with it, shocking them both. The protagonist looked at them and asked if they thought he would receive a failing mark just from that kind of lesson, but he didn't have the confidence to fail this, which excited both of his comrades. Furthermore, he wasn't a beginner anymore, and he opened his status window and looked at his mana, which was already 7.5. He also had excellent grades in his academic subjects. As he became a senior resident, his knowledge and proficiency in surgery increased significantly. His proficiency in his academic skills improved, and he learned internal medicine as well. Furthermore, he also gains a new skill called prior experience, which was a passive skill with proficiency D. For the surgeon, experience is the most critical asset, but he can also gain proficiency, so when he is in the middle of performing surgery, his sense stats will be increased by 3. So, as he gains experience, he can receive a more significant increase in his stats, because the most important thing to a doctor is experience. But he still has a long way to go, and he doubts he will lose out to C rank and D rank healers in a competition. Since there wouldn't be any healer that would rank B and be above attending the compulsory lesson, the only competition he would have would be with lower ranks such as C rank and D rank. So he wanted to get the top result in this time's compulsory lesson, and he had a reason why he would do that. They wondered what could be why he insisted on becoming the top this time. Raymond looked at his status window and saw the medical quest for completing the compulsory lesson with excellent results. Since it was time to evaluate the medical technique that Raymond had been practicing so hard, he had to receive an outstanding result in front of everyone. The system wanted him to have an excellent result, but Raymond thought he would have the top result because the reward of 1,000 pina is given to the healer who placed first every single year. He was emitting bright and confident energy that dazed Rao and Hansen's eyes, and Raymond said that he would get top results by eating meat. Hansen supposed Raymond was trying to teach the healers who were slandering him a lesson, but Raymond refused as he wasn't doing that. Hansen couldn't believe that heart of his that wanted to change healers for the sake of his patients. He thought he should have understood it earlier and requested Raymond to forgive this useless disciple of his. Rao realized that healers are too stubborn and stuck with their old-fashioned treatment method, so Raymond might be trying to teach them how pathetic they are through his teachings. Rao doubts Raymond for a second when he sees him receiving the money as a reward, thinking he might also be like other healers. That's all about money. However, Raymond is doing everything for other people's sake, so Rao can't believe that he misunderstood him as someone who is so materialistic. He was ashamed of himself and remarked that Raymond was genuinely worthy of respect. Hansen agreed because he also thinks that his senior is more amazing than anyone else all this time. The protagonist was flustered because that wasn't what he was thinking of, but whatever the case was, he decided to give up on explaining. So he affirmed and requested them not to worry and that they would eat meat after he got money. Hansen decided to reserve it so that they could eat the parts that improved their immunity. The protagonist accosted Rao and knew he hadn't been able to eat much meat since his salary got seized, so he should also come and eat if he had time. Rao thanked him for his generous offer and was excited to eat meat with them. Hansen wanted him to get the top result, and Rao also cheered him to do his best. Later, at Houston Kingdom Imperial Academy Alex Hall, Baron Carlton warmly welcomed all the new healers and introduced himself as he was in charge of the lesson then. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks about what he wants, and it is more like a heretic lesson than a normal lesson, and the atmosphere also feels like that. Then Baron Carlton remarked that he had heard many exceptional healers in this lesson, and he agreed after seeing them in person. However, it seems like there is one person who isn't exceptional, and all the healers start gossiping and mocking him. That person uses an ancient secret technique. The healer heard that the person had used some strange blood transfusion method a while ago, which startled him as he talked about Baronet Pennon. Baron Carlton smiled and replied that it seemed like there was a rat that didn't fit there. The man beside him tried to stop the director because he was worried that people might misunderstand him if he talked this way while looking at Baronet Pennon. Carlton explained that he was saying that because there was undoubtedly a rat in the middle, he requested Baronet Pennon not to misunderstand him. The protagonist looked at him and smiled because this was childish and was like a tickle to him compared to what he had experienced for 23 years, but he wasn't his usual timid self now. Raymond's heart of steel was activated as he took his medical skill test, which showed that he has a steel-like determination and sturdy will. Furthermore, the level of Baron Carlton being a mean person was high, so the method of handling a mean person was activated. Raymond explained that it was okay since Carlton might be seeing things so he, as a healer, would understand him with a generous heart. But to think that a highly reputable person like Baron Carlton in the healer world would be seeing things apprehensive Raymond about his health. Carlton was furious, and then Raymond informed him that it might be an early stage of dementia, so he recommended he should receive treatment as soon as possible. Carlton was about to curse Raymond furiously, but he stopped and informed everyone that they would begin the lesson. He informed the healers that they had prepared some snacks for them so they could mingle around and get to know each other while eating them, so he requested that they have their seats. Lyndon looked at Raymond and asked him if he would like to sit together because there were some seats, and the protagonist thanked him. However, Lyndon's comrades soon grabbed him and explained that only real healers can sit there. The healers used sacred power like healing because the techniques that filthy rats use are heretic techniques. This infuriated Hansen, and he wondered how they dared to say that about his respected senior, Raymond. The protagonist approaches him, moves his fist toward that healer, and explains that the real healers should express their respect for this medal representing St. Alex. Lyndon agreed that that was right and congratulated Raymond on receiving the medal. Hansen exploited this opportunity and rambled that some rats can't receive a medal like that and yet dare to insult the great healer, which was quite unsightly. Baron Carlton was seeing all this, and he furiously slammed the railing. He supposed Raymond wouldn't be able to act arrogantly soon. So he accosted everyone and wanted to announce a new rule before they proceeded with the first test of healing power. While it was possible to have a treatment method other than healing, the most important thing for a healer is a heal. So, they have decided to increase the value of the healing power test, which evaluates healing, by 50% this year. However, if their overall score is less than 60, they will lose their qualification as a healer. No matter what kind of activities they are doing as a healer, he wanted them to know that F rank means 0 points. This worried Hansen, but Carlton was glad. Although he didn't know how Raymond passed the healer promotion while using the king as an excuse, that wouldn't work this time. No matter how good his result would be in the other parts of the test, if he gets an F rank in the healing power test, he will get 0 and certainly be unable to get a passing mark. Hansen was worried because this was the rule made to make Raymond fail, so he wondered what they should do now. Raymond raised his hand because he had a question for him and inquired if he would give additional marks to the healers who had increased their heal rank. This startled Hansen, and he wondered what Raymond was talking about. Baron Carlton smirked as Raymond was ignorant, so he wondered if he had to say something like this. It's impossible to increase one's healing, which is innate, no matter how hard one works to change it. He wondered if Raymond was so foolish to the point where he didn't realize it, and he concurred that he would give additional points, and they have to provide a lot for that. This pleased Raymond because this was good for him. Lyndon was also worried because a healer's healing couldn't be increased by effort, so he wondered why he asked such a question. He looked at him and smiled because he was indeed an unfathomable guy. Soon, the healing power examination started, and it was Lyndon's turn. After he displayed his healing power, he was informed that his healing power was D rank, so he passed the exam. The next was the protagonist's turn, so Baron Carlton instructed Baronet Pennon to use heal, and Raymond agreed and moved his hand forward. However, before displaying his healing power, he wanted to ask it to be sure that he said he would be giving additional points to a healer who has increased his heal rank. He asked him if he hadn't forgotten about that, and Carlton affirmed, but he wondered why they were asking about such a question because it was irrelevant to him. As soon as he displayed his healing power, everyone was shocked to know that someone could genuinely increase their healing power with effort, and they wondered if that was possible. The protagonist knew the original him would have barely gotten a D rank. He activated his mana, so the fourth storage location, Mana Vein, has been activated, and Mana Exchange has been activated. Mana Exchange was the passive skill, so he could use the mana in his Mana Vein by channeling them into the upper, middle, and lower energy core. Raymond obtained skills after he awakened his mana veins, so he can now use mana for things besides magic. He had gotten way more mana than he had before, too, because his mana, which was previously 1, was now 7.5. At the same time, it wasn't enough. What previously felt like just a droplet now at least felt like a damp floor. So, if he would send all his mana into his upper energy core, he could increase his rank. Momentarily, his healing power enlightened the whole hall and shocked everyone because it was a C-rank healing. The protagonist was too touched because he did it because this was about C-ranked heal. Carlton was utterly flustered, wondering how does this happen. The development of the upper energy core, which uses healing after he was born, rarely happens. His current mana was 7.5, which can't be said to be C-rank yet, but if he put all his mana in and acted like it was C-rank, then it would look like a miracle had happened. Carlton was shocked and wondered how this happened because this could not be achieved with hard work. The protagonist clarified that it must be because he doesn't care enough about his patients. The person's healing power was something they were born with, so it was practically impossible to raise its rank. But Baronet Pennon was different. The rank of heal that Lyndon was born with was D, but no matter how hard he worked, there was a limit to how much he could help a patient. So if he could overcome the rank he was born with using hard work, he supposed he could also work more for his patient. Later, Raymond achieved the highest mark and was given the certificate of merit for the devotion he committed to his studies as a healer. The test after the healing was a written test, so the knowledge about the body anatomy, debate on patient treatment methods, and herbology debates. So, the things that will be tested are all things he studied hard before he awakened. Since he had to work extra hard because his heal was lacking a lot, combining that with medical knowledge, he was confident he would get the highest marks. However, the intelligence stats that went up recently don't make him smarter. He needs to improve his ability to make use of his knowledge. Baron Carlton was furious at Raymond because he got first again. All the healers couldn't believe he was the top scorer, and they supposed something might be wrong there. The protagonist looks at all the healers and asks them if they sleep more than 4 hours daily, even though they have C-rank heal. During the next test, Carlton was worried because, at this rate, Raymond would become the top scorer, so he wanted to try all means to disqualify him from the healing test. He saw Raymond happily talking with Hansen and smiled cunningly because it wasn't over. He just needed to produce a wound he could never heal. Baron Carlton went to the table and explained that the last test was the practical test, and he uncovered the table. Everyone was shocked as the monster was lying there. It was an orc, and Hansen worriedly guessed it couldn't harm them. Carlton affirmed that it was an orc who had killed many people, and it would be the patient of this test. He assured everyone not to worry because it was tied after it had been fed with herbs that have tons of anesthetic herbs, and they just needed to heal the wound of this orc. The first person to try it would be Raymond, who wanted to make a wound that he would never be able to cure. He lifted his dagger to attack the orc, but was soon shocked because the monster woke up and stood on his head. It broke out of their binding, grabbed the treatment table, furiously growled, and punched Carlton. Carlton got punched, which worried everyone, so one of the healers was instructed to put the orc to sleep again. Carlton lost his front tooth, and he was crying out of pain. The healer around him examined him and was worried because his shoulder was dislocated. Raymond was looking at this all from far behind and knew that heal wouldn't work with shoulder dislocation. A dislocated shoulder needed to be put back again into its original location. But the healer was trying to increase his vitality, which wouldn't be effective against this. While there are instances when one's dislocated bones go back to their original position because their regeneration abilities are increased due to healing, that takes too much time, plus it hurts a lot. That was why they shouldn't be up to anything good. It would be useless. Raymond couldn't believe that Baron Carlton fell for his scheme while trying to make things hard for him, so this worked out better for him. He heard Carlton moaning, which made him wonder if he should still treat him. Lyndon went to Carlton to help him, but he threw him away, remarking on how a mere D-rank healer tried to treat him, so he instructed him to get lost. Lyndon knew that because he was D-rank, people looking down on him couldn't be helped. Meanwhile, the protagonist needs more motivation to treat him, but he should never choose his patients, and he asks them if he should try to treat him. Lyndon was startled to know it was Baronet Pennon, and Carlton was still proudly wondering if he wanted him to receive those heretical treatments that were not verified. The protagonist knew this would happen, so he supposed he should turn back. But his inner angelic self was trying to persuade him that if he turned his back on a patient because they were stupid, then he could call himself a healer. Raymond agreed with that, so he decided to persuade Carlton. and he rambled that it was unfortunate because he had a method that could treat him in an instant. So this was truly unfortunate for him, and this annoyed Carlton, and Raymond asked him if it didn't hurt him. Then he was incredible. Then he tried to scare him by saying that even if a B-rank healer arrived there, it would take him at least an hour to heal, which was a horrifying thought. Carlton was furious at him, and Raymond started terrifying him further that if those healers left for this place, then they would take at least 1 hour to reach there. If they thought about it in seconds, then it would be 3,600 seconds. Other healers wondered what Raymond was trying to do right now because the director's condition was getting worse because he was getting agitated. The protagonist ignored them and informed Carlton that it was 3,598 seconds. So if he would accept his treatment, then his pain would be cured in an instant. He continues his countdown, which annoys Carlton, and he gets unconscious. The healer beside him was furious at Baronet Pennon because Baron Carlton fainted because of him. The protagonist gladly utters that the preparation is finally over, and the healer wonders what kind of preparation. Raymond explained the preparation for the treatment, which startled Lyndon, and he wondered if he intentionally agitated Baron so he would faint. The protagonist went to the Baron, grabbed his arm, then rotated his shoulder to 30 degrees, locked it, and after he got a good grasp of his shoulder, he turned it in the counterclockwise direction. It was done since this was the technique that used spinal traction to treat dislocation, also known as the Shin method. He informed them that the director just needed to be transported to the nearest clinic to rest and recover. All the healers were shocked to discover Raymond treated Baron Carlton's shoulder dislocation so easily without using a heel. Lyndon was also shocked because Raymond treated shoulder dislocation, which usually can only be treated by a B rank or higher healer. But what was more surprising is that he treated him instantly without using a heel, so he didn't want to let such a good opportunity go. Then the protagonist started his medical technique marketing that, as they all see, his technique wasn't baseless treatment methods. An ancient civilization that has prospered beyond their wildest imaginations. This was the traditional treatment technique that they have used. What they just saw was the tip of the iceberg of the medical technique, so if they didn't believe him, then they could come to his Pennon clinic anytime. Lyndon thought that if he went to the Pennon clinic, then he might also become more capable of treating complicated patients. Meanwhile, the man in charge of this lesson, along with Carlton, announced that the compulsory lesson ended there. They excluded the last lesson and decided to evaluate all of them based on the overall result of the other test. The protagonist was delighted because the top scorer of the compulsory lesson was decided then. Later at the Pennon clinic, they displayed a huge poster of Raymond Pennon, who was the new healer's compulsory lesson top scorer. Meanwhile, the protagonist was notified that he had completed the compulsory lesson with a top score, so he obtained a bonus level and 15 skills points. The benefits that he gained were that his reputation in the healer world was increased, and some of the healers were re-evaluating their impression of the medical technique. The protagonist was thankful to Rao and Hansen for displaying that sign because he was sure that with this more people would be talking about it. At the same time, someone abruptly entered the clinic, and the man who was with a lady asked him if he was free for the consultation because he was there for the treatment. The protagonist affirmed and asked the girl where she felt uncomfortable. He was glad because the commoners had started to come there for the treatment, so he just wanted to strike it big. After a short while, the protagonist is annoyed to think of striking the big because both the commoner and the slum people who are willing to accept medical techniques are just poor people. If they had a little bit of money, then they would use it for the healer instead of coming there. Because of that, his debt kept increasing, but strangely, even though his debt was increasing, they never chased him for it, and he wondered if the loan companies were no longer demons. But he refused because that was impossible and assumed they might be fattening him up before they could eat him. Raymond wondered if he should reject the people who don't have money for treatment from now on. He jolted away all those thoughts and wanted to use it as his last escort, and he wondered if there was any way he could increase his reputation by a lot at once. Meanwhile, at the Maple Clinic, the man looked at Baron Carlton, smirked, and asked him how he wanted them to deal with Raymond. Carlton was furious and wondered how he dared to do that, and he tried to ruin Raymond in a just manner so no one could criticize what he did. Carlton instructed his man to send an incurable patient to Pennon Clinic, and, after that, spread the rumors and told the people that he killed the patient because of the wrong treatment method he used. Meanwhile, in Bay Street, a father was rushing toward the Pennon Clinic while carrying his sick child. 1 hour ago at Maple Clinic, The healer told him that if he couldn't afford treatment fees, then there was nothing they could do to help him. The man requested her to then talk to Lady Christine about this, and Baron Carlton was passing by and saw them arguing. He asked the healer if there was any problem, and she was startled to see the director, and the man whispered something in her ear. She did as she was instructed, and she informed the man that Lady Christine wasn't there currently, but she could recommend him another healer if he would like it. Presently, he was finally near the clinic, and he worriedly looked toward his child Sam and requested him to hang in there for a while. Meanwhile, at the Pennon Clinic, Hansen was teaching Lyndon and informing him that he is the second disciple of Raymond, so he should never forget his pride. Lyndon affirmed and nodded as he understood what he meant. Lyndon was a D-rank healer who decided to become Raymond's disciple after completing basic medical training. He wanted or learn medicine and succeed. Hansen instructed him that it was nice he had become Raymond's disciple. He should pay attention to every single action, and he must remember that his one action can burden their master, and that their master lives for his patient. Lyndon was worried because that person who was the first disciple of Raymond looked fine, but he was a bit scary. Hansen grabbed him and informed him that he would see when he had the chance to observe the surgery soon that he was not exaggerating. Lyndon obediently affirmed that he felt like some cult had brainwashed him, and he wondered if he should run now. Suddenly they were startled as the man with his child entered the clinic and requested them to help him. The protagonist auscultates the child and realizes that his condition is critical, so if he had come a little earlier, the situation would have been different. But currently, the patient is in a state of shock. He was worried because performing an emergency laparotomy has a high risk of death. Since the clinic requires the upfront payment for the treatment, the child's father probably had to wait until he had money. However, whether the child is left alone or treated, the possibility of death is high. He recalled how the patient's father bowed before him and explained that when he told him that he had no money to pay the treatment fees. The Baron Carlton of Maple Clinic told him to come to Pennon Clinic. He requested Raymond to do something and assured him that he would pay the treatment fees soon. The protagonist also wanted to try something because he didn't want to let that child die, and a quest was triggered. He has to treat the child because a critically ill patient arrived, and his life is hanging by a thread, so he should do his best to save him. As a reward, he would get a bonus of an unexpected encounter and twice level up with 20 skills points, and Raymond wondered what the unexpected encounter was. Soon, Rao entered the room as he wanted to talk to him about something if possible. He explained that according to a recent source from the administration, Baron Carlton was grinding his teeth at Raymond, so if anything goes wrong, then he will not stand still. The protagonist knew this wasn't a baseless worry because the fact that Baron Carlton recommended his clinic was strange. He was worried that if something went wrong and the child died, then the rumors would spread in the common areas, and then Pennon Clinic would take a fatal blow. So even if he thinks about doing something reckless, there is not much room for error because he will face serious consequences if any error occurs. While Lyndon and Hansen were peeking at him, Hansen instructed him to be quiet. Raymond then looked at the patient's father, and he assured him that he would do his best to save the child somehow. This shocked his disciple, so Lyndon rushed out and reminded him that Baron Carlton was truly a wicked man, so do anything went wrong, he wouldn't spare him. However, Hansen stopped Lyndon and told him that the master never turned away his patients, which amazed Raymond and Rao. The protagonist refuses what Hansen says in his thoughts as he is doing this because if he treats the patient sent by Carlton, then he will gain fame, even though it's dangerous, but this was his own choice. Soon, they prepared for the operation, and Raymond looked at him and ruled out its intussusception. It is an emergency that usually occurs at a young age, where the large intestine evades the small intestine, causing obstruction. It is not a problem in the modern age, but unfortunately, that child was discovered late because, over time, the blocked intestine would start to die. The shock has already progressed, so do the intussusception is severe. Then it is highly likely that irreparable damage has occurred. However, the exact condition can only be examined by opening the abdomen. But in 90% of intussusception cases, it happens in the lower right abdomen and the cecum. While they were giving incision to the patient's abdomen, Lyndon turned his face away as he was scared and not used to it. After looking at the intestine, the protagonist was glad because there was no necrosis or perforation in the tissue yet, so they avoided the worst situation. The treatment for intussusception was simple because he just needed to pull out the intestine that had invaded forward. It was disappointingly simple but not always easy. Especially in severe swollen cases like now, even a slight impact could cause it to burst. But he was confident that he could do it as carefully and gently as possible. The protagonist doesn't want to tremble because he is a resident who has been around for a year, so he activated his surgeon nimble hands skill. His sensation also increased, and his heart of steel was activated, and he knew that his one mistake there would destroy everything. Soon, he turned back the small intestine that was stuck into the large intestine to its original position, and his reduction was successful. Lyndon was shocked because to heal it with a simple heal, the person needs an enormous amount of healing power. But Raymond could easily handle it in such a way that was quite shocking, so he wondered if that was what medicine was. He asks his master if it is over, but the protagonist refuses because this is the time for him to decide whether he has to cut the intestine or not. Fortunately, they succeeded in removing the intestine, but if the inside is already rotting, it would cause problems. So, there was only one solution, which was cutting the intestine before it rotted. But the problem was that he couldn't tell whether the intestine would rot or not. Cutting it might be unnecessary, and he was certain that if it would be modern Earth, then he could predict it in advance with various tests. However, in La Pensiana, he had to make a judgment with his own eyes about whether he should cut it or not. The protagonist wondered if there was no way around this, but suddenly, he recalled something, so he opened the market to purchase the most suitable skill. He browsed the skill that he saw a while ago in the market and supposed it might be of help in this situation. He finally found the skill and purchased the magic skill Eagle Eye by using up to 150 skill points. Eagle Eyes were the support type skill with proficiency D and were a light element magic. With this skill, he would be able to see the small and narrow areas in detail. So, the higher his proficiency, the more he will be able to view greater details in bigger areas. After purchasing it, Raymond wondered if its cost of 150 skill points was because of its high skill rank, so he wanted this skill to be worth purchasing and helpful. The protagonist activated his skill of Eagle Eyes and realized that it wasn't just magnifying things, but that he was seeing great details in 3 dimensions. Soon, he was alerted that the level of his skill was higher compared to his mana, so his mana was consumed at a higher rate. Soon, he consumed all of his mana, so his Eagle Eye stopped functioning. Raymond was glad, although it was for a short duration, but he saw clearly that a very faint trace of necrosis had begun taking place. Hansen saw his senior winking his eyes, so get worried and accosted him, but Raymond assured him that he was fine, so they should continue it. The protagonist grabbed the scalpel and knew that now he had confirmed the rot in the intestine, so he needed to cut it away. If he leaves it alone, it will lead to severe blood poisoning, and that will cause the child to die. So he was glad he checked it in advance, because if he closed his stomach up without knowing any more, then he wouldn't be able to see that child's smile anymore. Lyndon was stunned to see all this, as he never thought he would see them stitching the intestine after cutting it up. He wondered if he would be able to learn such an amazing medical skill, and was startled as he couldn't understand how he had zero hesitation while doing this all. Soon, the protagonist puts down his scalpel, sighs, and announces that the surgery is over. Raymond was informed that he had completed his quest and had gained a bonus level up and 20 skills points, and the benefit of unexpected luck was also applied. Meanwhile, in the Maple Clinic, Baron Carlton smiled and asked his man if he did everything perfectly. His man affirmed and assured him that Raymond would now become a quack doctor who killed his patient and had his healer's life destroyed. Carlton laughed and supposed the topic of the newspaper would be Common Raymond, whose fake treatment killed a pitiful child, and asked his man what he thought about this title. His underling affirmed and requested him to wait a little longer because the news would arrive soon. Soon, another man rushed inside their room and was a bit huffy. Carlton supposed it's showtime, and the messenger was holding the scroll. He informed Carlton that the child survived, which shocked him, and he quickly grabbed the letter. His underling asked the messenger if he was sure about this, and the messenger concurred and wanted him to have a look at it. Baron Carlton was frustrated because Baronet Penning used the medical technique to save the child who was about to die and instructed them to stop this news from spreading immediately. The messenger explained that he already tried to stop this news from spreading, but he failed, and all of his efforts could have been more useful. Carlton instructed him to explain himself quickly, and the messenger explained that the child's father's job was playing the harp. Meanwhile, the child's father, who was playing the harp, remembered when he handed Raymond the treatment fees. He thanked him for helping him in saving his child and also apologized for giving it late. Raymond was startled and wondered where that man got that much money suddenly, because he knew that man definitely seemed like he had given up because he didn't have any money. The man explained that he got this money this morning by selling his harp, which startled Raymond. The man explained that he was barred, so that was the only valuable thing he had. The protagonist thinks for a while and recalls the child's face, then refuses to take this money, which startles the man. The protagonist knows that if he takes this, then his whole family might starve to death because a child who has cut his intestine must eat properly. So the protagonist decided not to have his money and uttered that in return, he would have a request to ask him. The man gladly asked him what his request was, and the protagonist explained it wasn't anything serious. He asked him if he could spread good rumors about him while he was working. Because of Raymond's circumstances, many people had a prejudiced opinion of him, even though he was trying his best to cure his patients. This worried the man, so he assured Raymond to leave this to him. Presently, the man thinks that he promised heaven that he will do kind deeds for the rest of his life as long as Sam is saved, so he wants to sing for Baronet Pennon for the rest of his life. He played the tune, and everyone gathered around him and wondered what was happening there. The bard explained that is for what happened to him recently and explained how Maple Clinic abandoned an ill child. But he met someone and was able to see rays of light when he was in despair. The lady agreed, as the Maple Clinic was known for its poor customer service over there, and the man beside her decided to hear who that guy might be. The bard explained that the name of this song is Majesty Raymond because he was the one who helped him. Meanwhile, a reporter noted down everything since there have been many stories surrounding Baronet Pennon lately. With what he had done so far, people will start saying that the illegitimate child is better than the prince's. Soon, Raymond's news was printed in the newspaper that Majesty Raymond was the healer who lived for the sake of commoners. The protagonist was glad to see the news about him in the newspaper and wondered if this was the unexpected luck that he was going to have after the completion of the quest. Raymond was informed that his reputation had increased, so he attained the achievement of a healer who lives for the commoner. So the protagonist obtained a bonus level up and 20 skills points, and he got the benefit of obtaining a favorable impression among the commoners. Meanwhile, Lady Christine was worried because Raymond's reputation continued to rise. She hasn't done anything to him since no one has suffered from his medical technique treatments so far. But if she lived alone like this, then she was certain that patients would definitely suffer the side effects eventually, so that she couldn't leave the Pennon Clinic alone anymore. Later, a servant entered her room and reminded her that it was almost time for breakfast with the Duke, so they had to prepare. Christine instructed her to make the preparation, and the servant obediently affirmed her command. Soon, she was fully ready and was worried to think that he would bring up the talks about the marriage again. She was aware that the Duke would be saying that one day, the second prince would succeed in inheriting the throne, so she needed to become the queen, but she preferred going to work instead. She remembered Kyan's face and wondered if they were asking her to marry that psychopath like a man, but she preferred just faceplanting into the bowl of water and dying. Soon, she was down in the hall where everyone was gathered, and her sisters, who had seen her after a while, were asking her when she was quitting her work as a healer. Another sister also agreed and asked Christine if she knew how many people laughed at her at the banquet hall. Her brother winked and remarked that she was old enough, so she should stop with the substandard games now because she was already sick herself. Christine could have nothing but smile at all those taunts, and she knew that because of her thoughtless actions, all of them might have been troubled. She clarified that from now on, she will mindlessly attend the banquet like them or ask if she should get into gambling like her brother. This startled them, and Christine wanted to clarify to them just one thing. She was fine with being laughed at, but she didn't want them to speak down on the act of treating patients. She rushed away, which worried her brother, and he wondered where she was heading because their father would be coming soon. She looked back at her brother, smiled, and informed him that she was going on a trip. Meanwhile, the Pennon Clinic has finally begun to receive patients who pay a treatment fee higher than the production cost. The treatment fee was 15 pina, so excluding the price of medicine, there are 5 pina left. Suddenly, the system started detecting the rudeness level, and the person's rudeness level measured out to be mediocre. The protagonist wondered if the rude person was arriving and requested the patient to wait for a moment. He looked outside and saw a lady standing there and wondered if she was that person, as she looked like a person of high rank. He recognized her as she was Lady Christine, and he wondered why is that person at his clinic. When a person's rudeness level is mediocre or higher, it usually means they are about to start a fight, and wondered if she arrived there to fight him about his medical techniques. He was notified that a rude person had arrived, so a method to deal with the rude person was activated. Raymond knew that Lady Christine was well known for being a healer with strong principles, so there was a high chance words wouldn't get through to her, so he wanted to send her off quickly. Soon, Hansen entered the treatment room and excitedly informed his senior that a guest had arrived, but Raymond instructed him to tell her to wait. However, Hansen was reluctant because the guest was of high rank. Raymond furiously informed Hansen that he is currently treating a patient, so no guest is more important than treatment. Hansen was impressed by what his senior said, and he was expecting from him. So he asked Lyndon if he had heard it and instructed him that he had to take on that kind of attitude. Lyndon affirmed and assured him that he would remember this. The protagonist finds it cute how they go around together, so he supposed it might not be a bad thing if he took on another apprentice. According to the apprentice training model, Raymond, who is a senior resident, can have 3 apprentices, out of which he has 2, and 1 was left. Furthermore, because of his job ranking, he was informed that he could cause a slightly lacking lesson. Above all, it was good that they could share experience points with each other, but the issue was money. The protagonist wanted to worry about this after sending away the rude person, and he hoped she would leave on her own after waiting for a while. Meanwhile, outside the treatment room, Hansen saw Christine waiting and remarked that she was so gorgeous, but that wasn't important right now because he was the representative for the master. Christine saw Hansen approaching her, so she stared at him. Hansen apologized to her and explained that his master focused wholly on his patients while treating them. Christine was startled to hear him calling the protagonist master and inquired if he was Raymond's apprentice. Hansen affirmed and was an apprentice, but it is true. Christine wondered why he was embarrassed. Hansen knew that he was endlessly lacking compared to his master, and he heard that she was someone who cared completely for her patients, and his master was also someone like that. Christine thinks for a while, and she knows that his patients and apprentice keep complimenting her. Causing harm to patients under the guise of treatment is evil. The protagonist was peeking from behind and wondered if there was no escaping around from her. Suddenly, a quest appeared, and the system wanted him to give a genuine lesson to the rude person. Someone is speaking down on medical techniques based on baseless prejudice, so he should give that person a genuine lesson. The quest difficulty was easy, and the clear condition was the opponent's heartfelt submission. As a reward, he would gain a bonus level up and 20 skills points, and the benefit was opponent submission, which, based on how he cleared the quest and the degree of the opponent's submission, will differ. The protagonist wondered what it means by opponent submission. He stepped forward, and his Heart of Steel was activated, and in synergy method to deal with rude people was also activated. The protagonist thought that if she came as a healer, not as a lady, then he had no reason to feel inferior, and he greeted her and introduced himself. Christine gets straight to the point that she is concerned about Raymond's medical technique and the concern that he is harming the patients. Raymond asked her if she was unaware of the medical technique that he used and the treatment he was giving to his patient, yet she was making prejudices, which startled her. She wanted him to give her 3 days so that she could observe the kinds of medical techniques and treatment that he was giving to his patients. The protagonist wondered why he had to allow a ride person as well as Kyan's unofficial fiancée to stay with him, so he refused her. Because he was busy enough to treat his patient. Instead, he agreed to allow her just once so that she could watch him treat patients who couldn't be treated using heal. She wondered how is that possible, but suddenly, she felt pain in her chest and wondered why her illness suddenly had to kick in now. The protagonist accosted her, but she apologized to him and explained that she had overstained herself the past few days, so she wanted to sit for a bit. Raymond wondered if she was unwell somewhere, and she explained that it was a heart-pounding illness, which would get better if she stayed still for a bit, so she didn't want him to worry about her. The protagonist thinks about heart-pounding illness because it's another phrase for arrhythmia, and seeing that it occurs often, he supposed it might be either atrial fibrillation or perhaps paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia. Although she came there to pick a fight with him, treating her comes first as she will only stop if he shows her something. He wanted to treat her, which startled her, and she was grateful for his words but explained that treating the heart-pounding illness was not possible. The protagonist agreed because that is what happens when they use healing. but with medical techniques, it's likely to treat it. He grabbed her hand and checked her pulse, which startled her, and she wondered what he was doing, but he asked for a moment. Her heart rate was 180, and her rhythm was also irregular, so he discovered that she had paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia. He requested her to lean her head backwards, which startled Christine, and she wondered what he was trying to do. Raymond put his hand on her neck, and she wondered if he was trying to choke her. But there was no way he would try to murder her because she complained a little. She wondered if that was the case, and suddenly, he pressed his neck a bit, which startled her. She pushed him back and asked how he dared to do this to her. Hansen and Linden were shocked by her sudden attack, and the protagonist asked her if she was feeling better now. She was furiously staring at him and wondered what he meant, and the protagonist clarified that he was talking about his pounding heart if it had calmed down a bit from earlier. Christine was stunned because Raymond choked her a bit, but her heart-pounding illness seemed like it had gotten better. Raymond explained that he put pressure on the carotid and revitalized the vagus nerve, which is the mysterious medical technique of the ancient time. She turned away and was about to leave when Raymond stopped her and reminded her that she had forgotten something. She looked back and asked him what that was, and the protagonist uttered that she had to pay the treatment fees before she went and told her it was 500 pina. Raymond looked at her face as she couldn't understand why he would charge that much, and he wondered if he asked for too much. Christine was surprised because he treated an illness that couldn't be fixed with healing, so she wondered what that is the medical technique. She wanted to watch from Raymond's side, but he had already refused her, so she approached him, and Raymond explained there were no refunds. Christine asked him since he said that observing is difficult, so she wanted to be his temporary apprentice. Raymond was wondering if she was really serious, and suddenly, he was notified that Christine had requested teaching and was asked if he would accept her as his apprentice. The protagonist ponders about her and knows that aside from her being a lady, she is a B+ rank healer. However, she was receiving the support of the citizens for being a true healer who cared for her patients, but she still refused. This startled Hansen and Christine, and she wondered why, as she knew he had placed an ad in the newspaper for looking for an apprentice recently. Raymond put that up without knowing that someone like her would apply, and he asked her if she was worried about the medical technique. He had already shown her enough that medical treatment is not a treatment that harms people. Christine affirmed because she knew and explained that she had B+ rank heal, which is a high-ranking heal, but there are a lot of patients she can't treat with heal. Raymond wondered what she was trying to say to him, and she explained that she wanted to learn this medical technique and become the best healer on the continent and treat all the patients. This impressed all of them, and the protagonist realized that she had the same goal as him, although the reason that his goal was because of wealth and honor. Christine further explained that she wanted to work with a healer who cares for their patients, too. She supposed that the reason why Raymond's apprentice respects him might be because he thinks deeply about his patients. The protagonist wanted to be honest with her that they aren't that well off, so even if she comes to his clinic, they can't pay her well. But she doesn't care about money, which stunned Raymond, and she explained that if money is an issue, then she was even willing to pay him for educating her. She asked him if 500 pina per month would be enough to take personal lessons from him. This astounded Raymond because if he considered the amount of money that goes out for the monthly salary when a person hires another healer, then that is almost 1,000 pina of profit. He knew that she wasn't using her title as a lady, and because she had patients who came to her originally, he supposed it would be okay, and he was thinking about that. Christine supposed it might not be enough, so she decided to give him 600 pina. Then she raised it further to 700 pina, which made him agree to her, and he welcomed her to the Pennon Clinic family. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Prime Minister Galman explained that they caught the tail of the person who spread the contagious disease in the Bay region. As they expected, Baronet Pennon's guess was correct because this seems to have been the work of the Drotten Kingdom. King Odin supposed the assassination attempt from before might also be their work, and he knew that if it wasn't for Raymond, then they couldn't even imagine what kind of mess they would be facing. Since they don't have enough evidence yet, so he instructed Galman to keep it silent. The king didn't want to let it be known that they had caught on either, and Galman obediently concurred as he understood. The king knew that if they stayed still, Drotten Kingdom would definitely act again, and then they would gather enough evidence and send Grand Duke Barad into the sewer. The person the Drotten Kingdom is controlling behind the scenes instead of the Drotten Kingdom is Young's king, so the worst scenario might end up happening. Galman supposed that they should be prepared for the war, but he was grateful to Baronet Pennon because of him they were able to confirm that it was the work of Drotten Kingdom. He wondered if they should give him an additional reward, but the king didn't agree because the situation wasn't complete yet, so it was not the right time for the reward, and Galman laughed on hearing this out of embarrassment. However, the king thought they could give him an unofficial reward, so he decided to visit Pennon's clinic sometime in the near future, which pleased Galman. Since Baron Pennon would prefer a reward for his patients more than any other reward, they thought it would be right. After a few days, the Pennon clinic was full of patients, and the protagonist was smiling to think he would be rich soon. His apprentices looked at him and sighed as they supposed it might be difficult for their master since there were so many patients, but his smile didn't stop. Lyndon wondered when he would be able to have this kind of attitude. Hansen was also exhausted, and he clarified that it would be difficult to become like a master because he is completely different from them. However, Christine wondered how Raymond could be so happy while looking at the patient. From what she has seen in the past few days, the medical technique is the treatment which has endless potential. Not to mention that the master doesn't just care for his patients, but he even gets happy seeing them, so she doesn't want to lose to him even if he is her master. Meanwhile, Rao looked at the tired apprentice and wondered why he felt like Raymond was getting happy for earning a lot of money. The protagonist was informed that he had obtained experience points, and he also leveled up several times. The protagonist was glad because there were so many patients, so he was collecting a lot of experience points, and he looked at his status window. He wondered what 22 stamina, 23 senses, and 23 intelligence meant. He had no idea about it because he had no one with whom he could compare, but he wondered when his dirty illegitimate child title would be removed. The side effect of this title was that he would be given serious prejudice gaze from others, so if he wanted to clear it, he was instructed to gain more fame. The patient was crying after injection and the protagonist was thinking that this title would disappear soon. He wondered if his next promotion to level 70 and wondered what would happen once he became level 100. He was notified that his class would rise, which amazed Raymond, and he supposed it meant that his class would rise from resident to specialist. Regardless, that was very good news, and he looked at his status window and smiled cunningly, which startled his apprentices. The protagonist instructed Hansen that they should eat beef that day to rejuvenate themselves. Lyndon was stunned as they were eating beef again, and Christine was also shocked because they had eaten it the previous day. Hansen explained that according to the master's teachings, beef not only helps their stamina, but also helps to improve their immunity. So Lyndon decided to buy the beef, and Christine also wanted to go with him after learning about its benefits. Abruptly, the protagonist is alerted that a dangerous situation has activated, so a sudden quest has appeared. The protagonist was startled to know about the hazardous situation because everything was normal currently, so he wondered what was dangerous. He checked the details of the quest as it was the medical technique quest according to which he had to protect his clinic. Because a patient with conspiracy has arrived, but a bad patient is also a patient, he should save the patient, find the mastermind, and take revenge. This was the medium rank difficulty quest, and as a reward, he would obtain 2 times bonus level up and 30 skills points, and as a bonus, he would get the opportunity to take revenge for his blood. The protagonist was worried, wondering what that was, and he looked around at all the patients and couldn't believe that among those patients, there was one who was hiding the conspiracy. Meanwhile, at the Maple Clinic, Baton Carlton was certain his man would have arrived at the Pennon Clinic by now. His underling affirmed because that man they had hired must have started slowly, so as long as the actor began, Raymond would be as good as finished. Carlton affirmed that he wanted to believe in the skill set of that actor since he was the greatest in the capital, and he was the greatest swindling artist. He remembers that the actor promised him that he would act like a huge side effect has kicked in after treatment. However, Carlton doesn't want it to be a simple act because he should eat the poison after receiving Raymond's treatment. The actor was worried after getting the bottle of poison, but Carlton assured him not to worry because it was not a severe poison, and even if something happened, Maple Clinic would take responsibility and treat him. Carlton's underling inquires if he is really planning on treating the actor after he takes the poison. Carlton supposed the answer to this question was obvious because that actor had to die because that would have a more dramatic effect on Pennon Clinic. His underling agreed and thought it would be best as it would not only block the actor's mouth but also get rid of any evidence, and this would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Carlton opened the bottle of champagne and wanted to drink it and wait for the good news and permit his man to drink a glass as well. His underlings thanked him, and they cheered their glasses on the downfall of Raymond. In the evening, Carlton's man was drunk, and he smiled cunningly and assumed that good news would arrive soon. Abruptly, someone started knocking at the door, and Carlton wondered who is it this time and permitted them to come in. 2 officers enter the room and ask him if he is Baron Carlton. Carlton wondered what the matter was, and he supposed they had come to the wrong residence. Officers informed him that he was under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder. This startled Carlton, and he tried to clarify that they might have misunderstood, as it's absurd why he would conspire to commit murder. Raymond entered the room and clarified whether this was a ridiculous accusation or not, but he would reveal that. Carlton was shocked to see him there, wondering what he was doing there, and the soldiers explained that Baronet Pennon was there as a witness. Carlton tried to throw all the mess on Raymond and uttered that he might be trying to frame him. Soon, the actor came out of the room and asked him if he was trying to frame him. Carlton was shocked to see the actor he hired there, and the actor asked Baron Carlton if he wasn't the one who ordered the conspiracy. That night at Pennon Clinic, Raymond knew that could have been trouble, as he never thought that nice-looking man would be a criminal. While examining his patients, the protagonist requested him to pull up his top, and the man affirmed. Shortly, he heard someone shouting, and he requested his patient to wait for a moment. Then, he went to the patient and asked the lady beside what was wrong. The lady was explaining the situation, and Raymond examined the patient, who was in serious condition. He was certain that he had given that man the medicine that reduced his fever, but he wondered why he was having difficulty breathing. These are the signs of poisoning, so he was certain that he had consumed the poison, so he fed him an antidote. The protagonist was pleased because that was how he found out he was the person hiding the conspiracy. Because he was an S rank in herbal medicine, he was able to detoxify the poison. He found out Hap instigated this with face-to-face talk with the culprit once he woke up. The protagonist was relieved because if things went wrong, then he could have been framed. Soon, the man arrived at Raymond's office and explained that if he knew how severe the poison was, then he wouldn't have taken it, so he wanted revenge, which pleased Raymond. The actor clarified that Baron Carlton was the one who was jealous of the Pennon Clinic and told him to take over the poison. So Raymond joined hands with the culprit, who felt a sense of betrayal. Baron Carlton refused all these accusations and asked them when he said that, which infuriated the actor. The protagonist wanted him to be prepared to eat the prison food, and Carlton asked them if they were all crazy as they believed such unfounded claims. However, the soldier showed him the evidence that he had ordered his subordinate to buy poison from the underworld recently. This worried Carlton, and he wondered how they found out. The soldier explained there was an informant. That informant was Raymond himself, because the Underworld Guild was in the Bay region, and a lot of people in the Bay region were willing to listen to him and help him. Carlton instructed those guards to let him go, but they didn't listen to him, and while leaving his room, he cursed Raymond for all this mess. Raymond instructed him that he should have lived his life nicely, and Carlton wondered what he meant. The protagonist hoped that he would live in prison while repenting for the patient he preyed on, because there were not just 1 or 2 people who lost tears and blood because of Carlton. Later, the Imperial Palace prison, Carlton couldn't believe that he would receive life imprisonment. He recalled Fjord and cursed him because he wasn't even investigated, yet he just straight up confessed everything. He decided to use the bribes he had given until now and reduce his statement. Meanwhile, King Odin instructed Prime Minister Galman that he had to treat the Baron Carlton case seriously. He never thought that Maple Clinic would have this many crimes until now. Galman apologized to the king as he had dealt with those cases sooner. The king knew that Maple Clinic tyranny until now must have caused the people so much pain. Galman knew that if it were not for Raymond, then this sort of monopoly would have continued. But there was one thing that he was worried about. If the Maple Clinic closed its doors, then there wouldn't be enough places for common folks to receive treatment. However, the king didn't want him to worry about that because there would be new clinics, so they needed to decide on one clinic and help it grow. Galman wondered if he meant that he would support a clinic from the royal level, but the king refused. He knew it would be difficult as they were preparing for the war, so they had neither the funds nor the ability to do so. However, they could grant them the guarantee under the royal name. Galman was startled because if the royal family guaranteed a clinic, then they didn't have to do anything for it to grow, so he wondered if the king had a place in his mind. King Odin wanted to avoid greedy clinics like Maple Clinic, so he wanted to choose somewhere that was truly for the people. He accosted Galman, and the Prime Minister wondered what is the matter, and the king instructed him to prepare a secret trip because he would decide it after seeing them in person. Later, at Bay region, the king and Galman were resting after investigating the area. All they have heard about is the compliment about Raymond, and they find out that the number of patients at the Pennon Clinic has also increased. Galman remembers the faces of the working healers and the patients that were all bright. The king thought they had seen enough, so they should go now, and Galman affirmed. Later, at the Imperial Palace, the nobles who Carlton bribed were worried that if they suddenly suspended the Maple Clinic business, then the citizens would have a hard time, so they wanted him to reconsider it. The king uttered that Baron Carlton bribed so many nobles, and he wrote about it in the ledgers. He hadn't looked at that ledger yet, but if all of them kept saying these things, then his thought might have changed. The king furiously slammed his fist and instructed those nobles to make the petition that is for the people. After everyone left, the king grabbed his head and was worried about what would happen after his death. Galman was startled and wanted the king to live long because he was the sword master, so he had a long life ahead of him. However, the king wasn't certain because even though his coughing illness has improved after receiving heal from Helion, but his body condition was slowly getting worse, so even if one of the three princes ruled after him, he wasn't sure if they would be able to withstand those nobles. Those children were receiving their support, but they couldn't utilize it. After being instated as crown prince, the first prince, Peyton, passed away through an unexpected tragedy, which was a shameful and pitiful incident. Galman accosted His Majesty and clarified that the production of the accreditation plaque had been completed. So Galman left for the Pennon Clinic and handed Raymond the accreditation plaque acknowledged by the king. Raymond bowed before the Prime Minister and requested him to thank His Highness for his grace. Galman affirmed, and he instructed him to work hard to help the kingdom's people in moving forward. He noted Raymond's gloomy face and wondered what was wrong with him. The protagonist explained that it was just a great honor, but he wanted to ask them for money but stopped, and Galman wondered what he wanted. Raymond explained it was nothing, and he wondered if this was it, and if it was just an honor because he wanted a practical reward, too. Galman explained that the royal family's financial affairs were not as good, so he was apologetic for being unable to help him financially. However, he assured him that there would be a small amount, and he left for the palace. The protagonist was so happy when he heard he was receiving an accreditation plaque from the royal family, but this was it. He showed his apprentices his accreditation plaque, who was glad. He knew that Houston Kingdom was originally poor, and since they are preparing for the war, this does make sense. But the 1,000 pina as a reward wasn't enough to help the Pennon Clinic help improve their condition. Raymond thought he would be able to get some money after the commoners started coming to his clinic, but because a lot of patients come, they have to move now. He cursed his fortune, and he knew that this place was built as a family house, so it couldn't handle the weight of people and sank and wondered why the rent in the capital was so expensive. The Prime Minister said that the official buildings left in the capital couldn't be used as a clinic, and even Christine, whom he had trusted, was unable to solve this problem. She explained that she was the black sheep of the family, so she had no money. She wanted to pay Raymond her educational fees through the money she earned from working at other clinics. This made him cry, and he instructed her that she didn't need to pay him the educational fees and was willing to pay her as he didn't want to make a poor person work without paying them. This was all because of the bad nobles who were landlords, as they were cheap and dirty people. So he wanted to become the best healer and buy his building, and he didn't want or experience the sadness of not having a place again. Abruptly, he was notified that he had attained the achievement of one who the royal family acknowledged, and he also leveled up. He received 20 skills points, a bonus of significant rise in his fame, and because his fame increased the threshold, he earned a new title. The title of one who the commoner likes was achieved, and there was an additional effect to this title. This was the title that was given to the person who the commoners liked, and he received the favor of the commoners, and they weakly supported him. Because his title rank was lower, the effect of the title would be limited to the capital. Raymond was startled to know his new title, which was the one that the commoners liked, and according to the bonus that he received from achieving this title, he received a level up and some skill points. Raymond was delighted because he had achieved a new title and bonus level. Even though he was happy, he didn't feel like it was enough, so he wanted to eat meat that night to cheer himself up. Suddenly, Rao entered the clinic and worriedly accosted him. The protagonist was glad to see him there as he wanted to eat meat, so it was a good thing that Rao was there. Rao was a bit confused and explained that the problem wasn't meat there. The protagonist wonders what is wrong because when he suggests meat, Rao acts like he doesn't like it, but he secretly does. Rao handed him that letter and explained that they had received an invitation from Solon, which worried everyone. Solon was the most evil loan shark in the capital, so Raymond wondered why he had sent him the invitation, and he started reading the letter. Solon was congratulating him on the tremendous prosperity of the Pennon Clinic, and he wanted to offer a business idea that would be of great benefit to Baronet Pennon. Solon assured him that he wouldn't face losses from this business, so he wanted him to come at a convenient time, and then Solon would kindly tend to him. Lastly, he was showing his sincere respect to Baronet Pennon. Solon was well known for approaching those who were naive and taking all their money. Christine warned Raymond that Solon is the worst type of evil, and she knows she might be speaking too much. But her family, Reborn Duchy, lost a lot of money because of him. The protagonist wondered how, and she explained that her brother, who is the heir of the family, fell for his scheme and lost a lot of his money by gambling. She turned her face away and suggested that it should be best to burn this invitation away immediately. Rao agreed with her as she was right, so he thought he should burn this invitation immediately, but the protagonist stopped him. Rao was trying to make him certain that Solon was definitely up to no good. The protagonist thought it would be okay to hear him out once because he didn't exactly know what Solon wanted. Christine was certain that he could clearly see what that man was up to, and the protagonist knew, but his circumstances were too dire to ignore him. Hansen stepped forward and supposed everyone might have misunderstood something, that his master wasn't going to meet Solon solely because of money, which confused Raymond. Hansen explained that the master is going to meet him to get revenge for the patients who have shed blood and tears because of Solon. This shocked Raymond, and he wondered what Hansen meant as he wasn't thinking anything like that. Solon was renowned as the most evil loan shark, and he typically targeted patients who didn't have enough money to pay for treatment. Then, he lends them money with a high rate of interest and shamelessly exploits them. The protagonist has heard about all this because Solon is also known as the patient loan shark because he is the loan shark who uses the circumstances of the desperate patients. It was an open secret in the kingdom that Solon and Baron Carlton mutually helped each other. Hansen explained that their master is considering how he should resolve the victimization of those who are caught in the Solon scheme. Because their master is someone who wants to treat the hurt heart of the patient and is someone who wants to make the lives of his patient happy. The protagonist wondered what he should do with those idiots, as that wasn't the actual reason. Shortly, a medical quest of medium difficulty appeared, instructing him to wipe the tears of the patient. He sees the quest description because there is a villain who takes advantage of the circumstances of desperate patients to cause them to shed their blood and tears. He had to wipe away the blood and tears of the patients by punishing the villains and finding their happiness for them again. The clear conditions were the bankruptcy of Solon, and also the cancellation of all the debts, and as a reward, he would get level up and 30 skills points, and the bonus would be Solon's assets and great fame. He could temporarily raise one of his skills to a rank in order to complete this quest, but it doesn't make sense to him. He wondered what it meant to cancel their debts, as he couldn't even pay off his debt right now. Furthermore, bankrupting Solon was impossible, so he wondered why its difficulty was medium. Low is the difficulty where success is possible without much hardship. Medium is when it is not ways, but it is still possible without too much trouble, and high is when it is too hard that his jaw drops. The difficult ranking being medium means it is not impossible, so he assumed the system is saying this is possible by upgrading one of his skills to rank A. But the bonus reward was Solon's assets, so Raymond supposed that if he succeeded, he would be super rich. So he wanted to do this quest even if he had to put his life online. He put his hand on Hansen's shoulder and agreed with Hansen that he couldn't just stand by and watch this happen, and asked him if he was right. Hansen knew his master would say something like that. Raulas wanted to help him because he was such a just person. Christine supposed she should stay around and protect the clinic so that Solon wouldn't be able to fool people again, and Lyndon was also impressed to know that his master was so kind. With this, it was the time to start Operation Squander Solon's Fund, so all of them were ready. On his way to meet Solon, he remembered when he instructed his apprentice to let's have a beef party when he came back. Christine taught him not to talk to Solon anymore if he felt like something was strange, and she warned him that he couldn't sign any absurd and weird contract, and he obediently affirmed Christine's command. Presently, Raymond was still thinking about eating beef and wondered if Hansen would be able to prepare the beef party on his own. Later, inside the Solon residence, the protagonist's mouth was filled with water to see the table full of delicious food, which looked good to him. He looked at Solon, who was smiling and staring at him, and Raymond inquired why did he call him. Solon looked at him, smiled and wanted to talk while eating the food. Raymond's quest of wiping the tears of the patient has begun. His heart of steel was activated, and he had steel-like determination and a sturdy will. The protagonist knew that if he could do well that day, then eating like that wasn't a far-fetched dream, so he wanted to get a grip on himself and do well. Furthermore, his opponent was considered a mean person, and his rudeness level was high, so a method to handle the mean person was activated. The protagonist wonders if Solon's heart is so corrupt that he is classified as a mean person. Solon smiled and rambled that he put a lot of care into thinking how to meet Baronet Pennon, so he wanted him to have some of this wine. While his man was pouring the wine into Raymond's glass, Solon wanted to be honest with him and explained that he called him there to offer him something. The protagonist wondered what it was. Solon was aware that he might have come across financial difficulties from operating the Pennon Clinic. The protagonist affirmed because that is true, unfortunately. Solon smiled cunningly and uttered that he had something that he wanted to recommend to him. He was willing to lend him the money that he was lacking with much lower interest than those healer loan sharks, and he could view it as no interest. The protagonist eats the meat and wonders why he makes such a generous offer to him, even though he is grateful to him, yet he wants to know. Solon tried to fool him and rambled that it was because he was impressed and touched by Raymond's noble actions. He asked Raymond if he had heard of the saying that they should make money dishonorably and spend it honorably. He wanted to use the money that he had earned so far after many hardships for something good. The protagonist agreed to do that, and Solon smiled and explained that it would be difficult to decide right now, but was shocked as he realized Raymond agreed so easily. The protagonist wanted him to lend him 1 lakh pina for now, which shocked Solon and his man. Solon agreed with his demand and assured him that he would lend him 1 lakh pina whenever he needed it so they could cheer for the Pennon Clinic. While drinking the wine, Solon was thinking of not handing over 1 lakh pina to Raymond obediently. Instead, he wanted to make him penniless soon. He remarked that today was a very exciting day since Raymond had come all the way to his residence. He asked him what he thought about having some fun in his casino. The protagonist is worried about learning about casino, but Solon assures him that everyone entered the casino wearing the mask so it wouldn't be of any harm to Baronet. So he asks Raymond what he thinks about it. Later, they were at the casino, and he asked his man how it was going and if Baronet's reaction was good. The man supposed it might be his first time gambling as Raymond was very invested and asked his boss how much they should take. Solon uttered that entirety of 1 lakh pina that they promised to give him today. His underling was worried because if they do such a big amount at once, then there would be a problem. Solon assures his underling that it's fine because if an illegitimate child like him goes broke from gambling, then he wouldn't be able to say anything anywhere. Meanwhile, the protagonist was excited as this was quiet eats, and he kept winning and had already won 30,000 pina and supposed he should have done it earlier. Suddenly, he felt chills down his spine as Christine coughed from behind, and he worriedly looked back and saw her staring. Raymond wondered why she was staring at him like that, so he decided to get a grip on himself because, at this rate, he wouldn't be able to catch Solon. Instead, he would be the one who got caught. Suddenly, one of the workers approached him and thought the Baronet had a good day, so she explained that there was a VIP game with no betting amount limit, so if he got lucky, then he could raise his earnings by 50 times. She asked him if she should guide him there and told him that if he got lucky and a hot jackpot, then he would be guaranteed 50 times his earnings. The protagonist was shocked to know about 50 times earnings, and the worker explained that the chances of that are low, but no one knows that luck might be on the Baronet's side. The protagonist agreed, so she left him the way, and he obediently followed him. Solon saw him coming, so he welcomed him as he had been waiting for him. Then he whispered to his underling to bring the tool and cunningly smiled. After the protagonist sat next to him, Solon thought that those might look like normal cards, but those cards would be his downfall. He found it amazing to have the luxury to host for such a great person, and he asked Raymond how much he would bet. The protagonist looks at his card and gladly utters that he will go all in, and that he wants to bet his entire fortune. Solon couldn't believe that Raymond was going all in, and he again informed him that, as he said already, he would bet everything. Solon smiled wickedly and explained that he was asking to confirm and thought he was so stupid. Soon, Solon's underling was going to reveal his cards, but Raymond stopped him and wanted him to wait. Raymond wanted to confirm if Solon wasn't lying when he said hitting the jackpot meant he earned 50 times more money, and Solon affirmed. The protagonist supposed that if Solon gets caught doing fraudulent gambling, then he would have to give him 50 times that amount and ask if he is right, as that would be the case following the imperial law of gambling. This startled Solon, and as he sees Raymond staring at him, he gets an ominous feeling and supposes there is something wrong and asks him what he is talking about. He put his hand on the card and wanted to hide it immediately before he could get caught. The protagonist saw this, so he grabbed his hand and pulled him, then wanted everyone to see this as they were committing fraud. Solon was startled and wanted him to wait and wondered what no sense he was talking about as there seemed to be a misunderstanding, so he instructed his man to clear the table. They affirmed his master's command and requested the baronet to calm down. Christine and Rao were watching this scene, and Raymond grabbed Solon and smashed his head on the table, while his underlings were requesting him to stop. However, Rao instructed them to freeze. He took off his mask and clarified that he saw this with his own eyes, so as a bureaucrat of this kingdom. Rao couldn't just stand still and watch, so he instructed his man to seize everything and search the scene. His man arrested all the workers, and one was astounded as he was wondering why Rao insisted on going to the casino. Meanwhile, one of the men wasn't expecting to see this scene, and he was bored, so he wanted to check it now. The protagonist was pleased to see Rao's administration colleague, so he supposed he didn't have to worry about anything. On the contrary, Solon rushed toward his table and started searching for his cards. He was concerned because a bureaucrat appeared as soon as his fraudulent gambling was revealed, and he wondered just what happened there. But before that, he wanted to know how Raymond knew that those cards were cheating tools. The protagonist remembered when he saw someone signaling his underling, and was about to flip his card and was relieved as he expected Solon to start to make his move. He started using his magic eagle eye, which had turned a rank, so that clear observation was possible. He looked at all the cards and finally found a cheat card, and Solon looked at him cunningly. Raymond was also happy because things were going according to plan thanks to his thinking that he was a pushover, and because he bet 1,30,000 pina and would get it 50 times. Presently, he picked up the card, which had crystal tacit inside it, but Solon was trying to clarify that it was a misunderstanding and was still denying that he had ever committed fraud. Rao wondered what is the tacit crystal inside of this card and what it could do. Solon explained that it was just a card which is specially coded, but he still denied it and said that he had never committed fraud with it. He puts all the blame on Raymond and says that was all that illegitimate child groundless statement. This was the time for Christine to step forward and ask him if they were all stupid and wonder if he expected them to believe what he said. She further added that the reason her brother lost such an unbelievable amount of money at this casino is not related to the fraud. She furiously stared at him and warned him that if he didn't want to die, then she wanted him to dare her to use that useless tongue at him. Even though Solon was trembling yet, he dared to talk before her. That was because Master Alfred bet too much. This further infuriated her, and she asked him that he dare to continue to scorn Reborn Duchy until the end and supposed he might have 10 lives. He gets so terrified that he starts screaming, and this sends chills down Raymond's spine. He supposes he needs to be good so that he doesn't get scolded. They arrested Solon, and everyone was astounded to know about fraudulent gambling and wondered what amount of money he had lost until now. However, Solon was still saying it was not fraudulent gambling. The protagonist knew that everyone wouldn't be the victim of fraudulent gambling, but he knew no one would believe those words now. Soon, the protagonist was notified that he had completed his quest. He received a bonus level up and earned 30 skill points. The protagonist dreamed about earning money and supposed he would be super rich now. Later, at Penin Clinic, the protagonist was surprised that Solon was actually broke. The bureaucrat who wore a dog mask at the casino explained that Solon wasn't actually broke, but he was all spin and no substance. Meanwhile, at the casino, the man in was pig mask uttered that his debt was quite extreme, so he barely had any assets, so he assumed how desperate he must have been to try to scam Baronet Penin. Rao couldn't believe this and wondered how this was possible. His comrade explained that there were rumors that he was opening a new casino inside the capital, so he was guessing he spent his money on that. The pig mask saw Raymond depressed and wanted him not to worry because he doesn't have cash as an asset, but he has another asset. Raymond wondered what his assets were, and the man explained that it was all the checks, which shocked Raymond. The man explained these were checks for the payment that he lent to commoners, so it was an astronomical number if he considered the compound as interest, which shocked them. Furthermore, according to imperial law, Solon's fortune was returned to the government, but the right to receive those funds belongs to Raymond. The protagonist was shocked, and suddenly, he was asked if he would receive it or not. Later, everyone was gossiping about this incident, and as soon as Solon tried to do the scam, Raymond found the evidence as if he had been waiting for it, and there was even something more shocking, and his friend wondered what it was. The man explained that Baronet Pennon said that everyone's debt to him had been completely refunded, and he supposed that Raymond would be an angel from heaven. The man said Baronet Pennon's name was, but then he corrected it as if he were His Majesty or them, and said his name was Raymond. His Majesty was the title of honor only given to the king or those who received the highest respect. The protagonist was alerted that his fame had greatly risen. He acquired the achievement of the title of the one who washes away the tears of the weak who have been wronged. Because of his fame that skyrocketed in a short period, Raymond earned a new title, which was the title of one who is liked by the commoners and was changed to the one who the commoners love. The additional effects are that he would receive the love of the commoners and they strongly support him. Its limitation was as his title rank is low, the impact of the title will be limited to the capital, so he received an additional level up due to his title and received some skills points. Meanwhile, Raymond regrets his decision and wonders why he made such a decision and supposed he would be crazy because he lost his precious money. Christine appreciated Raymond as he was amazing this time as well. Hansen was also saying that and supposed there wouldn't be any casino for a while since they had taken over the building. The protagonist remembered that he at least has a building now so he could sell it and then wouldn't be able to earn some money. He affirmed that this wasn't the time for that because he should sell the casino and make the Pennon Clinic the best version it could be. The citizens had never seen a noble like Raymond in their entire life, specifically if he was someone from the royal family. The citizens thought that someone like him needed to take the throne. One of the ladies heard that he was the illegitimate child of the royal family, so she wondered if there was no way for Baronet Pennon to ascend the throne. The other lady instructed her to watch what she said because she would be punished if someone heard her. Meanwhile, at the royal castle, the three princes were discussing what the people were saying, and they found it surprising. However, Sadal was infuriated and instructed them that this was not something that they should say while laughing. Limerton thought it was not like what commoners thought was entirely wrong, because it's true that Raymond did something incredible. This infuriated Sadal, and Kyan fought for a while and remarked that their little puppy had really changed a lot, even though he used to be an ugly puppy. Limerton supposed his brother was also displeased, but he could understand his anger because Lady Christine, with whom he had talked about marriage, went to Pennon Clinic, which might be bothering him too. However, viewing Raymond as a competitor was something he could really think of. He is at the same level, but he is different from Kyan. Kyan saw his brother smiling cunningly, and he remarked that he should better compliment Raymond if he met him later. As he was the one who would become Houston King, it was only right for him to compliment the incredible vassal who contributed. Limerton and Sadal were furious to hear this, and Kyan wanted his other brother to do their best, and he acted as if he didn't see Limerton there. If Reborn Duchy, who is the most powerful in the kingdom, wouldn't be on Kyan's side, then he wouldn't be able to act so harshly. Limerton denied it because things are not set in stone right now because the Drotten Kingdom anxiety is rising as time passes. Since Limerton studied strategy and tactics since he was young, the war will be his opportunity so he could gain his father's favor when that happens. Sadal was also thinking that the throne would certainly be his even though he was weaker than his other two brothers. Kyan decided to tease Sadal and said that he would gain a new brother, and Sadal wondered what does this mean. Kyan explained that since Raymond might be acknowledged as an official member of the royal family. This frustrated Sadal, and he warned his brother to stop talking nonsense. However, Kyan didn't stop and remarked that Raymond has been quite impressive these days, so when he became Sadal's brother, he wanted him to take care of him. Sadal gets agitated and shouts that he is not even worth listening to, so he wants to take his leave first, and he rushes away. After he left, Limerton wondered why he was provoking Sadal, because in order for Raymond to become a member of the royal family, he needed the approval of all the queens, and that was impossible. Kyan was amazed by his question. He smiled wickedly and answered he did that because it was fun, which annoyed Limerton. Kyan knew that the National Foundation Festival was coming soon, so they would be able to see their puppy, and he was curious to see what other great performance he would show then, although giving in to their adorable younger siblings who come first. Meanwhile, inside the castle, he broke the vase in anger, which terrified the servants, and they started trembling. Sadal was furious because he had to take care of Raymond, who is a bug as a brother, and found this absurd. Sadal knew what his brother said would never happen, but the fact that he even said that pissed him off, so he instructed his servants to call his uncle, and they affirmed. Later, Count Garrison entered his room and asked him if he had called him. Sadal was pleased because his uncle was there, instructed him to have a seat and clarified that he had something to discuss with him about Raymond. Count Garrison knew that he wanted to talk to him, so he assured him not to worry about that because the glory that Raymond has right now is temporary. Sadal was stunned and wondered if it was true, and Garrison wanted him to think about it, and that the technique that Raymond uses is witchcraft, not healing. So, from the healing tower perspective, he was very concerned, but in the end, Raymond wasn't even worth worrying much. Someone who uses witchcraft will never be able to last long, but Status furiously slammed the table as he wanted to stomp down on him more so that Raymond would never think of crawling back. Since that is what the prince wants, Garrison understands his concern and assures him that the healing tower will watch him. So they would make him pay for his crime of using pseudo-witchcraft and deceiving several people. The Healing Tower is an international organization that has its headquarters in the capital. Thus, it has the right to supervise its affiliated healers. This means that even if the king tries to protect Raymond, he can't block the Healing Tower's actions. On the contrary, Raymond was at the casino and was amazed because that place was big, and they wondered why the floor was made of such a high-quality material. The building was big and great. He never thought such an impressive place would be at the center of the capital. It was within the area of the commoners, yet it was not far from slums, and traveling from the noble neighborhood was easy, too. So if he could resell it, he would be rich instantly, but the man denied it and clarified that nobles don't buy places like that. The layout was like that of a casino, and it was within the commoners' area, so the man refused. Raymond knew that whether he liked it or not, they had to use this place as the clinic. Whatever the case is, Raymond supposed it worked out, so he wanted to grow his clinic until the place wasn't big enough to hold everyone. He was sure that one day, this place would explode with people, so he wanted to work hard. A while later, Raymond was at the casino, and he supposed that what he would think after seeing it was that he made it, and that he never thought he would be able to live in a room like that. However, just as the size increased, Raymond didn't realize he would need to hire so many new workers. He hasn't hired any new apprentices and lost a lot of money cleaning and remodeling this building. He didn't want to borrow any more money from those devils because he had already far surpassed the danger level. In the worst scenario, they might seize this building itself, so he wanted to protect this building. All of his apprentices were watching him cleaning the room, and Christine wondered how his master was so passionate when it came to his patients. Hansen answered that was because he demonstrated the virtue the person needs as a healer. He excitedly asked her what about them, and Lyndon replied that they were the apprentices of their respectable master. Christine was startled to see them so enthusiastic, and because she had a long way to go and she didn't want to fall behind, she decided to study in her room. Hansen instructed Lyndon that they should also go and practice as well, and Lyndon concurred. The protagonist looked back, saw them rushing away, and wondered what was the matter. Abruptly, he was notified that he had gained experience points, so he leveled up. And he was amazed because the speed with which he was leveling up was faster than he thought. This thrilled Raymond, so he immediately wanted to go to level 70 and wanted to put all his stats into stamina. He looked at his stats, according to which his stamina was 31, and intelligence, senses and mana were also increased. He supposed that now he wouldn't have any problem with stamina when dealing with patients, and he looked back. A man at his clinic greeted him and handed him the official document from the Healing Tower. The protagonist was worried about seeing an official notification for the Healing Tower, and it was really long. But to summarize, the letters say that if a healer harms a patient with a non-certified healing method needs to take responsibility. The man explained that it's a warning from the Healing Tower because healers who are swayed by money and fame often fall into pseudo-healing, and there have been cases where they had harmed the patients as a result. The protagonist was worried because the truth isn't that it's for the patient's sake, but this was for their interest. The healing tower has used this method to stomp down anyone who tried to infringe on their authority. The reason Leipentiana's healing method has not improved past this uncivilized method was also because of this. Since the healing tower frame anyone who tries anything new as pseudo-healing techniques. Raymond knew that the purpose of this document was to tell him that they were watching him. Although he lacks the strength and platform to fight the healing tower, he has an answer for them, and he whispers in the man's ear that he wants what is best for his patients. The messenger thought that was so foolish, and he pushed away Raymond's hand and hoped he wouldn't regret his decision. The protagonist knows that he managed to let things pass this time, but he needs to prepare for the countermeasures because he doesn't want to be preyed on by them. Meanwhile, at Raoul Clinic, 10 healers were all B rank or higher, 3 healers were a rank or higher, and the director, Viscount Rand, was in a plus rank. It is the clinic with only the highest rank healers, and outside of the Count Hellion, it is the beta clinic in the kingdom. Baron Smithen was worried about his wife's deteriorating condition, and the healer apologized to him because he tried his best, but he thought that Baron needed to be prepared for the worst. Baron Smithen wondered if there were no other methods as he was willing to pay for whatever the healer needed, but he requested him to do his best to save his wife. The healer explained his wife's condition, that she had a green fluid-filled sac and a serious infectious disease, even though he continued to treat her, but her condition had only worsened, so there was nothing that he could do. A green fluid-filled sac was another expression of cholecystitis, and the healer explained that she was not in a condition where she could be saved. They can heal most of it with a rank heal, but her infectious disease is too serious. This worries Baron because he doesn't want to admit this, as his wife suffered her whole life because of him, so he couldn't just let her go. Just because they are noble, it doesn't mean they are wealthy. Smithen is from the family that met ruin. He lived while working hard in a difficult environment his whole life, and his wife helped him devotedly. They were finally in the position where they could smile and live at ease, but then his wife fell ill. Baron Smithen asked the healer about Viscount Rand and if she couldn't receive healing from him. The healer apologized and explained that he was currently gone on a trip to treat a countryside lord. So, Baron asked him if he can't contact Count Hellion, and the healer explained that Count Hellion could only treat those who were higher than a count or members of the royal family. This worried Baron, and he wondered if Baronet Pennon was the only option he was left with. This worried the healer, and he suggested that he shouldn't go to him because he heard that Baronet Pennon do human experiments. But Baron doesn't agree with him as he hears that Baronet Pennon treats patients using peculiar methods, but he doesn't care what method he uses as long as he can treat his wife. There was nothing left to expect from this place, so Baron truly hoped that a miracle would happen at Pennon Clinic. Meanwhile, Raymond had a strange feeling at his clinic and wondered what it was. At that moment, he didn't know that before he could take any countermeasure to go up against the healing tower, a great shroud of dark clouds would arrive. He immediately started the surgery because Baron's wife was in serious condition. During surgery, he instructed Hansen to attach and inject the vasopressor immediately, and Hansen affirmed, but there was no response. This worried Raymond because the patient was already in a serious state of shock. Although he did manage to imitate a vasopressor using knowledge of medical botany, it wasn't very effective. The vasopressor that he extracted using the medicinal herbs wasn't enough, so he needed epinephrine and wondered where he could get it. He knew that he could do it if he isolated the hormone from an animal's blood, but his alchemy proficiency wasn't high enough. However, if he performs the surgery without raising her blood pressure, then he will lead to table death. If this noble wife dies during surgery, the healing tower will use this as an excuse to punish him, so he wonders what he should do. Shortly, the medical quest appeared, which was to treat a critical patient. Since this was a patient with serious septic shock, so Raymond was instructed to do his best and save the patient. Its difficulty was high, and the clear condition was patient recovery. The reward was a bonus level up and 40 skills points with the bonus of fame for being the healer who saved a noble. The patient was in serious condition, and the difficulty of the quest was high, so he was permitted to purchase the magic regardless of class and level. The protagonist was worried and wondered what the system wanted him to do. Suddenly, Baron entered the room, which startled Hansen, who informed him that he couldn't come in. Baron apologized and explained that he was worried because he had no idea how she was doing. The protagonist went outside and decided to be honest with him and explained that his wife was in grave condition so that it wouldn't be an easy surgery. This made Baron gloomy as he was expecting this, but he got his hopes high since Raymond promised him that he would do his best. He wanted to think of this patient positively as this was an opportunity because this is the patient that Raoul's clinic gave up. He supposed this might be the only method to oppose the healing tower, and Raymond was the sole hope of this patient, whom everyone had given up. He opened his status window, browsed the market, and wondered what magic he needed to purchase in this situation. If he wanted to save her, he needed to get her vital signs stable, so he wondered if there was magic that could raise her blood pressure. He was worried because precious time was passing, and he wondered what he should do. Suddenly, Hansen accosted him as they were in trouble because the patient's blood pressure was dropping, and her pulse was also slowing down. The protagonist realized that she was going toward cardiac arrest, and he suddenly got the idea that he needed epinephrine or adrenaline. He found magic and supposed this would be helpful. It was the Berserker magic with proficiency D. Giving the Berserker curse, the recipient will receive the explosion of adrenaline and possess strong fighting power. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the Berserker, and he was warned that this is the rentable magic, so he could use it 3 times. Compared to the protagonist's class, the skill level was so high that he couldn't acquire it. But he rented the skill, and Raymond wondered what it meant to rent. Its description appeared that for high-grade skills that can't be acquired due to his lower class level, Raymond could rent them and use them for a limited number of time. Raymond used 100 skills points and rented Berserker magic. Raymond was worried if it would be effective because it takes 100 skill points for one use and is a cursed magic. But he couldn't think of another method currently, so he purchased the skill and started using Berserker curse magic on the patient. Since the patient was presently in a comatose state, the delirium curse failed, and he wondered if it would work. He looked at the patient, and Hansen was staring at him, but was shocked as he saw the happy reaction of his master. As soon as he looked at the patient's blood pressure, he was shocked because her blood pressure returned to normal, and her pulse was open 130 again. The protagonist was glad because of this magic work, and because of her comatose state, the delirium didn't activate. Raymond would be able to use Berserker magic in limited situations where someone is in a serious state of shock to the point where they are in a state of comatose. It was the curse that may have unknown side effects, so he decided to use it only when he needed epinephrine, and he began the emergency surgery. All of them started performing surgery while Christine was observing them from afar, and Raymond looked at her. Raymond instructed Hansen to tilt the liver upward and secure a clear view, and he affirmed. Then he instructed Christine to tilt the stomach in the opposite direction, which worried her, and she affirmed. The protagonist knew that the patient's disease was an inflamed gallbladder. In other words, it was cholecystitis. The problem is that gallstones block the path where the bile traveled, so she was experiencing cholecystitis. There was a reason why her condition didn't improve even with a high-rank heal, because, in this situation, the patient's condition wouldn't improve if they wouldn't get rid of gallstones. He started using his surgeon's nimble hand and surgeon experience, and his senses were raised. He instructed Linden to pass him iron forceps, and he affirmed. Raymond knew that if he accidentally injured the bile duct while removing the gallstone, then the bile might leak and cause peritonitis. He started removing the gallstones, and soon he was done, which relieved him as he removed them without any issue. The protagonist was notified that he succeeded in treating the patient, so he attained bonus level up and skills points. He gladly looked at his apprentices, who were happy to save the patient. Raymond was informed that his iron will had saved a critical patient who was having difficulty recovering, so he obtained an additional bonus. He went outside and informed Baron about his wife's condition. Baron was glad and explained that he was only filled with despair when he was leaving the Raoul clinic. Raymond clarified that he had done his work as a healer, so he didn't need to thank him. Baron doesn't know how he could ever repay him, but Raymond says that he doesn't need to repay him because he is a healer, but deep inside, he is happy. Raymond uttered that being able to treat patients alone was enough to make him happy, which pleased Baron. Baron gets worried when Raymond is about to tell him the problem that he is facing these days, but then stops and doesn't want him to worry. Baron Smithen wondered what was the matter with him and asked if it was something he could help with. Raymond decided to be honest with Baron Smithen, and he handed him the notification he received from the healing tower. Raymond knew that this person didn't have much power and money, but he had the power that others didn't, which was respect. Baron Smithen was furious at those healing power people who just cared about money. Yet they dared to send such a document to Baronet Pennon shamelessly, and Raymond was happy as he supposed his problem would now be solved. After some time, the article was published in different places by Baron Smithen, and everyone was shocked to know that, this time, there was information about medicine science. The man supposed that was pseudo-witchcraft because one of his healer friends said that it was a pseudo-craft. However, the article published by Baron Smithen was about whether medicine science is really witchcraft, but he thought it might be the new blessing to deal with heals. The scholarly journal with the highest prestige in Houston Kingdom published this article, and the author of the paper is highly respected Professor Smithen. Meanwhile, at the healing towers, everyone was furious to read the article as they supposed it was absurd, and the healer wanted to release a counter-statement immediately. His comrade explained that they had already done this, but it just made Professor Smithen's opinion stand out even more. Professor Smithen's writing skills were far superior to theirs because they were healers who were not talented at writing. Meanwhile, at the noble salon, one of the ladies uttered that unfamiliar things are bound to criticism. But once time passes, those unfamiliar things often change the world. However, some other ladies thought healing was better than medical techniques because they were still scared of medical techniques. On the contrary, at the Imperial Castle, Sadal furiously asked his uncle how this happened, because this was different from what they had discussed. Count Garrison assured him not to worry because they were already carrying out countermeasures. Prince Sadal wondered what countermeasures his uncle was talking about. Count explained that if they couldn't find a flaw, then they could make some. A few days later, the protagonist was calculating their earning and realized this week's balance was finally surplus. Although it was 200 pina, his clinic finally made a profit, so Raymond wanted to endure a bit more because soon enough, they would be rolling with money. Furthermore, he heard that the Noble Society has been talking about medical techniques these days. Although no other noble besides Baron Smithen has come to be treated, their interest is at just the start. So he wanted to last until they could receive more interest because his scariest opponent, those devilish loan sharks, hadn't shown any sign of movement yet, and their second scariest opponent was the healing tower. He was thankful to Baron Smithen because an official document threat was turned over because of him, but he knew that the healing tower wouldn't just let things be. It was scary to think about fighting with the healing tower, but with all the money that he had earned and the magnificent building that was more important than his soul, he had to protect them as these were his only assets. Raymond's heart of steel was activated because of his thoughts for the clinic. Suddenly, Hansen appeared and informed him that they were in trouble because the healing tower had sent them an official notification. This hurt Raymond, and he asked his apprentice what this notification said. Hansen explained that it told an inspector would come soon, and he was about to cry. However, Raymond assured him not to worry because it doesn't matter if an inspector or anyone else comes as he would protect his clinic. He decided to leave his room because he never knew when the inspector would come, so he wanted to treat his patients. Hansen affirmed and asked his master if he was saying that they shouldn't worry about anything other than treating their patient. Raymond wanted to pay much more attention than before, so they couldn't find any flaw and nitpick on it. Soon, a man appeared in the clinic. He was sweating and terrified. He was honored to greet the respected Baronet Pennon. His name was Ronald, and he lives on Kent Street in the Lyme region. Raymond realized that the man was anxious and wondered if he had some serious illness, and he asked him if he had any problem. Ronald was shivering, and he explained that he had come there to give his thanks as he heard Raymond treat his relative Mary a while ago. They were unable to pay him properly because things were difficult, so he came there to repay that kindness. The protagonist was a bit flustered, and he didn't want to receive that money. However, Ronald forcibly handed him the bag of money, saying that it was nothing compared to the kindness that Baronet Pennon had shown, and he rushed away. Raymond was shocked because he didn't even know a patient named Mary. Later he opened the bag and found it strange for that unknown person to pay him 300 pina. But he supposed it should be okay for him to use this money because that man gave it to him on his own. A sudden quest appeared about receiving the free money, so he was instructed to use that money wisely, and its reward was a bonus level up and 20 skill points. Meanwhile, at Garrison's residence, he asked Ronald if he delivered the money, and Ronald affirmed. Ronald was guilty and apologized to the baronet for committing such a heinous deed. He remembered how Count Garrison threatened him that he wouldn't leave him unscathed if he refused his offer and wanted him to think about his family. Count Garrison reminded him not to forget about going to the healing tower at dawn and testifying this, and Ronald affirmed. Later, at Healing Tower, Ronald testified that Baronet Pennon asked him for an unfair amount of money. This pissed off other healers, and one of them asked him if he was telling the truth and found it atrocious. All the other healers were also furious, as they didn't want to let this happen. Garrison smiled cunningly, and, exploiting the situation, he suggested they should go to Pennon Clinic immediately. Soon, they reached the Pennon Clinic, and Garrison was amazed to see the clinic and was excited to frame Baronet Pennon. However, suddenly, he was startled. Ronald rushed toward the clinic entrance, and the other healer was also annoyed by his behavior and wondered what was the matter. He reached the clinic gate and was shocked to see the notification on it, as it said that due to a special event, they were temporarily closed. So, in case of emergency patients, they were requested or come to Kent Street in the Lyme region. Other healers wondered if they decided to run away, knowing that the Healing Tower would be coming there, but Count Garrison didn't give up and suggested they should visit Kent Street because it's not far from there. Meanwhile, in Kent Street, Lyndon was requesting everyone to line up to get treated because everything was free as it was Ronald's sponsored treatment. Garrison and Ronald were shocked to see this, and Garrison heard Raymond telling the patient to go home and rest as his treatment was done. Raymond wiped his hand and stared at them and became certain as he expected. It was the Healing Tower plot. He cursed them and didn't want to let them target him so easily because he was currently treating the patients his Heart of Steel was activated. Furthermore, since the Healing Tower healers were detected as mean persons and their level of rudeness was so high, so method to handle mean people was activated, and it was in synergy with Heart of Steel. So, the protagonist was confident that he could face them now without getting scared. He accosted the crowd and asked them if they were having a great day and explained that there was a reason that he started this event that day. This was because a while ago, someone named Ronald was kind enough to donate a large sum of money to his clinic, so he wanted to return it to him, but he couldn't find him. So he decided to hold this event in the neighborhood he lived in since that money didn't belong to him. His skill of eloquence was activated, which had a huge positive impact on everyone. Count Garrison was infuriated to hear this and inquired what he was talking about and asked Ronald if he didn't say that Baronet Pennon forced him to pay him. He puts his hand on Ronald's shoulder and instructs him to speak clearly, but Ronald is trembling in fear and is completely unable to talk about anything. Ronald wanted to be honest, but he couldn't and apologized to Baronet Pennon and then a girl who lived in his neighborhood running happily. She greeted Baronet, and the protagonist also greeted her back and asked her if the treated area felt okay. Ronald was startled as he recognized her voice and looked ahead, then recognized her. She was the girl who lived next door to his house and was always lying down because of her chronic illness. Ronald wondered if she turned into her happy self after being treated by Baronet Pennon, making him wonder what he was doing now. Ronald heard Raymond accosting him and saying that he was putting the money that he donated back then into good use. Everyone was grateful to him, and the two men who were treated were happy and grateful to him and wondered what was up with all this. Count Garrison forcibly pressed Ronald's shoulder and yelled at everyone to be quiet. Then, before the whole crowd, he asked Ronald as he said that Baronet Pennon forced him to pay him and asked if this was true. Ronald was quiet and didn't spout a word while all the patients gathered. They were shocked, and they didn't believe that their healer forced Ronald to pay him, and they knew that something was weird. Ronald didn't confirm this, so Garrison pushed him away and approached Raymond and others that it has actually been confirmed. So he announced to Baronet Pennon that following the Healing Tower creed, he was going to punish him. Suddenly, other people spoke up and wanted to end this nonsense because this was enough, and they were confident that their prince would never do something like that. The other men were sure that this was one of Ronald's schemes, so they wanted him to speak the truth, and they didn't want to believe this until they could see any proof. Raymond was touched by their support and how they defended him in front of those Healing Tower people. This was all because of the effect caused by the activation of his title, the one who is loved by the commoners, that he was receiving support from the commoners limited to the capital. Soon, Rao and Christine appeared there and inquired what was happening there. Rao can't just let this slide after having coincidentally come across all this mess, and Christine agrees with him as she also can't let it go after coming across this incident coincidentally. Count Garrison laughed and instructed them to leave because this was the Healing Tower problem. Rao approached Garrison and clarified that he is high-ranking administrator of the kingdom, and Christine also introduced herself that she is the daughter of Reborn Duchy. Rao furiously utters that it's not something that the Healing Tower should resolve, but it's something to be investigated by the Kingdom investigation team. Christine also thinks it's the right decision. This worried Garrison because they were taking Ronald and investigating it, and he didn't want to let this happen because if Ronald confessed that this was all part of his scheme, then he would be screwed. So Garrison thought that not only would he be gravely humiliated, but the prestige of the healing tower would hit rock bottom, and he wondered if that was what Raymond was aiming for from the start. He refused to let the administration investigate the matter because this was the problem within the healing tower, so he wanted to conduct a more rigorous investigation by themselves. He instructed other healers to bring Ronald, and his companion affirmed. However, before Garrison could leave, Rao grabbed him and clarified that he wouldn't let him do that. Garrison stared at Ronald and asked him what he was doing as if he should follow him. Rao warned him that if he kept acting like this, then he had to call the police escort. At the same time, Ronald recalled the face of his sick neighbor and clarified that he wouldn't follow him. This infuriated Garrison, and he asked Ronald what he meant by saying that he wouldn't follow him. Ronald started crying and clarified that what he said was all lies and that Count Garrison instigated him, saying that he would give him money if he framed Baronet Pennant. He apologized to the protagonist, and the protagonist thanked him for telling the truth. He approached Count Garrison and wanted to continue this conversation later. Garrison was furious as that lowly man had spilt everything, and he tried to stop Ronald from talking for now. He unsheathed his sword and uttered that for the crime of daring to scorn a noble, he wanted Ronald to die, and he rushed to subjugate him, which worried Ronald. Ronald was scared and thought he might die that day, so he covered his face with his arms. However, Rao stepped forward, pointing his sword toward Count Garrison. He uttered that, unfortunately, that would be difficult because this boy was an important witness, so he wanted to take him. Count Garrison was furious at him and cursed him, which astounded Rao, and he instructed the Count to watch what he said. Rao was the child of a prestigious noble family, Kaplan County, and a high-ranking administrator for the kingdom. The protagonist exploits this situation and instructs Ronald to come toward him. With his trembling hand, Ronald reached out toward Baronet Pennant, grabbed his hand, and apologized to him for all the scheme. He knew he was so ungrateful, so he was willing to pay for his mistakes, even if it put his life on the line. However, Raymond told him it was okay, which shocked Ronald, and he wondered what he meant. So the protagonist uttered that he could understand that he probably would have no choice but to comply with the Count command. Ronald was so grateful to him and thought he was an angel who came to save him. Raymond's heart of steel was activated, and he knew that what was now important was to punish the main instigator, Count Garrison. The protagonist assures him that he doesn't hate him because he is just a victim and has no sins. All the civilians were shocked to know how kind Baronet Pennant was, and they supposed he might be an angel who came down from heaven. The effect of Raymond's title was strengthening, so he was alerted that he would temporarily receive fervent support from commoners limited to the capital. All the commoners started pointing their fingers at Count Garrison, as they couldn't believe he tried to instigate and slander such an admirable person and cursed him. Count Garrison couldn't believe that those lowly people were cursing him, and he instructed them to move aside and give him way, but no one listened to him. Soon, the protagonist appears before Garrison to cover him and asks everyone to wait momentarily. He tells everyone they shouldn't be like this because he is sure the people of the Healing Tower aren't trying to persecute him with bad intentions and is sure there might be some misunderstanding. Count Garrison cannot understand what the protagonist is trying to do, and the protagonist stares at him furiously and asks him if he disagrees. He gets scared by his terrifying gaze, so he agrees with Raymond. Raymond grabs his hand, replies that he knows, and clarifies that he thought the Healing Tower was trying to bury them on purpose. He asks Garrison if this is not the case. Count Garrison completely agreed and asked why he would try to bury him. This pleased the protagonist because he succeeded in completing his plan and uttered that as he thought. So Raymond supposed that Garrison gave him the worst ranking in the healer qualification examination, the official document warning that had recently arrived, and how he instigated Ronald this time. He asked if this was all done with the deeper meaning behind it, for example, to test him and his honesty. Count Garrison affirmed and explained that because Raymond is a promising figure, the Healing Tower is always watching him. So the protagonist asks him what he thinks and if he is still untrustworthy even though he always worked hard for his patients, so he would like it if the Healing Tower would recognize his sincerity. So Count Garrison was left with no other option but to admire him, and they know his effort because he is a proud member of the Healing Tower. After some time at the Pennon Clinic, they worried whether Count Garrison would again try to harass Raymond behind the scenes. But Raymond was sure he could do that because so many people witnessed that day's events, so he couldn't act out publicly for now, even if it were out of embarrassment. He knew that he needed to gather as much power as possible. In the meantime, if he looked out for as many patients as possible and became a big shot healer, then even the healing tower wouldn't be able to touch him. Since Raymond has accomplished his quest, he obtained the bonus level up, 20 skills points, and the title of He is Generous was also achieved. The protagonist was shocked because he didn't know that being gracious and forgiving to Ronald also gave him a title, and then he again leveled up and received bonus skills points. He was astounded as he leveled up 3 times and realized that this system is surprisingly generous with leveling up. So he supposed if he could work a little more, he would be at this level 70, the chief rank. Raymond knew it would be quiet for a while so he could focus on apprentice training. Later, he taught them about infectious diseases, an inflammatory response to germs entering their bodies. He was having a hard time teaching them and wondered if it was because his teaching skills were too low, and this was hard for them. He used simple methods to teach his apprentices, practice and theory. They treated patients through practice during the day and taught them that they needed to treat these illnesses with these herbs. On a day like this, he was teaching them the basic concepts, but the problem was that the basic medicine concept involved many ideas that weren't in Le Pensiana. So, they were all struggling and having difficulty understanding his lectures. Luckily, thanks to Magic Tower research, the basic science level was quite developed because if basic science were as behind as the Middle Ages, it would have been hard for him to teach them. Then, the protagonist started teaching them about the T and B cells present in the human immune system and how they work to protect the body. He looked at those who could not understand it, and he knew this might be difficult, so he suggested they take a break. The protagonist knew he could explain this better if he understood basic medicine. However, he was just at the level of a resident, so his knowledge was superficial. Christine agreed to take a break, and Hansen appreciated his master as he worked hard. They rushed away to rest and assured him they would come later. After they left, the protagonist's eyes sparkled as he wanted his apprentice to be talented quickly to earn money for him and wanted them to hurry up and grow and earn money for him. He was quite enthusiastic, but soon he got drained as he knew he needed to explain things better for this to happen. While resting, Hansen rushed to his room and accosted him worriedly. The protagonist was startled and wondered what the matter was, so he told them he should rest some more. Hansen explained that they had a guest, and Raymond wondered who the guest was. Hansen explained it was Lady Rose from Viscounty. This shocked Raymond, who spilled all the tea in shock. Last, Rose is the mysterious character, and it's unclear if Rose is her real name. Her origin isn't well known. She came to Houston Kingdom 4 years ago and started running several businesses. The protagonist wondered why she had come to his clinic and if she had been there to capture him as he hadn't paid his debt. People speculate that her wealth comes from being the daughter of a wealthy merchant from the rich peninsula or an illegitimate child of one of the big noble families in the capital. But nothing is known for sure, and what is known is that she is a scary person to him. She entered the room, and the chills traveled down his spine as he got scared. He greeted her, and she greeted him back. She was a scary person to him because she was the CEO of the Healer Loans, a creditor scarier than the devil. Later, he conversed with Lady Rose, who was overwhelmed by the taste of the cookies and asked him if she could take some of them. The protagonist, who was worried, hurriedly told her that she could take as many as she wanted. He thought he needed to get it together because this person sitting before him was scarier than His Majesty King. So he doesn't want to be fooled by her appearance because this person put countless healers into debt, repaying enslaved people. Due to Raymond's thoughts of protecting the clinic, his heart of steel has activated. So he now has steel-like determination and a sturdy will. She looked at him and smiled, and Raymond asked her what brought her to his clinic. Lady Rose explained that she visited her customer because he is the VIP customer among the Healer Loans these days, which shocked Raymond as he didn't understand. Lady Rose explained that she came to meet him because she had heard rumors about him. She heard he takes minimum treatment fees for his patients, so she wondered if he could pay off his debt like this. The protagonist wanted to keep his act together because he had to show off a strong appearance right now rather than cower, and he explained it's just in the early stages. This shocked her, and Raymond explained that these were only baby steps toward his grand plan for the clinic he had envisioned. She was curious about his future plan, and Raymond explained that he was planning on making the best clinic there, and his goal was to become the best in the continent. This shocked Lady Rose, and she asked him if he knew what this meant, as he was aiming high and the path to which demanded more. The protagonist confidently said he knew because it was not just the Houston Kingdom. However, the entirety of the cross-allied empires, the State Liberty Union, the Empire of Steel, and past the Holy Empire, becoming the best was his ultimate goal. This shocked her, as she didn't know this was his goal, and Raymond affirmed and uttered that Pen and Clinic was just the start. Deep inside, he was crying and saying it was just a start, so he requested her to wait a bit more on the debt reminder. She wondered why he had such a big goal, because this seemed somewhat rash. The protagonist smiled and explained that it was just for the sake of patience and that he thought he needed to maintain his image at all times. She thanked him for his kind words and thought it was good that she came there that day because she was curious to see what kind of person her VIP customer was. She stood to leave, but before leaving, she decided to tell him a secret, that she was his genuine fan and she had fallen more for him now that she had met him in person. This shocked Raymond, who wondered why she had been so generous with the loan. On her way back, she winked at him and assured him that she would support his dream, so if he ever needed more money, she would lend it to him with especially low interest. The protagonist was scared as he comprehended her words, because that meant that she would be watching him to see what he would do from now on. He started crying, thinking that she would keep her eye on him, and wondered what he would do. On their way to return, her attending butler, Carls, asked him what she thought about him, and she looked at him and asked what he thought about him. Carls personally thought Raymond should be eliminated because he is an idealist with little chance of succeeding. But she didn't agree and uttered that is what he thinks of him. She instructed him to raise Raymond's VIP customer rank to red. This startled Carl, and he was about to stop her. But then she instructed him that if Raymond requested additional loans, he should give them to him at a low interest rate. Carls questioned if she had seen him with her devil's eye, and Rose affirmed and explained that from what she had seen, he was not some stupid idealist. Compared to the comments that he is an angel from heaven, Raymond surprisingly has a lot of ambitions. Carls wondered what kind of ambitions he had, but she wasn't sure about it because her devil's eye could read a person vaguely, but it couldn't read a mind. However, based on what she sees, Raymond is more of a revolutionist, trying to change the entirety of the continent for his patients. However, Carls thought Raymond's chances of failing were too high, so he thought he had an absurd ambition. Lady Rose clarified that they don't need a normal person, but a ridiculous person like Raymond to get to where they are originally. She doesn't want Carl to forget how they came to be banished to this countryside, but then she corrects her mistake and calls him Sir Karlstein. Karlstein bowed before her and assured her that she hadn't forgotten that. Lady Rose bites her nails worriedly and assures him not to worry, because if Raymond still collapses even after they have supported him in doing many things, they will throw him away. After Raymond's creditors left, he couldn't focus properly until the end of the lesson, and the reason was obviously because the loan sum was 70,000 pina. So he wanted to repay his debt more quickly, so he wondered where he could make that much money. Although he safely passed that interview, he didn't know what would happen the next time, and he felt as goosebumps-inducing as meeting a snake. While pondering, Hansen entered his room, giving him the information document that he informed his master that ancient ruins were found in Gur Mountain. Several adventurer parties entered the ancient ruins but failed, so the Kingdom Knights entered. The protagonist is astounded to learn about the ancient ruins, but thinking about them makes him feel scared. Raymond knew that going in there could cause him to be injured, and his safety came first. He instructed Hansen to throw away the official document because they were already busy enough taking care of patients. Raymond affirmed what he was expecting from his master, but was startled as his master grabbed the document and was amazed to discover that ancient ruins had treasure so that he might benefit from it. He cleared his throat, accosted Hansen, and on thinking about this again, he wanted to do his best to participate and was telling him the actual reason. However, Hansen didn't hear him and uttered that his master cared not only about his patients in front of him, but also about the people who would participate in the exploration. Lyndon was also impressed, as he had expected this from his master. Because the ancient ruins were dangerous places, and they never knew when and where patients would arise, his master was going there, and Raymond concurred. Then Hansen asked Lyndon if he saw his master's attitude of worrying for his future patients as the kind of attitude that they needed to adopt. The protagonist was a bit confused while Rao was hearing this all from outside and wondered if Raymond would not participate in the exploration of ruin for the money, but wondered why it seemed like the case. Meanwhile, at the Drotten Kingdom, the king was glad because the Houston Kingdom Knights were going to ruin exploration, which was all according to the plan. His underling affirmed and assured him that no healer could overcome that evil spirit curse. The king thought that once the Kingdom Knights were massacred, the National Foundation Festival coming soon would have a terrible atmosphere. He took off his cap and asked his man if there was a possibility that they would succeed in exploration. His underlying explanation is that no matter how strong the knights are, they are dead once they meet the evil spirit. He thought they were so lucky to have discovered the ruins hidden in the kingdom coincidentally before the war. Grand Duke Barad, the de facto ruler of the Drotten Kingdom, is ruled by the young king, who is the mastermind behind the Odin assassination incident and the Bay region infectious disease. His underlying explanation was that he would poison the Peninsula Kingdom envoy, Viscount Langham, once the environment gets disorderly. Duke Barad concurred and wanted his man not to forget that their true goal wasn't just the lives of a few knights. They need to make the Houston Kingdom into a train wreck before the war even begins, because fighting with strength alone is what stupid knights do. His underlings appreciate him because he is a genius strategist. Grand Duke Barad knew that they had several opportunities, but all those times, things had gone wrong because of that lowly illegitimate child, Baronet Pennon. Out of concern, he asked his man if Raymond was also attending the ruin exploration this time, and his underling got worried and explained. However, Barad told him to stop and said he appreciated him because he did good work. He supposed it would be better if Raymond attended so he could get rid of him along with them. On the day of exploring the ruins in Houston Kingdom Gur Mountains, the protagonist receives a sudden quest. He gets out of the carriage and wonders what that quest is, which appears as soon as he arrives at the location. He looks at the details of the quest and is directed to protect the tiger moth running in the fire. Raymond is about to explore a dangerous place, so he is requested to protect the lives of the exploration team. The clear condition was to minimize the casualties, and the reward would depend on the achievement, and as a result, he would get someone's favor. The protagonist was worried because its reward would depend on his achievement and wondered what this meant. Clear achievements appeared. Condition A was that everyone returned safely, and then he attained 3 levels up and 50 skills points. Condition B was majority survives, then he would get 2 level ups and 30 skills points, and condition C was majority dies, which means he failed the quest, so there would be no reward. The protagonist is concerned about reading the details, looks back, and wonders if these ruins are safe or dangerous because it says the majority survive or die. Furthermore, the quest title was also scary as he had to protect a tiger moth running into the fire. Momentarily, he was notified that a bonus benefit would be given due to the quest's difficulty, and a support skill could be used 24 hours without limit. The protagonist starts trembling because of fear because he knows the difficulty of quests is high when a bonus like this is given. He came to get some treasure, but Raymond had bad feelings about this right from the start. While progressing forward, he suddenly bumped into one of the healers, and the healer asked him if he was a porter. His fellow smiled and agreed as this seemed the case. However, Raymond explained that he was a healer, and the other healer asked him where he was affiliated. The protagonist wondered who he was as he asked so many questions, and the healer introduced himself as a royal family healer, Mason. Mason was a rank healer of the royal family and explained that he was there to support this exploration team. The protagonist is shocked to learn his name because Mason is famous and has an rank ability. Mason wanted him to follow his command from now on and assure him that he wouldn't order him to do anything difficult because he wouldn't help them much, and his comrades suggested they should make him carry their bags. Raymond wondered if Mason was saying that because he didn't acknowledge his medical techniques, he would look down on him outright. The protagonist couldn't believe himself because he was so used to these kinds of mockery that it didn't even hurt him, but he thought it was an opportunity for him. So he urged that he understand, and since Mason said that, he decided to leave the exploration, which shocked Mason. Raymond asked him if he didn't. He said that he didn't need him, and in addition, he also even insulted him. Mason was confirmed as a mean person, so the method to handle a mean person was activated, and his eloquence skill was also activated. The protagonist shouted that he wanted to participate in this exploration for the sake of the patients who might have gotten injured. But it seems like his thoughts have rubbed healer Mason the wrong way. This worried Mason, and he tried to calm Baronet Pennon down. However, Raymond was glad and thankful to him because he wanted to escape this ruined exploration team, so this was not bad. He requested Mason to officially apologize to him for insulting him, because if he didn't, then he would return. He knew there was no way Mason would apologize to him, so he thought he would return with that as an excuse and wanted him to deal with this himself as he is high and mighty, a rank healer, and he decided to take his leave. However, the knights appeared and told Mason he was wrong this time, so he requested that he apologize to Baronet Pennon. Other knights also thought the same way because Baronet Pennon came to help them, yet Healer Mason insulted him. The protagonist is trying to calm them down, and he is fine because Healer Mason just shared what he thinks of him, but the knight refuses and wants him to apologize to Raymond. So Mason had no choice but to apologize to Raymond. He furiously stared at him and wanted him to wait until they entered the ruin because he would then show him the dignity of a rank heel. Raymond cursed his fortune because now he had to participate in the ruins exploration, and as a result, he would be exposed to danger. Later, they were inside the ruin. Raymond looked around while Healer Mason used his healing on his comrade. His comrade was delighted and thankful because the Healer Mason could enter without issue. Mason smiled and assured him it was fine because this much was nothing for an ranked healer, and he stared back toward Raymond with a gaze, asking what he thought about it. Raymond wondered if he wanted a compliment, so he gave him a thumbs up, thus appreciating him as he did well, which surprised Mason. Later, the protagonist leads them, and he stares at Mason and wonders what is wrong with him because he is sure that he keeps staring at him. He was volunteering to treat everyone, and he even asked Raymond if he wanted him to be treated by him. At this point, Healer Mason looks like a bad child, throwing a tantrum as he runs around with the mindset that he will show him his rank heal. Whatever the case, Raymond thought it was great that a rank healer who could do a decent job treating infectious diseases was doing it readily. Since he came all this way, he wanted to hunt for treasure. Ancient ruins have an absolute proposition, which is that they are traps and treasures hidden somewhere. However, only those with the eyes of an eagle could avoid those traps and obtain the sweet treasure, so Raymond was happy because he had the eyes of an eagle. He used that skill and activated the eagle eye, with which he could now see the small and narrow areas in detail. Although he could only use this briefly because of his limited mana with a bonus benefit, he could use it unrestrictedly for 24 hours. He knew no skill could be more useful than an eagle's eye for finding treasure, so he chose it. While looking around, he saw something different from a normal view. It was just a part of the path, but with an eagle's eye, he could see the light. He puts his foot on it, wondering if this is a jewel, but suddenly, a trap popped up that scared him, and he dodged it promptly. He was terrified as this wasn't a jewel but a trap, and the knights rushed toward him and asked him how he knew there was a trap. He was certain that they would have been in trouble if it weren't for the baronet. The protagonist looked at them and explained that he had studied traps like this before coming there and had just checked them. The knights were impressed by Raymond's concern for him, and their eyes filled with tears as he even researched traps for them, so they supposed that the saying that Raymond participated in the ruins for them wasn't a lie. The protagonist further said that according to the military tactics, the beta victory is winning without fighting. So he investigated ruins so the knights wouldn't get hurt, but in his thoughts, he told them this was all a lie. Another man was impressed by what he said and uttered that he had changed from when he was an illegitimate child, but the knight hits him and asks how he could tell Baronet Pennon. The protagonist takes a peaceful breath but suddenly gets scared as he senses something. Then he looks the other way, sees the monster's eyes staring at him, and wonders what that is. Knight Balthan came forward, instructed all the knights to go to the front, and requested the healers to wait there. The protagonist affirmed, and after they went inside, he was worried and hoped nothing would happen. Healer Mason and his comrade looked at him, mocked him as he seemed scared, and told him that healers should overcome their fear for their patients. He looked at Mason, who told him he shouldn't worry because Sir Balthan was a strong intermediate-level sword expert. He is acknowledged as talented even within the royal family knights so that he would handle everything. However, Mason was sure it might be terrifying for someone who uses trivial healing arts. Suddenly, the blood splashed at him, which scared him, and he looked there and was shocked to see the knight injured. Raymond wondered what this was, and Mason instructed the healer to go and treat the knight, but he was trembling in fear, and his compared was worried. Mason rushed there, saying they needed to treat the knights, so they should head there. The protagonist was trying to stop him because they couldn't just recklessly run there, which infuriated Mason, and he told him to stay behind if he was that scared. His comrade was also worried, but healer Mason instructed him to follow him quickly. Seeing how all the knights collapsed at once, he deduced it might either be poison or curse, and it was finally something that could only be treated with his rank heal, and his comrade wondered if that was the case. The protagonist could feel from his face clearly that he is nervous and anxious right now. But he wondered why he was saying it was either curse or poison. He knew that even if he stopped Mason, he wouldn't listen, so he had no choice. As Mason said, they had Sir Balthan, but he wondered what the worst could have happened. He knew there was no way that Sir Balthan couldn't handle a single beast, but the royal knights and everyone except Raymond were unconscious. He wondered what he should do because he didn't want to die, nor did he want to get eaten by the beast, so he supposed he should run away, but he knew if he ran, all the people there would die, which annoyed him. So he didn't know what he should do anymore, and he used eagle eyes to check whether they were in the state where he could help them. He thought that he had no reason to risk his life if he couldn't believe he could do it with his skills. He found the spots on their body, which seemed like hives. Then he turned to the patient and saw his swollen lips and eyes. He wondered if it could be what he was thinking. He was unsure, but if that was what he was thinking, he was confident that he could save them. But he was so scared that he felt like a cold, scary wind was blowing near him, sending chills down his spine. He opened the box, which contained some syringes and injections, and he started filling the injections in the syringe. Because Raymond was risking his life for his patient, the heart of steel was activated, so he had steel-like determination and a sturdy will. The protagonist requested it to be what he was thinking, and he injected the medicine into his body. A few minutes ago, he saw the healer rushing out and collapsing, and he realized it was not a curse. He could smell something strange, and his vision and consciousness were getting blurry. He could feel sharp stomach pain and run out of breath. He took out the mask from the bag and wore it, and he supposed this might be the reason why everyone fainted. Presently, he injected the medicine and realized that sharp stomach pain, trouble breathing, and hives had all disappeared. As Raymond expected, this was anaphylactic shock, which was a super emergency allergic reaction due to a hypersensitive substance. He realized that beets release a hypersensitive substance that causes anaphylactic shock. He was glad he had prepared epinephrine after Baroness Smithen had come to his clinic. He spent a fortune on a high-level alchemist to request the extraction of epinephrine, and he was relieved that the treatment was easier than he expected. If epinephrine is injected into muscles, the blood vessel constricts, which helps in recovery from the anaphylactic shock. He requested others to wait as he would save them soon. Soon, he started injecting the medicine and finally reached the last night. Sir Balthan gets conscious and asks what happened, and Raymond explains that he is the victim of the toxic substance that the beast emitted, and because he had already treated him, he instructed him to get up. He smiled and wanted him to get up and deal with that scary beast, but soon he heard the beast approaching him. The protagonist was worried because it had gotten closer than before, but he supposed he didn't need to worry because the knights would wake up soon. Soon, the beast stood before him, and Raymond cursed him as if the beast had dared commit such a treacherous deed. He wanted to catch it, skin it, and sell its leather, and he requested the knights see that evil beast. He looked back and called the knights and wanted them to wake up, but they apologized as they didn't have the strength yet. Sir Balthan was trying hard to get up and assure him that he would get up soon, and the beast shouted. The protagonist was concerned because he overlooked one thing. It takes 20 to 30 minutes for the patients to get up after administering it. Out of fear, Raymond starts praising the evil beast to calm it down and suggests they should talk peacefully. While the beast was cleaning his wing, Raymond began to praise its feathers, which were quite cool. Then he again accosted the evil beast respectfully, but the beast got furious and rushed toward him. Raymond was running away, asking the knights to save him because he didn't want to die, and the knight Balthan requested him to dodge it, and his comrade reminded him that it was already too late. So it was almost impossible for him to dodge it. However, Raymond jumped and dodged the attack, which shocked the knights and beast as he dodged the evil beast easily. Raymond couldn't believe that the evil beast was charging head-on like a boar, and he was alerted that because a dangerous situation arrived, the healer's self-defense skills were activated. Due to the healer's self-defense skills, when Raymond is in danger, he is given the strength to protect himself, and some of his stats increase. Raymond was surprised as the self-defense skills were activated, and he was informed that his opponent's strength was too high. So, the tidal dwarf that defeated the giant has been activated, and he has gotten slightly stronger. The protagonist recalls that the tidal dwarf who defeated the giant was what he got when he defeated Tom, the tyrant of the Bay region. He forgot, but there was that benefit where he got stronger when facing a stronger opponent. So now he got the stamina of 45 and 37 in senses, and suddenly, he heard a knight instructing him to dodge it. Raymond didn't know what he meant, but as he looked above his head, he saw the beast attacking him with its claws. The protagonist gets scared, wondering that he won't be able to dodge this attack like the previous one because this was too close. He closed his eyes and wondered if this was what it was like for his life to flash before his eyes as if time was passing by slowly. Momentarily, the knight grabbed the weapon and threw it toward Raymond. He wanted him to protect himself using this. The protagonist grabbed it and found it strange because his memories should be flashing before his eyes, and things appearing slowly shouldn't be that. The protagonist looked at the beast above his head, and as it got closer, Raymond struck at its neck and realized this might be because he didn't want to die as his life hadn't flashed before his eyes yet, and he defeated the beast. Later, they all become conscious, and the knights are on guard, protecting and inspecting the area. Knight wonders how Raymond counterattacks in that short period, and Balthan wonders if he got lucky. However, to counterattack accurately in an urgent situation like that is something that even most knights can't do. That would only have been possible if he had the swordsmanship of at least the level of mana user. The other knight doesn't agree because there is no way this would happen to Baronet Pennons when he was waving around that mace was too sloppy. Balthan doesn't know that, but what is sure is that Baronet Pennons saved all of them, so they are grateful to him. After some time, the protagonist requests the knights to rest for some more time because their bodies haven't fully recovered yet. But Sir Balthan refused, and Raymond assured him they had already caught the evil beast so that it wouldn't be dangerous. Knight Balthan doesn't agree because it doesn't make sense for knights to rest and healers to explore the ruin, so he disagrees. This annoyed Raymond, and he wondered why this knight was so stubborn when his body was not even in good condition. He needed to find the treasure and take it alone because he could feel that if they went a bit more, they would find treasure. So if he sneaked some treasure out, he would never have to meet that Lady Rose or Tulip again, whatever her name was. The protagonist approached him, and he wanted to say something about his creed. The knight wondered what he was talking about, and Raymond explained it was only for his patients. Raymond's skill of eloquence was activated because he was talking to his patients, so the Heart of Steel synergy effect was also activated. The knight's eyes were dazed as Raymond was too bright, and he urged that he could not accept his patients who hadn't even recovered yet were putting themselves at risk. They are their pride, the royal knights, so if he gets hurt again, he is concerned his heart will be ripped into two, so he begs them to trust him and leave it to him. Balthan's eyes were filled with tears, and he was still reluctant to comply with his condition. But Raymond wanted him to quiet down as he didn't want to hear it anymore and requested that they rest. The knight obediently bowed before him, complied with his condition, and wondered how they could repay this favor. Later, Raymond rushed inside because he wanted to find the treasure before the knight continued to help him. He searched the entire area with his eagle eye and saw a chest, wondering if this was the treasure. He gladly picked up the chest and thought he could finally become super rich. But after opening the chest, he couldn't believe it was empty. He saw something imprinted on the chest and wondered if this dirty stuff was the blood stain. He recognized it as a magical circle, but it was too clear to be left behind thousands of years ago, so he thought something was strange. Soon, the knights also appeared there, and after seeing him worried, Sir Balthan inquired what was the matter. He didn't reply even after the knights called him for so long that they decided to head inside. The protagonist shows the knight the chest and explains that he has found something strange there. Knight Balthan looked at the chest and was shocked because this was a summoning magic circle, and it seemed like someone had used it to summon that magic beast they confronted earlier. Raymond gets worried to know that someone purposely summoned evil beasts in the ruins. Knight Balthan affirms and has an idea of who it might be. After some time at the Imperial Castle, Raymond stood before the king, and the king rewarded him for saving the knights from danger. Furthermore, he also appreciated him for the services of leading the exploration to success alone, and for finding a clue about the mastermind behind this plot. The king, Odin de Houston, a representative of the Royal Knights, gives Raymond this reward for all these noble deeds. The protagonist thanked him and wondered what gain he was getting as a reward instead of getting the treasure he sought. Raymond received the reward but was pissed off because, for him, it would be 100 times better if he had found treasure rather than an award like this. He supposed he shouldn't have seen anything, but he never thought what he found out would be an empty box. Simultaneously, the men wondered why Baronet Pennon seemed dissatisfied even though he received an award from the king, and wondered why he was that way. Sir Balthin appeared and explained that it was probably because the baronet might be worried. The man wondered what he meant by this, and Balthin explained that from his experience, Baronet Pennon only thinks about others. He supposed he would probably be worrying about the approaching war. Those men felt that the rumors among the commoners might be true that Baronet Pennon was an angel sent by heaven, and they found him amazing. Raymond was immediately notified that his fame had increased, and some people were staring at him with a new light. However, Raymond still doesn't feel satisfied even after his fame is increased because the treasures are worth more than this. The king inquired if there was something that he wanted to say, and Raymond wanted to ask for the money but stopped. He knew if he asked for the money, it would just end up being the prize money, so he supposed it would be better if he asked for something else. The protagonist uttered that he suspected someone planned the heinous act in the ruins, so he requested the king to find and punish him. That was all he wanted. His eyes burned with the flame of revenge. And he wanted the king to find the person who stole his precious treasure and punish him. The king appreciated his work since he had worked hard for this, so as the king of the Houston Kingdom, he was grateful for his contribution. The protagonist recalls that when he solved the infectious disease in the Bay region, his father expressed his feelings personally rather than as the king. He was disheartened and thought there might not be a personal feeling, because the king saw him just like how he saw a subject who contributed. He bowed before the king and thanked him, but he felt bad about this and left. On his way, Raymond wonders what his father wants from him because they don't have that kind of relationship, and he knows that, but he can't understand why he feels so bad. Abruptly, he was alerted that he had completed the quest significantly, so he received a rank reward. So he leveled up 3 times and 50 skills points because he risked his life to save his patients. So he achieved the title of Reckless Healer and got a bonus level up 2 times and 30 skills points. This shocked Raymond, and he was informed that his fame had increased and that he had received a bonus for consecutive achievement. He received the bonus, and as a result, he would get relevant Royal Knight favor. Furthermore, he was informed that he could increase the skill proficiency of one item to a rank for 24 hours. The protagonist realized that this item was incredibly good, so at least he was happy because the system reward was also good. He obtained 5 level up and 80 skill points aside from the bonus item, and the protagonist realized that he is at level 73 right now. Since Raymond surpassed level 70, he has met the requirements for a promotion, and his job rank has risen from senior resident to top chief. A chief is the last stage in the resident training process, which is the stage where he has to go through countless experiences and studying to improve his medical knowledge. Thus, he could start to have the talent of a starting professional, so he became the representative of all the residents and was glad that he had finally reached that stage. On the contrary, Prime Minister Galman asked the king why he said that, and the king wondered what he meant. Galman requested that he forget what he said, and he wondered how His Majesty saw Raymond as a child he abandoned long ago or a complete stranger. Galman asks the king if he doesn't think Raymond is amazing, and he can't help but be in awe at what Sir Balthin said. He had always thought of this, but Raymond wasn't just amazing as a healer, but also had the best strategy. The king ignored this and instructed Galman to properly investigate the clues found during this investigation and find evidence that these were the actions of those Drotten people. Galman affirmed and assured His Majesty they had started tracking the magic circle. In a few days, it will be the National Foundation Festival, and Galman asked if the envoys for the Peninsula Kingdom had left already. Galman concurred and explained that they received contact through the crystal ball. The king appreciated him as he did well and demanded that he be aware because this National Foundation Festival isn't just a ball. They must gain the Peninsula Kingdom's assistance through the envoy they send to the ball. The envoy from the Peninsula Kingdom for the National Foundation Festival is not a mere congratulatory envoy. It is more of a political visit to go to an important agreement for the approaching war. For several reasons, the Drotten Kingdom became independent of the Houston Kingdom 150 years ago. Afterwards, the two kingdoms had countless battles. Currently, Houston's national power is leaping forward. Originally, Houston was one of the 4 small kingdoms. They especially had the issue of being financially weak. Draughton Kingdom's national power is slightly greater, so Houston's kingdom currently lacks the funds to engage in a large-scale war. So if they can't receive financial support from the Peninsula Kingdom through this ball, the Houston Kingdom might fall, which worries the king. Galman was a bit concerned because the representative of the envoys, Viscount Langham, was quite old, and he heard that he even had a severe chronic disease. King Odin instructed him to have Count Hellion stay by Viscount Langham's side while he stayed in the royal castle. Count Hellion is an ALA rank healer and the king's personal healer, so Galman was worried because if the king was willing to give Count Hellion to Viscount Langham, then his majesty was risking his life for the agreement. Galman affirmed and assured the king that he would protect Viscount Langham from all problems. His majesty accosted Galman and informed him that this place wouldn't last for long and wondered if he could also see the ever-changing clouds of war. This concerned Galman, and the king uttered that if this war was unavoidable, there was only one path for him as the monarch, to bring victory to all kingdoms. King Odin remembered that he rose to the throne after killing 3 of his brothers, so he wanted to atone for it by living for Houston for the rest of his life. That was why his personal feelings were not important. Meanwhile, Sadel was annoyed as his brother congratulated him that Raymond would become their brother at this rate. Limerton knew that Raymond was older than Sadel, so as a younger brother, he wanted him to treat Raymond well. This annoyed him, so he asked his uncle if there was no way to solve this matter because Limerton said something as ludicrous as that. Garrison puts the cup of tea down, has a good plan, and is certain that Sadel is aware of the approaching National Foundation Festival. Sadel wondered what this had to do with Raymond, and Garrison explained that he was saying that they should bury him during the National Foundation Festival. Raymond might be attending the banquet of the festival for the first time as a baronet. However, his background is that of a poor, illegitimate child, so Garrison was certain that there was no way he would have learned proper banquet etiquette. So, he was sure it would be easy to drag Raymond from being a respectable healer to a vulgar and crude person. Sadel was delighted and appreciated his uncle because this was a great plan, so he wanted to take charge of embarrassing Raymond during the banquet. Count Garrison also can't wait for the National Foundation Festival, and as Baronet Pennon would dream, the spotlight of the banquet would be on him. He cursed Raymond in his thought as if he were an arrogant gutter rat, so he wanted to make it so that he could never show his face in the capital again. Meanwhile, Raymond considered starting the banquet preparation at the Pennon Clinic. Since the banquet hall was basically to advertise his medical technique, he was just happy by imagining attracting VIP patients, attaining fame, and raising sales. After moving the Pennon Clinic to the Lyme region, his clinic was the most prominent in the area. After the fall of the Maple Clinic, countless clinics started sprouting up in the Lake region, but none of them could beat the fame and ability of his Pennon Clinic. Some people are even considering including the Pennon Clinic in the capital's 3 best clinics after the Hellion and Raoul clinics. However, compared to their fame, the clinic sales were quite poor, but he knew that if he raised the price like other clinics, then he could also increase his profit. However, the protagonist refused this and corrected himself because if they didn't accept the patient without the money to pay for the treatment in the first place, then he wouldn't have to worry about the money. He looked at the poor patients laughing and playing, and he thought it was not like he could rip much more money off from poor patients because it would just ruin the fame that he had worked so hard to attain. So, to compensate for the loss, he needed to price the nobles accordingly, and he would charge the person with cool and expensive-looking clothes 500 pina. Raymond even brought out expensive clothes to make himself look more good-looking and max out his personality, and its gear effect was that it made the wearer look elegant. He wanted to ensure he received his blood like an investment several times that day and was crying due to the loss. Hansen and Christine entered the room, accosted him, and asked if he was worried about the banquet. Christine heard that Raymond treated Princess Sophia during her birthday festival, so she asked him if he worried something similar would happen in the upcoming banquet. This startled Raymond, who was just worried about how to do his business with the nobles. But he agreed with her and explained that he was concerned because there were many people so that an emergency might occur. Christine sighed, knowing that Raymond was an idiot with an eye just for his patient and wanted him to care for himself. She also wanted to say something else, but wanted her master to know that she wasn't just saying this. The people with goodwill for him weren't the only ones attending the banquet this time. The protagonist concurred, as she meant people would look down on him because of his rank. Hansen was also concerned because his master had been gaining fame all over the place, so some people might also be jealous of him. The protagonist knew that he needed to prepare because there was no way the medical technique business would succeed if he, who is the creator of this technique, were looked down on. Furthermore, the important part of the business was to make others trust him. Raymond, who is currently the symbolic figure of medical technique, will fail in his company when others look down on him. He had a minus element, too, which is the title of a dirty illegitimate child, because of which he will receive the serious prejudiced gaze of others. So, if he wanted to supplement that part and succeed in his business, he needed to become more perfect than others. Christine wanted to teach Raymond because she knew he had no experience in social interaction and dancing. Hansen cheered him and was certain that if his master worked hard from now on, it's not too late for the banquet. Raymond smiled, thanked them for their thoughts, but assured them that he was fine, which worried Christine because this wasn't the area that her master could resolve as they came. Hansen agrees with her because he knows they would be more fussy about banquets with high-ranking nobles and royals attending. However, Raymond assured them it was all right, pushed them out of his room, and closed the door while Hansen requested him to wait. Raymond had a plan to solve this matter, but he felt bad for those two as he thought they had both been so forward about his work. The protagonist browsed his status window to look for a skill, as he knew he would have gotten embarrassed going without the art of social interaction. But that wasn't the problem anymore. He looked at his status and realized that after rising to the top chief, his surgery rose to B, and he learned a new study skill, emergency medicine and traumatology. But the biggest difference was that he could finally start learning social interaction. Because he currently needs international activity outside of training within the hospital, he has to learn social interaction, which will help him refine what is needed in high society. Doctors aren't just active inside hospitals. The more knowledge and experience they gain, the more diverse academies and societies they have to attend. They must contract with pharmaceutical companies, consult health decision policymakers, conduct social contribution activities, or meet with investors or sponsors. A doctor has to compete in countless competitions, which is why social interaction is necessary. However, he wasn't sure what kind of social interaction he should learn, whether he should become a dignified conversationalist, charm-enhancing fashionista, royal etiquette, or noble social dancer. They were all worth around a point, but he wondered if there was no skill that he could buy and would solve all of his problems. He looked at the description of the banquet man of good taste, the support skill with D proficiency. It will help attain the social cultures necessary for the banquet, so Raymond would become proficient in conversation, etiquette, and dance to an average noble level. But its activation was only limited to the banquet. This was the skill he wanted, but it had some side effect. If he wore a tailcoat, his charm would be greatly enhanced. He was warned to be careful not to seduce his target unintentionally because playing with the feelings of others is a sin. The required points were 100, but considering the risk of side effects, the consuming points were cheaper than the skill utility. Raymond purchased the skill and hoped it would be fine. On the day of the banquet, Christine and Rao were all fired up, and Christine enthusiastically asked Rao if he was ready because they needed to protect their master well. Rao affirmed because, as the most emerging noble, he knew how nasty the high society could be. Christine remembered Hansen, who was crying because he also wanted to help his master, but he couldn't attend the banquet. She didn't want him to worry about their master because she and Rao were willing to sacrifice their bodies to protect him. Soon, Raymond appeared and apologized to them for being late because it was his first time dressing up. Rao and Christine were shocked to see him and asked if that was really him because no matter how much clothes make the man, his personality can't change that much. Raymond wondered if picking that skill increased skill proficiency too much, and his skill of banquet man of good taste proficiency also upgraded to A, which further enhanced his personality. The protagonist asked them if they should head in now, but Rao wondered what happened to him, and Christine agreed with Rao because her master was glowing up. The protagonist laughed and asked if that was the case and if he looked that different. The proficiency of his skills has been increased to a limit of 24 hours in social cultures, which is necessary for the banquet, so he has become proficient in all the skills to the level of an average noble. He was cautioned that side effects would also increase in proportion to his proficiency, which might improve his attractiveness on the same level. He was warned that in case of a sudden increase in attractiveness, he should check if the target is in a seduced state due to severe attractiveness. He was warned that depending on the target of seduction, he might get swept into a huge scandal or fight. This worried the protagonist, and he supposed this might be an exaggerated explanation because what kind of fight would occur with a healer? Abruptly, a quest appeared before the banquet event, which is the protagonist of the banquet. Countless people are still looking down on him, which is a barrier to the propagation of medical techniques. So Raymond should become the protagonist of the banquet, break the preconception of the people, and propagate the news of medical techniques. It was an intermediate-level medical quest whose clear condition was to obtain great fame at the banquet, and the reward was a bonus level up 2 times and 30 skills points with a bonus of readjustment of the title. This astounded Raymond, and he wondered if the title's readjustment meant he could get rid of his negative title. He was thrilled because this had come to this. He decided to become the protagonist of the banquet. Houston National Foundation Festival Eve is a great banquet, the night when they celebrate the nation's foundation and enjoy the banquet all night long. The nobles wondered if Baronet Pennon was coming to the banquet as well. The lady was looking forward to seeing what kind of spectacle he would show them when he did come. Some other nobles were also mocking him as they didn't even know if Raymond would be properly dressed. They hoped he wouldn't come there dressed like when he met the commoners. His fellow nobles don't want him to joke about this because he doesn't want to imagine how disgusting he would look. But his friend didn't want him to worry because if Baronet Pennon showed that ugly self to the mademoiselle, then he would teach him a great lesson. Amidst their discussion, Raymond appeared there. He was glowing, and he captured everyone's attention. They wondered who that handsome young man was as they had never seen him before, so they thought he might be a new noble. But all of them were shocked as the announcement was made about the entering of Baronet Pennon. They supposed that he was more familiar with the etiquette than they thought, and that he might have put a lot of effort into it. Prince Sadal was also shocked to see Raymond in his new look and furiously wondered what this was. Later, Sadal was biting his nails while looking toward Raymond and wondered why he seemed exceptionally handsome at the banquet. He furiously slammed the sofa, but then claimed himself because he knew there would be a lot of changes or embarrass Raymond. Suddenly, the music changed, which made Sadal think it was a good opportunity for him, and he was sure there would be no way that there would be a woman who wanted to dance with that illegitimate child. He was sure that if a lady knew honor, then they would never dance with such a lowly person. But he was shocked to see Raymond dancing with Lady Christine. Christine was happily dancing with Raymond, which made Sadal wonder why the daughter of the Duke was dancing with him. A few minutes ago, the protagonist wondered if everyone had started to look for a partner or dance with. His evil self reminded him that he was there to advertise his medical technique, so he should forget about dancing and pretend that he doesn't know how to. But his angelic self refused and reminded him that in high society where they even think about the class of the person they have to dance with. But if he didn't dance, then it would bring great shame. The protagonist wondered what he should do and thought he should ask Rao and Christine for help and wondered what they were doing right now. He saw Rao talking to some of his colleagues in the academy. Then he wondered where Christine was and started looking for her, and he found her being bullied by her siblings. They were remarking that it smelled like a freak somewhere, which is almost like a dirty commoner, and they wanted to go somewhere else before the smell sticks. Raymond recognized them as if they were her siblings, and he wondered why she wasn't dissuading them. He wondered if that was because she was a healer and remembered that there were 2 rumors surrounding Christine. She was a kind lady who volunteered for commoners and the shame of the duchy, so the nobles probably looked down on her and thought of her as pathetic. This infuriated him without realizing that they were the pathetic ones because Christine was certainly a passionate healer and his disciple. Raymond supposed that he shouldn't have even thought about it, and there was no need to worry about his dance partner from the start. Abruptly, Christine saw him and was startled, and Raymond asked her if she was enjoying the banquet. Christine affirmed and uttered that she had just talked with her sister earlier and was a bit embarrassed. Raymond requested she fulfill his one request if she had the time because that was his first ball, so he wanted to ask her if she could escort him. And while they were at it, he wanted her to show all these arrogant nobles the true level of the Pennon Clinic. She agreed to dance with him and also help him advertise their Pennon Clinic. Later, Raymond was happy because the dance ended well, and the other things also worked out well. He remembers everyone remarking to him that it was Raymond's first banquet, yet he was so graceful. Everyone realized that Baronet Pennon was quite educated, and unlike the rumors, Lady Christine was also elegant because her dance was akin to that of a swan. The protagonist remembered Christine's sister's annoyed face, and he was delighted because this was life, and he felt so refreshed. Suddenly, he looked ahead and saw Princess Sophia staring at him furiously, and he immediately greeted the Supreme Princess. He was worried, wondering what the matter was with her and why she wasn't speaking, and he wanted her to leave if she didn't have anything to say. Princess Sophia asked him if he enjoyed meditating in front of ladies, which startled Raymond. He wondered if she had come all the way there to dance with him, and wondered if this was a new type of bullying. He couldn't believe that she wanted to dance with him, and the princess got furious and wondered if they would teach him to talk like that these days. The protagonist wondered if the princess was asking him to ask her again with proper etiquette, but he was scared to dance with the princess. He gathered his courage and asked her if she would grant him the honor of dancing with her highness. This shocked Princess Sophia, and she furiously asked him what he thought he was doing, and if he felt she had so much time that she would come there to dance with him. The protagonist apologized to her, which calmed the princess, and she thought he was teasing her on purpose. The protagonist wonders why she was so scary, and Princess Sophia explains that she came because she has something to say, so she wants him to excuse him for a moment. She warned him to leave the banquet hall immediately, which shocked him, and she clarified that her troublemaker brother of a brother is targeting him right now. It seems like several of her brothers, Basil, were also helping him, so if he doesn't leave quickly, then he may be into a big problem sooner or later. This concerned Raymond because if Sophia came to inform him herself, then it might be an incredibly evil plot. If it's the troublemakers of the three princes, then it would be Sadal, so the protagonist wonders what he is planning. After advising him, the princess decided to leave, but the protagonist requested her to wait for a second. The princess turned and looked at him, and Raymond inquired why is she telling him this. Princess Sophia knew that it was none of her business what difficulties he caused, but if someone who treated her gets embarrassed, then she thinks that would piss her off. The protagonist finally understood her concern, and Sophia wanted him not to be absent-minded regardless of what he chose, and she should behave herself wisely. The protagonist wondered how he was supposed to do that and wanted her to tell him the ideal response before going. He refused to run away, and he needed to get a grip on himself because if he missed the present-day event, he didn't know when another opportunity to advertise medical techniques would come. He remembered that he was a dirty, illegitimate child, so he didn't want to fall any lower, so he tried to fight properly that day. Meanwhile, Sadal was asking a lady if she would dance with him, but she refused by making an excuse that she hurt her leg a few days ago. This startled him as he saw her dancing with someone else earlier. But she apologized to him and rushed away while Sadal was trying to stop her and requesting her to wait for 1 second. After that, he asked several other ladies, but all of them made the lame excuse that her father was strict, so she was unable to do so before marriage. Another lady apologized and explained that if she danced so suddenly, then she would feel like she was going to be at the deathbed, so she would need to go to the medical center. The answer of the last lady was heartbreaking because she asked him with astonishment if she had to dance with him and wondered if this wasn't the banquet but a community service. Sadal couldn't even remember how many times they made this excuse. Then he went to his sister Sophia to ask her to dance with him. Princess Sophia gets furious and asks him if he is crazy because Sadal is the ignorant prince, has a bad personality, is a heavy drinker, is the most disliked right now. The recent trend in high society is the soft and intellectual man, so she wanted to pretend that she didn't hear this and left. Sadal furiously stared at Raymond and supposed by soft and intellectual Sophia might be referring toward him. All the ladies gathered around Raymond, praising him that he is so cool, completely different from the rumors. One of the ladies even asked him if he would dance with her, and he thanked them for the praise. Sadal was burning with anger and wondered what was so good about a boring, illegitimate child like him, so he wanted to embarrass Raymond properly so he couldn't be so arrogant anymore. After some time, Raymond was exhausted and found it strange and wondered if the banquet was always this friendly. Soon, Sadal got on the stage to check if the mic was intact, and he, as the fourth prince, greeted them all as the representative of the royal family of the Houston Kingdom. He thanked all of them and all the honored guests who were celebrating the evening. The guest judges from what Sadal said that it's already time to give a speech commemorating the National Foundation Festival's Eve. One man wondered who would give this time speech, and the protagonist was astounded to know about the commemorating speech as he wasn't aware who would provide this. On the Eve Festival where young nobles gather, Houston Kingdom chooses a young noble with a high reputation and orders them to provide a commemorating speech. So he wonders who will give the speech this time. At the same time, Sadal requested Baronet Pennon to come on the stage, which startled Raymond because he wasn't expecting this. Prince Sadal thought he was quite humble because he was the only young noble with a high reputation these days in the Houston Kingdom. Since he was leaving this important commemorating speech to Raymond, he hoped he would do it properly as he was expected to. The protagonist couldn't believe that Sadal was ordering him something like this when he hadn't prepared at all. He cursed Sadal as he intentionally did that, but soon he was alerted that he had been given the opportunity to speak for the patient, so his skill of eloquence was activated. He looked at Sadal and smiled and wondered what made him do something so nice, because this was the perfect chance to advertise his medical technique. Since Raymond decided to advertise medical techniques, his Heart of Steel synergy effect was also activated along with a rank skill. Social interaction and charisma started influencing eloquence. He grabbed the mic and introduced himself as he was Baronet Raymond de Pennon, and he greeted all of the honored guests. Firstly, he wanted to thank them for preparing such an honorable position for him. Then, he began his commemorating speech for the National Foundation Festival Eve. After their founding king established the Houston Kingdom with a single sword, so as one nation of the cross-allied empire, they made big strides. However, as he traveled to many places and experienced different things, he saw that there were a lot of people who still needed help. The protagonist's speech startled Sadal, and he wondered what he was rambling about as he was expecting such a smooth and fluent speech. Raymond urged that as all the organs in the body have their role, they also have their role. So if it's the people's task to sweat and work, it's their task to protect their lives and pledge allegiance to the king. So Raymond wanted everyone to remember one thing: noblesse oblige, formalities aren't important. But what is important is their sincerity for the people and whether they give them practical help. Everyone was embarrassed to hear his speech and decided to reflect on how selfishly they had lived. Another noble was impressed by knowing how proficient Baronet Pennon was in knowledge pertaining to the Foundation's history, and on top of that, his speech was also eloquent and had a powerful impact. Meanwhile, representative of Peninsula Kingdom Viscount Langham was impressed by Raymond though, and supposed that Houston Kingdom had an incredible man. Even though he is a young noble, he has an excellent opinion and knowledge. So Viscount Langham was wondering from which family this man belongs. He was certain that if his family had produced such a wonderful man, then it must be a high noble family with a high reputation. The man beside him was worried, and Viscount Langham assumed this young man might be His Majesty's illegitimate child, and the man affirmed. Viscount Langham supposed this might be why they say that great men are lowered from the sky, and thought it such a shame. Suddenly, he was startled as that young man was boned in Houston Kingdom. Viscount Langham thought of the bad nobles in the Peninsula Kingdom and let out a sigh. Although each royal family has its problems, the Peninsula Kingdom's royal family, in particular, has a lot in common. At the same time, the Peninsula Kingdom's national power is prominent compared to the Houston. For the royal throne, there was a bloody royal family that sinned with no remorse. The Peninsula Kingdom's royals truly fought and killed each other endlessly. And as a result of that, during the great bloodshed of 30 years, 70% of the royal family died. The man asked Viscount if he was feeling unwell, but Langham was shocked to see Raymond's eyes. The fact that Raymond has an emerald color eye, which is the symbol of the royals of the Peninsula Kingdom, was worrying him, but Viscount supposed it might be a coincidence. Soon, Raymond was done with his speech, and the hall was full of silence. He wondered why it was so quiet because he delivered the best speech. Soon, the hall was filled with claps, which relieved him, and he supposed he did well in the speech and thought he succeeded in advertising his medical technique. Suddenly, Sadal accosted him as he wanted Baronet Raymond de Pennon to choose him as his partner in the duel. The protagonist was shocked as that was sudden, and he thought he was good just now and wondered if he would choose him as his fighting partner for the fighting tournament.